Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world right now, and welcome along to season 2 of For the Rush 4 Hours of Zolder, live and exclusive on Total Sim Sport. I'm Tim Cox, and joining me on the commentary booth is James Parfitt, and later on you'll be hearing from our roving reporter, Chris Rowlands, bringing us updates and insights throughout the show. And as always, we have Sean Cranleigh-Swash heading up production for us. Now, tonight we head to Zolder in Belgium, a track that provided a useful backstop for Formula 1, while Spa was being renovated and after the Nevers ballers faded away. Racing in this corner of Limburg area in Belgium has been going on since the 1950s. The Zolder Motor Club had been organising events round the town square for a number of years when it decided to seek out a more permanent and ultimately less dangerous home for motor racing in the town. Thus, the circuit of Zolder was born, and the 2.5 miles or 4 kilometres circuit remains largely unchanged from the original layout, with the additions of the Klein and Villeneuve chicanes really only being the only changes to the circuit. Now, of course, Belgium is famous for its chocolate and its waffles, and although there'll be zero waffle from us in the commentary booth tonight, we expect the racing to be as sweet as chocolate. We've got an absolute action-packed show for you. With around about 15 minutes time, qualifying will open, and there'll be 3 qualifying sessions. They're all open qualifying sessions, so we'll see all the drivers on track at the same time. First one being up will be the GT4s, followed by the Porsche Cups, and then rounding out with the GT3 class. Then it's on to the race, of which in 4 hours' time, we'll find out who has been victorious. Hello, James. Welcome along to the country booth.
Hi, Tim. How are you?
I'm great. I tell you what, I'm really, really looking forward to this. 4 hours of Zolder is multi-class endurance racing. It's going to be absolutely spectacular, and we've got so many things to tell the viewers about. But ultimately, where can we expect to see the action from tonight, James?
Tim, honestly, dude, after taking a ride in the GT3 992 for a spin earlier, to be honest, it could be anywhere all over the track. Like, it's a really tricky circuit. Right the way from turn 1, I found is a 4th gear corner and there's a wide entry to a wide exit. So carrying the most speed into turn 2 and turn 3 is basically essential, to be honest. Really, 4th gear, maybe 5th on the exit, but we'll just have to see how they get on with that one. The Klein chicane, Tim, well, 2nd gear, maybe 3rd. But again, you know, that's a chance you're going to have to use 2 people that are going to really have to cooperate there to make that pass sort of clean, and so it doesn't end up in disaster. Then, of course, we're off onto Butte straight up over the hill, keeping left as we do onto the almost 90-degree chicane. Back on yourself from right to left, then right again. Carrying 2nd and 3rd on the exit. Fast flowing right-hander after the chicane. Then down into the hairpin corner, which is a 2nd gear right-hander. Maybe 1st for some cars. It depends on their entry on that one, Tim. Then up we go through the gears and the fast kink, no lift, and then break down to 2nd, maybe 3rd again. How brave on speed, how much speed you want to carry through the last part of Yaki Ichabod, and then on to the start, finishing straight. Overtaking wise, Tim, depending on your bravery, turn 3, exit, then maybe the Klein chicane, then out to turn 8, then down into the hairpin, very tight. It's probably maybe too tight for 2 cars. It's a really small chicane, really small hairpin, so it's going to be interesting to see in that one. And then, of course, Tim, we've got the famous pit exit that comes right out onto the entry of turn 2. So that's going to have to be a driver's relying on your spotters as much as possible to get out of there safely.
Definitely. It's going to be an interesting one to see how the teams manage that, especially sort of earlier on in the race where you've got the, classes quite sort of bunched together, really. But if there is an incident, tonight we are employing a brand new piece of software. It's called Race Director. Now, for those that aren't aware of Race Director, wow, what a tool this is. And I am so excited. I'm so hyped about this one. So, it has the ability to throw safety cars. Now, that's not something that is commonplace and you're not able to do automatically in iRacing within the road car format. Of course, you've seen it regularly within the oval racing. Now, for me, the endurance racing experience is enhanced by the addition of caution periods, or more accurately, really, the threat of cautions, which means teams have got to, can be continuous around their strategy. Where, is there going to be a safety car coming? Especially around pit stops, it's going to really mix things up. Now, of course, being a bit of software, there's no unbiased steward's opinions thrown into this mix either. So it's going to give a really interesting point of view, and I'm so excited to see it being deployed tonight. And for me, James, it really adds to the immersion of multi-class racing.
Absolutely. This is something that's, as I say, we've come across in this, that we're going to be using it for this race. It's going to be incredible, to be fair, because you're not going to get the normal administrator of the league having to drop a safety car when he thinks he can. And it's going to be a really interesting race, and seeing how this works within it, I think it's definitely going to be an exciting.
It's going to be incredibly exciting, and as I said, I'm so hyped. When we, found out that we're going to be covering FTR's SIM3D GT series here on Total Sim Sport, and they mentioned about race director, and I started looking into it. Already, a couple of months away. This was from the start of the event. I was already excited about it. Couldn't wait for the first round to come around and witness it in motion. Now, the race director uses a whole plethora of different metrics to understand, what's happening on track and whether it should throw a safety car or not. So it's looking at things, for instance, like the tracks, where the cars are. So is it on the first lap? Obviously, less likely potentially to get a safety car. Are two cars very close to one another? Looking at their current gear, is the car reversing? How many cars in the pits? There's absolutely all sorts of, where they are on track as well. Is the car going very slowly? I mean, even is, the car going backwards? There's all sorts of different little metrics that are then all put into play, and race director decides whether it should throw a safety car or not. And I'm bubbling, James, already. I'm quivering with excitement. It is going to be absolutely epic. And also, we've got, so as we mentioned, we've got three classes. We've got the GT4s. So the Porsches running within that. Then we've got the Porsche Cup. So slightly Porsche-centric between the two lower categories. And then, of course, we've got GT3, which we've got Porsche 911s, we've got BMW M4s, we've got the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, the Audi R8, just one of those within the field within GT3. And then, of course, I love the engine tone on it, so I'm always slightly biased when it comes to this car, the mighty Mercedes AMG GT. So it's going to be, wow, this is going to be absolutely epic. So there's not too much longer. We've got around about 7 minutes before qualifying begins, James. And it's, I mean, obviously you mentioned, obviously the pit exit. But for me, one of the interesting parts is going to be that pit entry. So as you come down to it for the, especially with the faster category cars, the braking point is later than what it is for the Jackie X chicane. So we see potentially some of the drivers tripping up over one another around that part of the circuit when it comes to the pit window opening.
I think, to be fair though, Tim, where the entry is, if the driver that's going into the pits make it known and he's staying on the right-hand side, I'm hoping that the cars who try and dive for the overtake into that chicane are a bit more wary that, if he hasn't made his move to turn, that he is going straight on. It is a really tricky entry and exit here, and it's something that you've definitely got to get right. And if you don't, well, it could spell disaster, as And
Well,
I think that's the issue.
It ultimately, we could see a safety car being thrown potentially if it ends up being a big accident. I mean, like you say, it's tricky because especially on that pit entry and the pit exit, they're both on the racing line. So I don't know. It could prove tricky, and we could see drivers potentially, if they're battling with one another, gaining or losing quite a bit of time around the pit stops. And that's aside before, even them, timing it to perfection, get up and having a bit of luck come their way and being able to pit under safety car conditions as well. So there's so many metrics tonight that it's going to be absolutely spectacular viewing. And as always, we absolutely love to hear from you in chat. Love to hear your input. We'll be speaking to the drivers throughout the show as well. And as the race unfolds, so as their stints end, starts, and we're just going over chat now. Just hello to, well, there's plenty of guys within there already. Love to shouting out. Love to hear who you're cheering on. So Eduardo Gill, thanks to yourself, Conti QWERTY, Pixies, James Rivet, Martin Jacobson, Def Hourglass. Looking forward to watching this today. Well, we're looking forward to it, commentating on it just as much. It's going to be an absolute spectacle.
I think that's the thing, Tim, with a track like this, that's so many opportunities to make the overtakes. I can't see how it can't be spectacular. Do you know what I mean? And I think with the amount of the different types of cars we've got as well, and multi-class racing brings its own element to the racing in general, I think this is going to be absolutely epic. And guys, literally, if you are in chat, I would grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, settle down, buckle in, and I think this is going to be amazing from the moment we go green.
It is. Now, obviously, talking to Zolder, where we are tonight now, I don't think it gets as much credit as what it's due. I mean, there's somewhat been in the shadow of its more illustrious counterpart at Spa-Francorchamps, but nevertheless, it was also Belgium's first purpose-built circuit and has seen plenty of history and great racing itself. Obviously, deems itself as the home of DTM. It's always been a bustling national venue. And with so many, straights, and then you've got hard chicanes on tight corners after them, there's going to be plenty of overtaking opportunities. There's obviously, as you mentioned earlier, Klein Chicane is going to be one of them. I mean, we were talking about it before the show, James. It's going to be interesting to see how the GT3s cope with Jules Villeneuve and likes of Jackie X as well, where they're going to have, slightly faster, and also, turn 9, the tight hairpin, where it's how they get through the cars and how they pass them cleanly to make sure that nobody loses too much time through those, where you could see them making lunges against slow category classes. Tripped up over my own words there. And I think this could see a bit of tactics coming in play from GT3s and also the Porsche Cups against the GT4s as well, where we see faster cars positioning a slower car between their rival that they might be racing closely with to get a bit of that tactical advantage there, James.
I think that's the thing, Tim, as we see the BMW there and that go through that chicane after Butte Straight. It's a very tricky chicane. It's really quite a complicated thing to try and get right, because it does almost feel like you are coming back on yourself. As I say, in the 902 earlier, when I took it over, I felt like I was literally having to turn the wheel full lock to get myself back round. And if I didn't bring the wheel round quick enough again to the left part of the chicane, it unfortunately went wrong. And if you go round, I decided that I would test the chicanes if I went through them and not actually round them, just to see. I just wanted to have a rough idea what the slowdowns were going to be. You're looking at 1.5 seconds per chicane if you miss the chicanes. So that one there, if you go right, go left, and then you miss the corner, you're in for 1.5 seconds slowdown. So there's a lot to lose you know, with the 3 chicanes on circuit, you're looking at over 4.5 seconds if you get them wrong. And I think that's a lot of time to be losing. You know what I mean? And I think that's the thing. People have got to be careful. So,
Definitely. So I think now, James, probably a good time. We've got just under a minute before qualifying is due to commence. That obviously be the GT4s kicking us first off with 15 minutes qualifying, followed by the Porsche Cup, and then, of course, the mighty GT3s. I think it's probably a good time to run through some of the teams that we've got involved today.
yeah, I think that would be absolutely amazing as well, as you can see. In the SIM3D GT series, in the GT3 Pros, we've got Arctic Racing, Butler Powell Motorsport, FTR Esports Black 2 and FTR Esports Red, Funk Motorsport, Mad Chili Racing, Next Level Racing Blue, No Luck EM Sport. Well, let's hope you get luck today. Prismatic Motorsports A, Raceline Sim Sports, RPM Racing, Stage 1 Racing Junior, Stage 1 Racing Senior, and Texanesi Fitzy Motorsport. Wow, that's an interesting name there, Tim. So as we go into the GT3 AMs, we have got 11 Point Temps Racing Team Black, BSIM Racing, Servum E-Racing Team, Equipment Geek Racing, Prismatic Motorsport B, RD Sim Sport, Stage 1 Racing Green, Sunday Drivers, Track Limit Racing, and Zabi Racing Team. So into the Porsche Cup we go. We got 11 Point Temps Racing Team Red, Delta Sports, third of the FTE Esports Black, Greenleaf Racing Red, Shark Esports Virtue Racing Compound Blue, Virtue Racing Compound Red, Vulcan Sim Racing, Track Limit Racing, and Zabi Racing Team. And finally, for the GT4s, we got Backmarker Racing Blue, BP, Big BPNRG.com Racing, D-Line Racing Red, FTR Esports White, JD Sim Racing, Sorrel Team 6, Stage 1 Racing Green, Sunday Drivers, Track Limit Racing, and Zabi Racing Team. Tim.
Lovely. Now, just to bring you up to date, so obviously you mentioned, in terms of this being season 2, the teams to watch out for, well, reigning champions in GT Pro are the Raceline Sim Sport team. Be interested to see how those guys tonight. They'll be looking to retain their championship. They took quite a hefty, hefty win in the championship last season. They finished on 184 points. The closest rival was the guys at FTR Esports Red, who were only down on 129, which is not exactly a bad score, but yeah, they were clear victors. Then across in GT AM, the victors were BSIM Racing, finishing 19 points clear of the guys at Mad Chili Racing. And then in Porsche Cup, we had FTR Esports Black were victorious by 20 points over Greenleaf Racing. To be interested to see if those teams can retain their titles today. Obviously, GT4, they are brand new to the series, so it'd be great to see who is able to win the first round of the inaugural GT4 section of the championship.
It's definitely going to be an exciting one, Tim, as we enter into the qualifying at the moment. Where are you? Where do you think, Tim? Obviously, multi-class is action-packed anyway. We know that.
Oh yes,
right. Are we now? We've got 4 hours, Tim, and we've seen from previous experience that we could have racing from lap 1 through the whole 4 hours. Are we expecting these drivers to be a little bit more conservative, or are we thinking lap 1 we're going to be going for it and we're going to be held to level for 4 hours, Tim? What do you reckon?
Well, James, this is such a hard one to predict. I mean, we see it on Total Sim Sport from other championships that we cover here, that you think they take it a bit more reserved, and also it translates into real life racing, but quite often they're absolutely all over the top of each other. We've seen some absolutely epic battles in all the series that we've covered, and I don't doubt that the FTR Events League is going to be any different whatsoever. I mean, obviously, different classes to what we're normally used to seeing here. But, you know, it's... I don't know how to call this one, James. It could go absolutely anyway. But the difference with this, obviously, this league is, of course, race director, the ability, you know, having yellows, having, you know, safety cars, this could throw it any which way. Do the drivers play it a bit more conservative in, you know, knowing that they don't want to get knocked off? But there is also that, you know, that safety element, as it were, where you do have a safety car, so you could potentially catch up. And there we go, the big PP NRG team setting pole for now, but look at the gap to JD Sim Racing behind them. Under a 1/10 of a second, covering our top two right now. And yeah, again, we're seeing it's going to be so close within GT4. Porsche Cayman, it's a cracking little car, very popular within GT4s. But who could come out on top? Just having a little bit of a look. Mocek from JD Sim Racing, currently second in the position in qualifying at the moment, is on a quicker lap by the looks of things. Be great to see how he could get on as we ride on board with him right now. Just coming into the Villeneuve chicane. You mentioned about that earlier, James, with the it's so tricky to get used to. When I mean, the thing is, you're already pottering around by yourself. These guys are going to be racing, and they're going to have different classes as well to factor into the mix. It's going to be really interesting to see how the drivers get on with that corner tonight.
Yeah, that chicane and that tight hairpin is, I think, Tim, is too tight for two. You know, you've got the guy on the inside has literally got to turn his wheel as far as he can get it round to try and keep that inside line, because naturally they want to move out. As you go around the corner, put the throttle on, they want to move. But let's see what Mocek does crossing the line at the moment.
Well, Lars just gone quicker to extend that gap between himself and Mocek. But that lap, let's have a little look. It is good enough to improve for JD Sim Racing on their previous lap time, but it is not enough to actually even close the gap up. The
I think it's a
big PPNRG.com team got Lar currently on board for them during qualifying. They're looking comfortable at the moment, but just look at the battle actually between 3rd and 4th FTR Esports White and the Seoul Team 6. There's, well, you know, very similar type of gap, under a 1/10, just covering 3rd and 4th right now. Just waiting for D-Line and Backmarker Racing Blue to set times. And let's see, the Backmarker team, they are on their outlap. Now,
from Seoul Team 6, Tim, I believe Chris, he's on his own.
But and so is Lar as well, actually, from the big PPNRG team. So this is going to be tough for them. 4 hours by yourself plus qualifying. That's, you know, you're talking of being sat in your rig for, getting close to, you know, what's going to be 5.5 hours. Aside of obviously practice that they will have done for the race, just as a bit of a warm-up before they headed into qualifying. That is a long old mammoth stint to be sat in your rig for, and it'll be interesting to see how fatigue comes into play for these drivers. Not just physical, but also mental. But there we go, JD Sim Racing taking pole for now, going 2/10 clear of big PPNRG as they've completed 3 laps currently. Not too much long left of qualifying in GT4 as we see D-Line Racing Red go into 5th place. Just waiting for the Backmarker Racing Blue guys. See, when they cross the line, they're not too far away. How can they get on? Can they get into the mix and change things up at the top of GT4 within qualifying? This is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, isn't it, James?
Yeah, I think this is going to be... We'll have to see, but Thomas Mocek, we know, is generally quick. So it's going to be interesting as well. I think D-Line have just had a little bit of off-track there as well. But we're on board with Peter Elson from Backmark Racing Blue as we come down into Klein Chicane, Tim. That's the chicane that's really quite hairy for them cars. Going absolutely, if you can straight line it as much as possible, you're on there. But then as we come down, this would be the interesting one, Tim. This right is you're going back, left, and then you got to go right again, and then onto the throttle. Now, as I say, earlier on, Tim, I did lose it a bit on the exit there, partly because I was too much on the throttle, and my back end of my 992 decided that he wanted to come and join the front. But this will be the hairpin. As you can see, we come in with Peter, but there isn't a whole load of room to be trying to squeeze 2 cars through there, Tim. And I think we'll have to see how he gets on and see. I don't think he's had any off track, so hopefully this time will register for him.
Yeah, he's just closing out the gap as he comes round Jackie Hicks now. How much can these guys improve? Where will Backmarker Racing Blue come out as they come across to the pit wall? Take them long. They're going to go again for another lap as we head to the chopper. And it's
I
not.
don't know if he got that.
They haven't. No, it looks like they haven't. They must have had an off track somewhere on the circuit, so they haven't set a lap time yet. They're starting to run out of time. Got about 5 minutes left, so that's enough time with the 134 lap to get a couple of more laps in here. But just having a bit of a look at see how everyone else is getting on currently. FTR Esports have just gone quicker with a new personal best in Sector 2. But looking at it, James, it doesn't look like there's nobody setting purple times, well, purple sectors right now.
No, I think Notech is just gone faster as well. He's on a 34.92, and we've got Garrett Lar on a 34.97 at the moment. As you see, Lee Belcher coming through from FTR Esports, Tim. He's coming down to the last chicane. This is what I was talking about earlier on your gear selection, because I tried it in second, and second felt slow, but then third felt slow on the exit. So it's really going to be a mix of where, if you're going to second in, third out on that last part of the entry. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I want to see if Peter Elson from Backmarker Racing can get a time in. He went, Lee Belcher went quicker, but unfortunately didn't go quick enough. As we jump on board with him now through that chicane, there's that entry and there's the exit down into Jackie Hicks, and then he's off onto the start-finish straight. So it seems that we'll see if Peter can actually get a time in.
No, D-Line have just gone up into third place while you're talking. There we go. Backmarker Racing Blue. What a lap to go onto the second row of the grid in GT4. They were starting to run out of time. It was looking get a bit desperate for them that they have gone just 2 tenths behind current pole sitter JD Sim Racing in GT4. And they've got, just looking at the timer actually, James, they've got chance to go again, have Backmarker Racing Blue. Can they go one better? They're going to be pushing it, as you see, just sticking a bit of a gravel there. As they're headed round Lucy and Bianchi. They come now down onto clean.
Ooh.
This is getting close now. If they have a red mark in the timing tower, then we'll know that they will have come off track. And that's it. I think he just came off there, so that's unlucky. But let's check in with the big PPNRG team. Can Lar improve on his time? Can he snatch at the depth pole from JD Sim Racing as he crosses the line? Is it enough to elevate them? And it's not quite enough, no. It's not enough, James. Look at that. He's gone nearly a second close, well, 9 tenths to be precise, slower than his best time. He's got, I think, just enough time to squeeze another lap in there, James, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. We're 12 minutes in out of a 15-minute session. So if he's doing a 1:35, he could get across the line, and it's whether or not he can get across the line to start the next one. I think he may, Tim. To be honest, if Garrett Lar can get across the get round the track as soon as physically possible without any incidents, it's possible he might get this one and one more. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do and whether or not we're going to have an improvement on there.
Go right on board with Lar right now. So we're down into Gilles Villeneuve, bumping the car across the curbs. As we now head round Terlemenbach. This is my favourite part of the circuit, where he's just waiting up the car, using all of its aero, really plant it in and just manoeuvre around it. And down into the tight hairpin, and it is turn 8. I mean, you were saying earlier, James, about drivers not being able to go too wide, but I'm sure we're bound to see in the first few laps people attempting to go too wide round there. Just got last chicane to go through Jackie Hicks. Can Lar improve? The sprint to the line. He's heading across to the right, left-hand side, right-hand side of the track even. Is it enough to improve? And the answer is no, not again. However, so the Porsche Cups, we'll see they're starting to line up ready for their qualifying session. And I think that is possibly everyone across the line. So I think that is looking like GT4 done. It's wow. I'm not sure whether that is. Yeah, that is everyone.
Okay, guys, don't forget today's race is obviously sponsored by SIM3D, enhancing your sim racing experience. Custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All our products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head over to www.sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. All links can be found in the YouTube description on the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel. Definitely check them out, guys. They're well worth having a look through.
Now, Delta Sport within Porsche Cup, they have a qualifying bank, so we know for definite that they will be starting at the back of the Porsche field. However, I think that there's some really, really interesting drivers within Porsche Cup for me, James. Gavin Halls being one of them. Mark Baxter-Jones, another incredibly quick driver within Porsche Cup. There's so many to...
Yeah, there's so many people to choose from, Tim. I wouldn't like to put, you know, like money on picking a winner because we've had.
Sorry, James.
That's all right. We've had a dreadful time when we've tried to pick winners, Tim.
We have.
And that's why we now just sit on the fence and don't actually pick anybody. We just say the guy at the end will be the guy that wins.
Yes.
But, yeah, because you know the commentator's curse kicks into him, and technically we're not actually behind the wheel, but somehow we have this influence over drivers. So I'm not going to pick a winner, Tim. I don't believe you're probably going to pick one either. So let's just sit back for the next 4 hours and enjoy the racing.
Definitely. Now with the Porsche Cup, obviously. Because they were coming out very close to the GT3s around Zolder, they have got some restrictions on place on them. So they are carrying an extra 50 kilos of ballast, and they have had their power reduced to 95% as well. Now I imagine that's going to change and evolve slightly as the season goes on. As we head to Spa later in the season, that will alter again, as the GT3s are more dominant than the Porsche Cups around there. Now, all of the three categories have only 75, the ability to only fill 75% of their fuel tank. So it's going to be some no true long runs, as it were.
Yeah,
just add to the spice here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing, isn't it? The fuel on it, Tim. I think, you're going 4 hours, and as we've seen in plenty of endurance, you don't want to be splashing and dashing at the end. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the thing. And there's quite a lot of draft around here anyway. So, fuel saving could be paramount. If you can, it's almost worth staying, if you know you're coming into that window, Tim, staying behind the car you're following just to try and see if you can get that jump on them on the next one. Because as much as you can save, the better off you're going to be. So I think it's going to be interesting because you don't want to be splashing and dashing. That just could be the worst thing you could have. You could be in pole, splash and dash, and you could come out 5th or 6th. It's something you don't want to be doing.
You say that, but because we now have the safety car metric to throw in as well, do the drivers risk it? There's so many different metrics within this series that could end up, bringing the race back to drivers who potentially look out of contention, maybe. I just don't know. It's going to be so interesting this season, and we're going to have so many, different outcomes. I'm sure there's going to be, people, winners, losers, and certainly plenty of drama. As Gavin Halls, he's bolted his lap as he's had a off track, I think, so he's going to have to go again. So yeah, sorry, James. It's going to be really, really interesting. Now,
I just think, Tim, we've got the race director, system in place. if we're looking at this as as we see Dominic Forster there taking a little trip through the gravel, a bit unusual.
Oh, James, sorry, cut across you. FTR Esports Black just popping it onto pole there, the fourth car across the line. 2 tenths quicker than Vulcan. There's 11 tenths Racing Team Red just head into third place. But those top 3 guys, just look at that lap. You know, they're 11 tenths in third are 1.5 seconds clear of 4th and 5th place. But there's still plenty of time in qualifying for that to change, and I'm certain it will do.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, as we see Virtual Racing with the red mark against them, which, as we said earlier, means they have got an off track throughout their lap. So that's something that they're going to have to be wary of as we come more into later on into qualifying to try and get them laps quicker. You know, I just think, Tim, with that race director, you know, if we're going to go, we're going down that route of it's becoming really like almost real life experience by the damage model, of course, but it's whether or not the guys are going to have somebody in the background going, right, guys, if we come in now, we're going to save fuel here. You know, almost like that technical engineer, almost pit stop partner that takes it's going to take into consideration the safety car, and that kind of almost makes endurance racing even more exciting because of the fact that they're going to have to rely on people. And I think this is why it's really hard for the guys running solo, because they're not going to have that knowledge. They're not going to have that people. They're going, dude, you can pit now. We can get you out down the road. You're going to save this much. We're going to bring you in. We're going to save this. We haven't got to stop for the last hour of the race, just for instance. You know what I mean? If they fuel save and top up and stuff like that. But, you know, this is turning in with this program. It's going to be turning more and more into real life, Tim. And I think it's going to be really exciting.
There we go. Look, there's lots of purples right now for Shark Esports. Gavin Hall's currently on board for them, as he's just coming around to the last part of the lap now. It's going to be interesting to see how Halls gets on as he comes round Jackie X. He's going to head on that burst. Can he maximise and get the power down? He heads to the right-hand side of the track to line himself up to go again for another lap. What can Halls do? And there you go. There's your answer. Wow, 3 tenths clear at the top. Halls, take a bow. What an absolutely spectacular lap. But there's still plenty of time left in the session. It's going to be tricky. Now, Halls, I know he works for Porsche. He knows that car incredibly well. And it really, really shows. But we've got purple sectors being set by Corforall in FTR Esports Black. Also, Greenleaf are setting purple sectors as well. Can they improve? The answer is yes. Only enough to take them up into second place. Here comes them at FTR Esports Black. Let's see what they can do. Can they improve? Can they take the fight to Shark Esports? As they come across the line. Wow, look at how close that is. 200ths of a second separating first and second place right now. And this fight in Porsche Cup in qualifying is getting incredibly tight. Halls again, he's setting purple sectors and green sectors as well. Let's see how he gets on. He's only got 2 more corners left. He's on the run down to Jackie X right now. It's going to be all about negotiating that as he's getting incredibly close onto the edge of the track there. Almost onto the grass, just avoiding an off track. As he's on the run across the start-finish line. Here comes Halls. Can he improve? And the answer is yes. He goes faster again. But look, it's only absolute fine margins. Only 300ths of a second. And wow. We're only just over halfway through the session, James, and I can feel I'm already starting to lose my voice from the excitement.
I just don't know which way this is going to go, Tim. We've got Benjamin DePert, Richard Corforall, Gavin Halls. They're all in the 130s as we see Benjamin now has come round the last corner. We head down the straight. He's taken a different line. Did he look? No, he's still in third place on a 130. But wow.
Yes, they're all starting to run low on fuel, so they're taking the path of least resistance, the shortest line, by hanging on to there you go, FTR Esports taking pole position by under 500ths of a second. Wow, this is getting really, really tight at the top end, and I can see Halls. He went purple in Sector 1. He's got green in Sector 3. Can he improve for Shark Esports? Can he get that, snatch that pole back off FTR Esports Black? We'll find out very, very shortly. It's just only got not long left to the lap, but how can Forster get on for Vulcan Esports? So Vulcan Sim Racing, currently in 4th place. You would say looking a bit behind, but 6 tenths, that's hardly anything really. As Shark Esports goes faster again, but it's not enough to get pole position back off FTR Esports Black.
0.002 of a second, Tim. 130.01 for FTR Esports Black, and we've got a 130.03 for Shark Esports Gavin Halls. I am not calling this, Tim. You carry on that one.
Well, I don't know how to, James. I think that time difference just speaks volume of how competitive Porsche Cup is going to be this season.
Oh, absolutely. As we see Gavin Halls now, he's currently in 2nd as we go round into Talamabok there and off down that straight. Wow, he's going to be interested to see, Tim. He's got 0.002 of a second to make up. He's heading down into the last corner, turn 8, down through that hairpin and then off to Jackie Hicks, Tim. It's going to be interesting to see with these last 2 corners what he can do.
It is. And if there's anyone who can do this, Halls is the person to get the job done. Just bumping through over the curbs on the entry into Jackie Hicks. It's now the run to the line as he pulls it up and out. I think he must have had an off track somewhere.
No,
he stopped the car.
No, I think he just pulled it, Tim.
And he's got just about enough time for another run. We've got around about just under 5 minutes left. He's on his way out of the pit. But can FTR Esports Black, can they improve? How could Virtual Racing Compound, Red, how can they get on? Can they improve? Currently 1.5 seconds over FTR Esports Black in 6th place. Obviously, the Dow guys, we know about them. On a qualifying ban, so we know they're going to start in 8th place.
It's going to be interesting to see what Chris Roberts does here. We're going into the Jackie Hicks now, and then they're on to the start-finish race. Going to see what Chris Roberts can do to see if he can get one faster than his 1:31. He's got faster. Yeah, his improvement, but he's still in 6th place, Tim.
It's definitely an improvement. Just having a bit of a look now. Who's close to completing their lap? Dan Baffy, 11 Temps Racing Team Red. How can he get on as he comes across the line? Can he improve? 9 Temps clear of pole behind pole at the moment. That's just no for him, but Halls is on his out lap. Only 0.02 of a second separating 1st and 2nd currently in Porsche Cup qualifying. And this is going to come down to the absolute wire. Just watch the Vulcan Simsport Racing Porsche Cup. Currently in 4th. Locked in a battle with Greenleaf Racing, you've got to say. But 11 Temps Racing, they're not far behind them. And it's not enough to improve. Just look at that 0.002 of a second between his personal best and that lap. He's just so close. It is such fine margins here, James. It's crazy.
I think the fact that we've now got the top 5 in 130s, and we're not talking, Tim, let's be realistic. When we're talking about hundreds and tenths, we're not talking miles and meters. We're talking millimeters and centimeters. Do you know what I mean? A brake lift, an accelerator, misplace your accelerator, push off. That's the fine margins we're talking about. We're not talking meters here. And thousands and hundreds, as I say, millimeters, not meters. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the thing. They've only got to get it right for one corner, one lap, Tim, and they could be right up from 5th, right up into 1st place.
So Greenleaf have gone quicker again, as just as 11 tenths do. Dan Baffy are currently on board that machine. But right now, here comes Halls. I don't think Shark Esports are going to improve, but he will be able to get one more lap in just as he comes across the line. Not enough to improve. Greenleaf Racing, they have just come off track slightly, so they won't be improving. And Halls, wow, going absolutely to the ragged edge there as he came round Earthlinks on the exit. That's round turn 3 as we ride on board with Halls. And this is getting really, really tight. And now it's across to Call for. Not much of a lap left for him, James.
No, down into the hairpin section now. We've got purple sector on sector 3. We're going to be running down into the line through that full that left-right kink is not really a lift. It's just literally a full throttle. Breaking down into the chicane section, second, pushing out third, and now it's that run to the line, Tim.
Here we go. Can FTR Esports Black go even faster and crank up on the pressure on Shark Esports? I think the answer to that one is no. It's a slower lap. So their last fastest lap, that still stands. But this is the one we're all looking at, that we're all waiting to see. The only card that can get pole. What can Shark Esports do? Currently 200, so thousandths of a second. So yeah, behind Shark Esports as they come across the line.
Purple sector 4, Tim. He's got it.
There we go. There we go. The first person, the only person in Porsche Cup to break into the 129s, and at the death, Gavin Halls takes it for Shark Esports. And this is ever so close. So, as we've got GT3 just heading out to take to the track for their qualifying session, big shout out to another one of our sponsors for tonight, Go for the Gap. Now, I've got to say, I absolutely fell in love with the artwork on their Etsy page. And to find the absolute very best in F1, motorsport art and graphics, you can head over to their Etsy store. And also, follow on Twitter at GoForTheGapCo. And also, we have got a discount code for them. To get yourself 10% off, we'll drop that into the chat as well for you. And I'll tell you what, James, absolutely spectacular pieces of artwork from them. I know it's the perennial analogy, but it was literally like choosing between the kids in terms of what I would have from there. There's so many spectacular pieces of artwork that Cammy does.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I just like the analogy of choosing between the kids. You know, I find
it's
out
true though. But there we go.
There we go. We're back into the GT3s now, as they were, you know, and we've got obviously three team bans. Unfortunately, on this one, we got TechSense as incorrect number. Servo has also got a ban as well. And Stage 1 Racing Junior, unfortunately, has got a quali ban as well. They've got incorrect race number, and incorrect car, Tim.
Here we go. So just right on board with Raceline Sim Sports. Got Murph currently on board with them. Now, so the GT3 logo, now that's going to be green on these ones. You'll see that. You see the nice banner across the top for them. And then we'll have orange, which will be for the denote the AMs as well. So you'll see that as a regular feature on the cars and also in the time tower as well. So it's going to be really, really tight, I'm sure, within GT3. And I think this could go anyway. Obviously, we've got the 4 different manufacturers. We've got Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes. Sorry, it's 5. I can't even count. I'm not excited about this. Audi and BMW. Got the might of the Germans with all their free marks. So out. And then, of course, we've got the Ferraris as well. This is going to be tight. Can the Italians disrupt it? So here we go. This is going to be the first lap just coming underway. Raceline Sim Sports, they're going to undertake it. And let's see how they get on. Of course, we know they're going to head to the top of the timing sheet. But who can take it to them? Well, there you go. Next Level Racing's coming across the line. 6 tenths behind. As Arctic Racing just pipped them heading up into second. Stage 1 green, they are down in fifth, fourth. This is changing constantly. Here we go as they're all coming out across the line. So Next Level Racing holding on to third, Mad Chili fourth, B-Sim Racing fifth. No Look EM Sports. Oh, wow, there you go. Stage 1 Racing Senior just popping it up into third. FTR Esports slapping themselves and moving themselves up into 7th place. Laps is popping in left, right, and centre right now. We said about Racing Sim Sports being the reigning champions, and at the moment, 11 minutes to go of qualification. We'll be starting race 1 of season 2 from pole. But as we've seen within the Porsche Cup qualifying, it went down to the last lap of qualifying, and I don't doubt, James, that GT3 is going to be any different whatsoever.
No, I think with the different manufacturers we got, Tim, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Ferrari, I think them alone is just going to be, it's going to be interesting racing. It's not a one manufacturer lockout. We've got the Ferrari in there as well. We've got the Audi. It's not going to be one manufacturer's race, and it's going to be interesting to see. We'll get a rough idea by the end of qualifying which cars are likely to be stronger. But anything can happen, Tim, and that's the thing. That's the enjoyment of multi-class.
There we go. So you just see Next Level Racing Blue just popping that one in, and there you go. Within GTE B-Sim Racing going into third, and this is changing and evolving constantly. There you go. Stage 1 Racing Senior, Kevin DeWall sticking it onto the front row of the grid with the Raceline Sim Sports team. And this is just waiting for it to sort of settle down. We've got tyres popping in left, right, and centre. The timing task coming alive right now. As we see the drivers complete laps going faster and faster. Got a few of them heading into the pits to start their second stint. With around about 9 minutes left to go. Prismatic Motorsports A. So this team, they've got a team in AMP and a team in Pro. Let's see how Howe gets on. Can the American improve at all? And the answer is no. They were another messy lap from them. So they'll look to go again and try and improve.
I think it was an off track there, Tim. I think on that one on the way round. I think unfortunately for Emily there, that was just a bit of a scrappy lap. So you have to go again, regroup, and see how they get on the second one.
You see RD Simsport just heading up into 14th. But look how close it is at the top of GT3 right now. The qualifying only 6 thousandths of a second. Sorry, 8 hundredths as well. B-Sim going even quicker again, and so did Arctic. It's getting incredibly close. Under a tenth covering your top 3. Under 2 tenths covering your top 4 right now. Here in GT3. And with them all able to go yet again as 11 temps, Team Racing Black goes up into 9th. You see, all this is going to get potentially a little bit messy. We've got the guys coming out to start their second stint as there's other drivers coming round. It's going to get tricky for them, tripping over it one another. As we head to Stage 1 Racing Green, they're just coming out to complete their lap as they come round the hairpin. And now it's the run through Yock and right, down the straight towards Jackie Hicks, ensuring you get that car settled and turned in. Can Stage 1 Racing, can these guys improve? Sandhausen currently on board of the Porsche 911. Is it enough to improve? The answer's no. But they will go again. And undoubtedly Hausen will be back with a better lap. Here's main for Prismatic Motorsports B. Lovely peak low. They're getting a tow off the car in front of them right now. That's going to help them with their top line speed. Heading down this short run to Jackie X. Can they improve? This is going to be so tight at the front end. But look at how close it is. We've got people on their outlaps right now. Got 6 minutes left, but there we go. Prismatic B, Motorsports B, enough to improve, taking them alongside the sister car of Prismatic Motorsports A. That'd be a good race. I was talking to their team manager earlier, actually, James,
Mm.
and Jess, and she's saying that she's so excited to see how Prismatic Motorsports beat the B team, as it were, that are running within GTM. See how these guys get on, and whether how they can sort of take the fight. As the A team, the sister car, just goes quicker. It's taken them up a place. They're up into 12. They're going to be starting on the same side of the track, but the row in front of the B team. So let's see how Amp gets on for Arctic Racing. Set a purple sector in Sector 2. They're looking on course to improve. But no, it's not enough, just losing it out. Actually, sorry, in the 4th sector there. After setting a purple sector, they were looking really, really strong. It's got a track limit. Can they improve as they come across the line? It's enough to improve their time, but not enough to take them up a place. Got about 5 minutes left, James. And I think the success story's got to be B-Sim Racing in Am, but currently starting on the second. Oh, wow, that was mentioned about it earlier, James, didn't you? You know, how that pit exit and around that sort of area being a bit tricky, but B-Sim Racing, that's the end of that lap for them, so they had to throw out the anchors to the Prismatic Motorsport team there.
Yeah, it looked like it was almost like, I don't know what was going on, but it looked like the Prismatic Racing team, I think they were too far back to be heading out the pits, Tim. I think they literally just looked like they slowed up to try and let him pass, and unfortunately slowing up and literally, well, as you saw, nearly coming together. I think that would have been a slow up and head to the left-hand side of the track, but, you know, we can all say what it's like sitting outside in the commentary booth, can't we, Tim?
We can, and I'll tell you, it looks like 11 Tenths Racing, Baxter, let's see how he gets on. We saw a few of the cars just slowing down, getting ready for the hot lap, just trying to get themselves into some fresh air. But I'll tell you what, one interesting one is RPM Racing, their Ferrari, purple in Sector 3. Be interested to see how they can improve. But there's only 4 minutes to go, James, and this is wow. Can we see even tighter margins at the sharp end of the grid?
Well, we've got, to be honest, Tony, we've got 6,000s, 3,000s, 5,000s, 12, you know, 1/10, 1.17. So it's going to be, it's literally less than a second for the whole of the top 8, Tim. You know, I think it's going to be insanely close. Well, down to even 13th is not even a second off pole position. So it's going to be really interesting. 3 minutes left. And I think this is still anybody's pole position, anybody's qualifying, Tim, there.
Well, we saw it in Port Cup just only a few minutes ago. That came down to the absolute last lap for Shark Esports. And Gavin Halls put it on pole. But this is where it's got to really interesting to see how Kevin DeWall for Stage 1 Racing Senior gets on. That's a cracking looking rugby there from the Lone Look EM Sports team. It's coming across the line. Stop there. Flying lap. Can they improve? They're currently in 7th, half the second off the pole time. Current pole sitter, Raceline Sim Sports, the reigning champions. But here comes B-Sim, the AM team, under a 10th, behind pole. Can they improve? The answer is no. They go slower, but Stage 1, how can they get on? They've just have a look. As they head into the pits, and I think they're going to run out of time to get another lap in. As Next Level Racing Blue head up into 4th place. But how can the guys at RPM Racing get on? Can they improve? It's got a stream of cars coming across the line right now. But Mad Chili, they've managed to improve. As RPM Racing, yes, they go faster, taking themselves up into 7th place. You've got times popping in all over the place right now. Raceline Sim Sports there on their outlap. This is gonna I don't think they're going to get a lap away, James. It's only 1 minute 40, which is round about a out lap time. And I'm not sure if they're going to get enough time to improve. But, I mean, just look at, the last lap. Look at that. Absolutely spectacular. Taking them 4 tenths clear of Stage 1 Racing. It's getting so close. Especially that battle. Under a tenth covering 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And even 5th as well. So 4 cars with such fine margins covering them right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Raceline do. He's coming up beaut at the moment. We've only got half of the track left, and we've still got 1:05. So it'd be interesting to see if he can get across the line before the time.
They're going to run out of time, James.
I don't know, Tim. I think it's going to be really close. He hasn't got far to go. That last section isn't long, but it's whether or not he can get across the line before the timer runs out, isn't it? He's coming down into the hairpin now. So it's whether or not it's whether or not he can do it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think. No, I think he's
trying to warm those brakes up, isn't he? There, James, absolutely slamming on the anchors. Just trying to generate as much heat into the brakes. You see the rear brakes glowing red there. Can move for Raceline Sim Sport improve. Let's find out. Under half a second clear of Stage 1 Racing Senior. Here we go, folks. 1 lap left. Can they improve? There's only about 7 cars left on track. There we go. 11 Temps Racing. They've gone quicker. Mark Baxter Jones for them in GT3 AM. 2nd within class right now. Behind B-Sim Racing, who are 4th on the grid. But what can Raceline Sim Sports do as they head down to Klein Chicane? It's hard onto the brakes, bumping the car across the curves, taking absolutely everything. Now down over this little crest of a hill, down to Gilles Villeneuve. It's almost clumsy, it's so slow. Now it's just getting warmer and warmer. It's 11 AM local time, so the track's only going to get hotter from this point forward. But what can they do? Can they improve? They've only got 1 more corner left. The notorious Jackie X. Can they improve?
Oh.
No, they failed on the lap. They weren't really going any quicker. There we go. That's going to settle it. They were the last car. No, I've got Prismatic 8. That is the last car, I think. Here we go. Can they improve? Yes, they can at the depth. Just nabbing 11th place off the Zabi Racing team. And wow, what a brilliant, brilliant drive from them. Just wait for the session to click over and we'll bring you through your official grid.
Yeah, I think that was an absolute epic qualifying there from Daniel Murphy of Raceline Sim Sports. 1:26.93, Tim. As you say, don't know if he really looked to improve on that final lap, but he's got that almost half a second gap to Kevin Dewell. But Tim, this is multi-class. This is 4 hours. I don't know if poles is as important as it would be if we were in a sprint race, to be honest.
No, we've seen it time and time again. It's not the be-all and end-all, but where you start the race is generally where you end up racing. And for them, it's going to be taking that pole position is so important. Obviously, you're going to have a clear track ahead of you as we enter into the battle down to the first corner. We'll just bring you up your grid. Here we go. So Raceline Sim Sport taking the pole with Stage 1 Racing Senior alongside them. Arctic Racing and Next Level Racing Blue on the second row of the grid. Then we've got RPM Racing, FTR Esports grid, No Luck EM Sports, and then Mad Chili on the 4th row. Emily Howe lines up for Prismatic Motorsport A with Calvin Dent from Texan Fitzy Motorsport. Then we've got FTR Esports Black, and then on to the GT AMS. Then we've got B-Sim Racing, 11 Temps Racing Team on the front row for the AMS. Zabi Racing Team, Stage 1 Racing Green, Track Limit Racing, Sunday Drivers, Prismatic Motorsport B. have Equipment Geek Racing alongside the company. Then it's RD Sim Sports. And then on to Shark Esports, FTR Esports Black, Greenleaf Racing Red, Lemtex Racing Red, Vulcan Sim Racing, then Virtual Racing Compound in 6th, Craig Thompson for Virtual Racing Compound Blue, Delta Sport in 8th. Then we've got the GT4s, JD Sim Racing with Big PPNRG alongside the company, Back Market Racing Blue, D-Line Racing Red on the second row of GT4, FTR Esports White, and then Tool Team 6. And that is your grid. So they're all just lining up now behind the safety car. And we'll get ready. I'm just heading around for the formation lap before we get underway with the 4 hours of Zolder of the GT Series presented by FTR Esports. Wow.
This is going to be the exciting one, Tim. The pace lap round at the moment. As you say, it's going to feel like an absolute age for some of these drivers. And, you know, they're going to be sitting there, and any first time racers are going to be a little bit nervous on the outlap, and they're going to have to settle down because it's not going to be long, is it? And then we're going to be green. And then that's it then. The nerves have got to end. Everybody's got to go. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the next 4 hours works out for us.
There's going to be drama. There is going to be moments of excitement, moments of pure joy for the drivers, and frustration as well. But I think just looking across the chat, Death's Hourglass, this broadcast has saved me from having to watch Minecraft. Well, I good to know that we are here to save you at Tilt Sim Sports. And Alan Roth saying go FTR. Paul L, go Team RPM Racing. Great to hear from you all in chat as the race goes on. And we're taking your comments, and always good to hear from you. Who you're cheering on, you're keeping an eye on. There's not too much longer to go right now. The kart driver's just completed over half a lap completed. So we've had No Look EM Sport have headed to the pit lane, and so have FTR Esports Black, both within GT. And that's going to prove a tricky afternoon, especially, James, where you were saying about that pit exit and merging it onto the racing line, and then they've got to try and come through the field as well. It could be a tricky afternoon ahead for those guys.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fact that they've dropped to the pits is going to put them at the back. But, Tim, 4 hours, that's all I can really go with in endurance. We've got 4 hours. Anything can happen. These guys at the front here, Raceline Stage 1 Arctic, can go into the first corner, have a collision, and next you know, the guys at the back are just coming through. There's so much that can happen. I wouldn't worry so much about them, but it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Safety car is in, and we get ready to go racing for the 4 hours of Zolder. The 2 Porsches on the front row head off as we see the Audi there jinxing around. Everyone just trying to fight to get some clearer as we head down to turn 1. But it is the Raceline SimSport team ahead. But here comes Mark Baxter-Jones for 11 Temps Racing. He's going to be on the inside, trying to get the move done. As it looks like all of the GT3s have got away relatively cleanly. And here come the Porsche Cups. Just got a couple on the attack in the background. Volker Sim Racing having to go defensive there. And GT4, they are away with JD Sim Racing clear. And that's the big PPNRG team. They're off the track. They've come off before. That's on the formation lap, and something's happened there. That's got to be a hardware failure, surely, there. Because they've headed to the pits, and I'm not too sure how that all evolved, but here we go. Here comes the Lemtems Racing team. You said, James, about it being tight on the entry there. Could they go too wide? Well, they are. They've got their rival in class, B-Sim Racing, ahead of them, a second up the road. And right now we've got AMS 4th and 5th overall. Really taking it to the pros. Let's see, here we go. With the Texans Fitzy Motorsport Cup. Bit of a bump there. You heard a bit of a collision. So we've got drivers just trying to get through. We're going to have the GT3s at the back. So just trying to pick their way back through. And this is getting really, really close. You should see them all. I think, hold on, James, somewhere we've lost our leader. In all the action, race time simple. He's just currently working his way through the GT4s, but we've lost him somewhere on track. We'll try and bring you back with... He came off track, actually. We'll try and bring you back to what happened with that shortly as things start to settle down. But right now, we're locked into the battle that is currently happening. Over 9th place, we've got Stage 1 Racing Green in the front of this train, then Zabi Racing Team in the blue Ferrari. So, there's the incident. We saw Big PPNRG off and into the barrier. The stewards are currently looking at the incident between them and JD Sim Racing. Wow, James, already action and drama here at Zolder.
Yeah, we've got Daniel Murph down in 26th, Tim.
Yeah, he came off track somewhere, James. He's going to have his work cut out to try and cut his way through the field. And we'll, like you say, once that things have calmed down a little bit, we'll bring you footage of exactly how that unfolded as well with the incident in GT4 that happened as we got off the line. And it's going to be so close.
Tim, wasn't FTR in second? Or
we've just got to hold on, James, 2 seconds. Here we go. Just looking at a replay of track limit racing. It's coming off track limit. Taking a drift through the gravel trap there, and it's a safe rejoin. Just coming through the. Let's have a little look at what happened to the race line. Wow, that's not good. Just lost it. Oh, wow. That was so close. And that is the last thing you want to be, is pointing into a big, long line of traffic and pointing in the wrong direction as the Porsche Cups have to take evasive action to get around the sister GT3 car there. Just see what happened. And they just lost it there. Yes, wow. So it's drama here already. But what it's done, Next Level Racing, Arctic Racing and RPM have managed to get clear at the front. And that Ferrari, the RPM, is looking incredibly racing. Currently.
That was, to be fair, the start was a bit, it wasn't as chaotic as I think as expected, Tim. Yes, Daniel Murphy unfortunately spun all on his own. That second gear, just full throttle hitting the curb and off he goes. But, relatively, for the amount of cars on the circuit, we've got 36 cars across 4 different classes, generally with AMs and pros. It's not been too bad. It's not been too bad, Tim. Not at all.
No,
so,
B-Sim, they were holding the fastest lap of the race, but they're the AMP team of all the teams. But just looking down race line, Sim Sports says that Daniel Murphy comes back through the field, setting fastest laps. He's up to the tail end of Porsche Cup, and likewise, this is the No Luck EM Sports team being dragged along by race line as they try and clear all through the Porsche Cups that are ahead of them right now. And this is going to be tricky for them. They're going to be locked in their own battle. Of course, they're not going to have blue flags to aid them getting through them. It's got to use the pure power and the grunt of the GT3s to get through past these guys. This is where it's going to start to get tricky for them, James, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem is, Tim, they can clear these guys, but when you go up to the further up the road, you're sitting with Kevin DeWow and David Van Slambrook from Stage 1 Racing Junior, Senior, respectively, in front of the GT4, so you can clear them, as Daniel Murphy is doing so, quite amicably. But once he gets to the tail end of some of the harder drivers, you know, the quicker individuals in cars, it's going to be more difficult for him to take them, which leaves more risk, and it's one of them risk and rewards there, Tim, isn't it?
Oh, it is massively, absolutely massively. And I mean, do you gamble on the potential of having a safety car? You know, someone pitting early and just trying to pick up a few places that way. As we here we go. We've got this Porsche Cup. That's the race by SimSport machine ahead of them. I mean, oh wow, it's getting incredibly close between Sunday drivers there and the Zabi team. No, sorry, it's the Tex. Sorry, it's the Tex Fitzy team. Sorry, as the Sunday drivers mech just bounding across the curbs there at the Klein chicane. Yes, I get her. Yes, the thing is though, James, it's so tricky with that corner because how much curb do you take? As we just look at the battle for P2 between Arctic and RPM. Arctic going incredibly defensive there.
I think he had to into that chicane, Tim. As you say, it would have been literally insane for Nathan Richardson from RPM to try that outside line going around that chicane. He's done it again here. He's kind of left the door a little bit though. He's a bit in no man's land there, Tim. He didn't really defend, didn't really take his line. So I guess Nathan Richardson didn't really know what quite was going to happen with him. But I think, Tim, this isn't going to be long before this Nathan Richardson pass has taken place.
It is, as you see, just already starting to come around on the tail end of GT4. So already, due to the short nature, you can see the track map up on the top right-hand corner of your screen right now. You can see how tricky it's going to be as they just come through. And wow, this is a nightmare as a GT4. You're getting swarmed by the GT3s right now. All trying to, locked in their own battles, trying to get past you on the run down. It's Klein chicane now. Are you saying about Arctic, James? They seem to be positioning the car more in the central just to make the RPM Racing Ferrari think about it and not know whether to take either the inside or the outside line because you've not committed one way.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. He's given Nathan something to think about because if he's not really taking a position, you can't really read him from lap to lap. So he's going to be sat there. As you can see, he's taking a more natural line now going into the hairpin. But if you watch him on certain part of the corner as it come down here, maybe into Arctic Racing, what he did last time was positioned himself in a position where he wasn't really committed to either line. He's a lot more clearer now, and hopefully he'll settle down. But Nathan has definitely got something to think about. He can't make the move because you just don't know what that trust issue is going to be with a guy in front. You know, we've got Daniel Murph has moved up to the back now, Tim. He's on the back end of these GT3s. He's coming up into Craig from Track Limit Racing. So it'd be interesting to see now if he can still make the same progress that he is done through the GT4s. This is going to be where for Daniel Murph, this is where it's going to get tricky.
It is, but how incredibly quickly he's managed to clear all of those Porsche Cups. The No Luck EM Sports, just No Luck by name. Paul Van Loon currently on board the BMW right now and not having the same success that Raceline Sim Sports were in just clearing that field that you saw earlier, just having a little bit of a touch and getting a bit up close and personal with the gearbox of the car in front as well. This is getting tight between the guys up into the battle for 6th place in class. And it's getting so tight right now. All starting to swarm all over each other.
As they come down into the hairpin, we'll just watch this one out. There you go. That's that outside line. So tricky if you end up out there as Nathan takes the line. But Arctic Racing, yeah, see, there's that line from Nathan again. It's not really committal to either.
Oh, here we go, James. Here we go. That's a send down into Jackie X. But look, Arctic have got the move done. Somehow they both emerge out through the other side and clear. And wow, what a move that was. Absolutely stupendous. And here we go. RPM are going to look to go around the outside. It's just getting incredibly close between these two as they're going to come side by side into turn 2, and they're not leaving each other alone right now. But look, B-Sim Racing is backed them up into them. Here comes their Porsche. Can they nick a place at all? As they're now going to head out onto the straight down to the Klein chicane. We've got second, third, fourth, fifth overall. Absolutely all over each other right now. And this is going to be close.
Yeah, it definitely is. But while we've got a short break, guys, don't forget today's event is sponsored by SIM3D, enhancing your sim racing experience. Custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All our products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head to www.sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. All links can be found in the description of the YouTube channel of Total Sim Sport, guys. But definitely check them out. Tim, back to you.
Wow. Here we go. Just it's so tight right now for the battle from second place overall. Oh, no, there's a spin! RPM, they've come off track. They've come off track, and was that a nudge at all, or did they lose that by themselves? I think that was by themselves for Richardson there.
I think it was grass. Look, grass.
Yeah, it was. You cool right there, James.
Grass on the right-hand side.
Sent the car round and into the travel trap, and they've demoted themselves all the way from second, and they've dropping right down. They're currently down in 11th place overall. That's cost them so dearly.
Just goes to show, Tim, that philosophy that we've had is that the grass in sim racing is not grass, it's ice. And as soon as you hit it, it's a one-way ticket, especially under braking, trying to stop them cars, Tim. And literally, that's definitely showed there, definitely.
I've got to say, James, just keeping one on tech sense there. Oh, wow. They had a qualification ban. They're currently up to 10th overall, 6th in class right now. Let's just look a little bit further down the field between the battle right now between these two. We've got the BMW of RD Sim Sports. Ahead of them is the Equipment Geek Racing Porsche, both in GT3 AM. There's Sutherland just seems to drop a little bit back, but maybe this is where he's looking to get the run. And wow, what he does is there's a tap of the Porsche in front of him as that sent them off. Then they've managed to get the way through. Just using a bit of brute force there to force their way through there. And that's gonna, wow, that's getting so close, but talking of getting close. We've got Vulcan Sim Racing, 11 tenths racing in Porsche Cup. Only 6 tenths to a second separating these two right now, but this is where the action is right now. Up in GTE3. Getting ever so tight. You see just how much those rear brakes are glowing on that Porsche 911 right now.
No, we're now in that stage, Tim, where we've got that interesting mix of cars. We've got GT3 coming round to P-Cups. And that's going to be, incredibly interesting to see how they negotiate these. Because, as you say, they've got to do it cleanly and they've got to do it carefully and pick your places. And if they don't get it right, it could be game over for the next 5, 6, 7, up to 20 minutes, Tim, depending on what their damage could be. And, they have got one fast repair, but are they going to want to take it with 3 hours and 45 minutes to go?
Wow.
It's hit and miss, isn't it?
Well, in some ways, can you believe we've already covered 15 minutes? But in equal terms, it's so much of the race to go. There's so much race line sim sports they've got. Serum, iRacing teams, Ferrari ahead of them. And I think it's only time we've seen the way that Raceline Sim Sports have cut through the pack like a hot butter through knife. So the hot butter as well. Wow, I'm getting my words completely mixed up there. That'd be quite an interesting competition. But let's head as FTR Esports. That's for a pass. They've got it past the 11th racing team Porsche. Let's see how Chevalier got it done, jinxing right and then left on the run, down to Erst, turn 1, up the inside, just covering off the apex there, and the inside line into turn 2 to keep hold of that place for FDR Esports Red.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's a big move for them at the moment. They're third in class, 4th overall. So it's going to be interesting to see as we jump back on board with the GT4s of Kevin Tavares, P-Cups of Kevin Tavares, sorry. Tim, is going to be really interesting now because everybody's kind of 15 minutes. I'm not going to say they're into the rhythm because, as you know, starts are chaotic in multi-class. They can run for 20 minutes before everything settles down. But
Well,
It's
we've seen it
starting to
before.
take
They can
place.
run for 3 hours before it even calms down.
Exactly, and as we saw in the last one, Tim, 20 minutes from the end, it still hadn't calmed down, had it?
Well, exactly, and here we go. It goes down to the wire as we've got Porsche Cup versus Porsche Cup right now. Delta versus FTR Esports Black. They come across the top of the hill, head down to Shield Villeneuve. Hard onto the brakes. Got Delta in front of FTR Esports Black. Can they get FTR? Can they get the run out on the run down to the hairpin? But I think worth mentioning, James, Shark Esports, Gavin Hall, he's catching up slowly onto the back of the GT3s. But look, he's under attack. There's a no lucky sports machine behind them. That's obviously Paul Van Loon just coming back through the field. And yeah, it's just one left to go. But wow, Shark Esports are making it difficult for them.
No, they're literally on the same pace of car at the moment, Tim. You know, they're doing that relatively not far off each other lap times, but I can guarantee that Paul Van Loon is going to be sitting there thinking, I need to get past. Like, there he goes up the side of 2 and going down into 3 and 4. He's got the move done, and it really... that was a very sideways Ferrari.
Wow, it was the Zabi Racing Team machine there. Wow, look at this. We ride on board with them right now, heading down towards the chicane. There's a move happening in front. We've got moves happening all over the place right now. As we've got Murph just coming back through, and this is wow, we've said about it getting tight as the run down to Jackie X as they clear one of the GT4s there. As though they've lost it. Henson, please don't collect anyone. This is going to be so tight. No, they've managed to avoid everyone there somehow. Wow, that was so close. As we see just through a wider angle, it's the D-Line Racing Machine. Hold tight, everyone. Take a deep breath, and well held from Trevor Anderson there, because that could have been disaster there for some of the GT3s.
Well, I think to be honest, I think that was a Code Brown there. So that looked very scary from his part. And I think, to be honest, I think he would have been holding on and literally thinking, I've got to stop this car, because that could have ended up in disaster.
Here comes Texent in the BMW. Just getting past the Ferrari of Zabi Racing Team. And Calvin Dent is now clear. He's going to have 1.6 seconds to make up of the Stage 1 racing machine that is ahead of them. See strong performances from them, from Dent. He's got another overtake. This is happening down in 15th and 16th overall. The Stage 1 Racing Junior machine, the blue Porsche 911, the Equipment Geek Racing machine behind them.
This has just been one of them starts, Tim. I think that, you know, they've all managed now to sort of get relatively settled. This is where we should now start seeing the main protagonist almost making their moves through. You know, we're 20 minutes in, we've got 3 hours 40 to go. So it's going to be interesting to see what leaders of each class can do now, and whether or not they can get them gaps that might eventually give them a free pit stop, Tim, as the time goes on.
Well, we just don't know. Can it? That's incredibly close from Dent there. That's the leader of GT4 there. Mochek for JD Sim Racing. Getting absolutely... Wow, he's got GT3s, excuse me, all over him. As Dent was just trying to make up a bit of time for the Texent BMW. Wow, look how quickly he's caught up onto the back of the Stage 1 Racing green Porsche. It's getting incredibly close, but JD Sim Racing 2.5 seconds clear of Backmarker Racing Blue in second place in GT4. I mean, we've hardly mentioned him, you know, 20 minutes into the race, just because it's been so dominant. You know, look at the big gaps that they're pulling in GT4. Really clearing through the field.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, he's done really well there to get that gap that he has got already. You know, with the amount of cars
that Dabi just losing another place. That's the RPM machine recovering after that spin we saw. It's the curve, well, the corner we're just heaving up to. Wow, as they both head to the inside, trying to cover each other off. It's like a game of chess in some ways, just trying to cover each other off right now. Just not trying to let the other one get an advantage, but here comes Dent for TechSense, and he's absolutely all over the back of Stage 1 Racing Green. Can he get the move done? I mean, right now, Halston, the Stage 1 Racing Green, is making that Porsche 911 GT3 about as wide as possible, but here comes Dent to the inside. Oh, that was almost a touch there by the looks of things, but somehow TechSense have managed to get it through, but now they've got to cover off down into clean chicane, and that is it. That's the move done, surely, James.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely amazing by Calvin. He took that line into two, Tim, that he got the better acceleration that we mentioned at the beginning of the show. If you can get that better acceleration out, you can get the car in front going into Klein there. You know, he's only 0.7, was he 0.7 back, I think it is, or just, you know, time-wise. So he's going to now push on, and he's looking at Calvin Dent, looking at Morgan Driscoll in front of him. You know, he's going to be on his, trying to get on his bike as much as he possibly can now and get as much clear air from behind and trying to catch up to the cars in front.
Right on board with the virtual racing compound. Blue team in Porsche Cup. So they've got a solo driver as this team. It's going to be a long afternoon for Craig Thompson, the Brit. Currently in 29th overall. But look, that's just coming past the big PPNRG team. They've got another driver who is trying to complete the race by themselves, and wow, what a mission! It's a tough a long old afternoon, James.
Oh, 4 hours, Tim. Come on, we've sat in our rigs for like hour and a half, 3 hours. You know, when you're doing endurance, but like in racing. But I haven't gone to 4 hours, Tim, and you know, I think it's going to be interesting to see when you look at. You know, when you first start trying to hold your bladder in rookie Mazda for 12 minutes, it's complicated enough as it is, Tim. But for 4 hours, oh, I hope he's well stocked there with drinks and food next to him, because I would definitely need it on that one.
Definitely, it's all about stomach strategy as much as it is pit strategy for them today.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, look at this battle we've got going on the screen right now. As we head up to even more tantalising battle. Here comes the RPM Ferrari. Stage 1 Racing Green. You can see where TechSense, there's the BMW that's just coming into your shot right now at the bottom of the screen. Just struggling to stay onto the back of them. And Stage 1, I can almost, it feels like it's only time before RPM gets past Stage 1 Racing Green, James.
Yeah, but I'm worried about the damage that Nathan's carrying there, whether or not that's doing an overall effect on his car.
James, here comes Wall, and this is, well, almost having his front nose taken off by a lone Mercedes of Sunday drivers in the GC3 category. And talking of, you know, overtakes that seem looming, that seem like they're just about to happen. This feels like it's another one here.
Yeah, they're very close together at the moment with 0.23 and heading down. It looks like it's not going to be long before Kevin decides that he's got to make the move. And there you go.
Here he goes. Down his close chicane. Oh, well, almost drifting it in there. Already a scuffed rear right of that Porsche 911 and nearly having a bit of a rub up against the Mercedes. And the thing, they've both taken an off track just to get round that safely once somehow. They kept the Wall on the attack for Stage 1 Racing Senior, just trying to clamber his way back up through the field. But James, hats got to go to this driver right now. B-Sim Racing, the AM driver in 3rd overall.
Yeah, I think Loic's done absolutely incredible as well with what he's done in that Porsche at the moment. You know, we're only at a 2.5 back from 2nd place. You know, he's managing his traffic well. He's getting through them where he needs to get through them. As you can see him here, taking another one into turn 2/3. So that's another one done, and it hasn't really costed time. But we have got Ryan Chevalier from FTR Esports Red. He's climbing all over the back of us. So I think Loic's really going to have to calm down and sort of try and settle in. He knows in a relative picture, Tim, he's probably out of his racing place, isn't he? You know, you wouldn't expect him up to be third in class, but he's there on merit, and he's now going to have to earn it, because these guys behind him, Ryan Chevalier, Mark Baxter-Jones, and a massive shout out to Prismatic A, none of them are slow. So he's really got to be looking at what, you know, keeping his concentration and going for it.
Now, there's been an incident. It's Paul Van Loon. He's headed to the pits. The No Luck EM sports car. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
That's got to be counted. That was Eduardo Gil for FTR Esports Black. And so I'd say the pits there and just take a very early pit stop. But wow, breathe in, everyone, as that got incredibly close there and averted what could have been a much larger incident. But I'm sure the stewards will probably be looking at that one.
Tim, that's exactly what we were talking about with that pit lane entry.
Yeah.
That was so indecisive that I don't know if Paul Van Loon knew what was going to happen with that car in front. I don't know if he had a clue, and that's where he's got put into that situation.
I'm not sure he was even, it was his intention to head to the pits, and it was just one of those, well, I've had to take evasive action, and I may as well take a very early pit stop, top up the car with some fuel. Obviously, the car, you know, the track temperature is only going to get warmer. We're 20 minutes to midday right now, local time at Zolder, and that track is only going to get hotter. But got a nice bit of action unfolding here down in Porsche Cup. It's Vulcan Sim Racing versus 11 Temps Racing Team Red. And these guys, they've been pretty close all race so far. The question is, does Dan Baffy of 11 Temps have an answer for that Vulcan Sim Racing machine?
Well, he was not. There were relatively same times on the last lap, so there's not been a massive difference. You know, it's one of them situations. It seems to be getting close on sort of turn 1, 2, and 3, but then kind of can't really make the moves going out of 3 to 4 to 5 into the chicane, which is what we expected and what we said earlier on. That run out is very important as we go round the right-hander. This is where he's got to be. He's got to get that battle run. And I don't think it's going to be long before the move's done, but Dan Baffy has really got to be looking at trying to pick his place now.
Yes, it's getting so close for these guys. No, I believe we've had a warning for just trying. It was number 148 Track Limit Racing, and that is for avoidable contact. And amazingly, James, despite all the action and a bit of chaos and drama, we've had no safety cars to speak yet. So it just goes to show, you know, despite the treacheries of multi-class racing campering.
Yeah,
have I just cursed it? It's gonna. I hope not. For any drivers potentially involved, as the curse of the commentator about to strike.
Well, let's hope not. But we got 3 hours 30 minutes, Tim. You know, we've had nothing at the moment. You know, we jumped aboard Nathan Richardson. If we look at the front of Nathan's car, his left wheel was severely sticking out of his car there. He's got some damage to his arches there as he goes across around the hairpin. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects him. It doesn't look like it's majorly affected him. He's on the pace. He's quicker than Stage 1 Racing Green in front. Quicker than the car behind.
Oh, no! No, that's a big incident from Zabby there. It looked like the Porsche Cup just distracted him under braking. And he's lost the rear end there. Maybe did he get it onto the grass there, James? Let's take a look at what happened. This is a run down to Jackie Hicks. There you go. We've seen that. Is that 3 times? And that was, wow, how close was that to a major incident?
Yeah, I think that could have been a lot worse. And we've seen them so many times, Tim. The problem is once that car spins, you've got no control over it. You know, we're going to look here and see how close he was. Like, spun, goes,
wow! What a corner angle of sorry, camera angle. On the back corner of the Ferrari there, and we were talking about incidents earlier on, and so Michaela saying in the chat, as ridiculous as it sounds, last season most of the safety cars came at the wide open tracks. Every time they headed to the tighter tracks like Zolder, for instance, the field kept things relatively clean. Now, also Martin James is saying, going back marker racing. And Paul Al saying about a great move for Nathan. So just right on board with the race line. Sim Sports machine. Oh, getting onto the grass there in the Porsche.
Daniel Mouse at the moment is on a 127.45. He's the only driver in the race that's done below a 128, Tim, as well. So that's he's really on the move at the moment.
Bryce's considerable margin as well there, James. You know, it's 127.4. Now, just having a quick... Next fastest is FTR Esports with a 128.2. So that is what? Some 8/10 of a second clear of the next fastest car. Wow, it absolute. I mean, I know that Raceline SimSport has got a bit lucky and it has some clear air with traffic as they just come round. Number 360. Well, Team 6.
That's Calvin Denton next to him, isn't it?
It is. Oh, just out braked himself. Did Mad Chili Racing's Morgan Driscoll there. Clearly bent, applying the pressure. But right now, Helson, third in GT3 AM, has got the RPM Racing Ferrari tucked up under his rear ring and applying the pressure.
Yeah, that damage don't really be...
Here we go. James, you said they couldn't go side by side through here. You've been proved wrong. But look at the drive that the Porsche's got off there. And RPM have no answer for it, but they're going to tuck something inside. No, they're not. They're trying to set up the move, and wow, slotted it up the inside there and somehow avoided contact. Wow. Let's check out how that unfolded on the run down to Jackie X. Let's see. Somehow, Driscoll just left the gap there. He backed out of it. Knowing obviously, two different categories, that's got to be the reason surely for it, James.
No, I wonder if he's put him like almost psychologically through him that he was going to make the move, and Kevin's looked up and sort of gone, "Oh my God, he's coming up the inside," and he never actually went there. And Kevin's left the door open, and then Nathan took it anyway. I wonder if it was a little bit of psycho games on that one there for poor old Kevin.
Oh no, so he's lost a fair old chunk of places. Something's happened to Howson because he's lost 2 further places out of that incident. So he's obviously the RPM got past him, and then so did the Stage 1 Racing Senior machine and the Raceline SimSport machine as well. So head across, I think maybe just letting the sister Stage 1 Racing machine through, but in doing so also let the Raceline SimSports Porsche through. But they are obviously in different categories. The cars we've got past them are in GT3 Pro. Obviously, Stage 1 Racing Green are GT3 AM. But look at this from the Texans BMW. Up 12 places, Jane. Started at the back of the grid in GT3. And Dent has just clawed his way through.
Yeah, and he's quicker than the guys in front as well for 128.37. He's done really well because obviously these guys got their quali band, so it's really even more interesting to see that the fact that he is up 12, he is battling through. You know, absolutely amazing drive by Calvin Dent there. It kept it fairly clean. Obviously, anything with multi-class, if you can get through without actually damaging people, is ideal. You can get fairly clean. So he's kept it clean all the way through, and he's getting the rewards now with being 5th in Class 7 overall, Tim.
And this is the battle we've come to see. Not where we expect to see them within the field, but Stage 1 Racing Senior versus Raceline SimSports. Porsche versus Porsche. Just ahead of them. It's the RPM Racing Ferrari. They're on a bit of a recovery drive as well. So RPM are down 3 places from when they started. Stage 1 are down 8. Raceline SimSports, they're down 10. Possibly you see those guys picking the way through the field together, but there goes Dent going for another move. That's over the Prismatic Motorsports BMW.
And just seems him on that one.
Yeah, just BMW's just working together and clearing, knowing where your races are. factor, how letting it through
Tim,
there.
I think that benefits Emily in the prismatic car, because if you know that your spotter is telling you that Calvin is quicker, I would let him pass as well and see if I can follow his line and see if I can pick up what he's doing, because obviously he's quicker than you. He's taking you, so follow him. You know, give him, see what you're doing wrong throughout the 3 hours. You've got 3 hours to correct it. There's no reason why the prismatic car wouldn't follow him and to try and make up time with him. Because if Calvin's quicker and you're following his line and is where he's braking, you're going to make up time eventually anyway.
James, that is logic, and we know that logic doesn't always work with racing drivers. You know, we've seen that, you know, probably shouldn't go for a move and then somehow they do. As we're just watching these guys clear through, past another GC4, I think that's a JD Sim Racing machine there. And it's getting, wow, they just, everything seems to settle down a little bit between these guys right now. And no one making any moves.
Yeah, we've got little pockets. It's the same thing. We've got little pockets across the track map there, as you can see. You've got certain drivers obviously going around on their own. What's light been up to?
So B-Sim have pitted, James. Let's just take a look. That is intentional. There we go. There's no mistake been made there. To be fair, we are starting to come into pit window territory for these cars. And that is from the leader of GT3 AM.
Is that a little bit early, Tim? 37 minutes?
Yeah, it is a little bit on the early side. But they have got 75% fuel tanks. So, you know, it's well worth remembering. There we go. We see just heading through. Oh, the Dan Baffy just taking to a bit of the scenic route through the gravel trap there. But yeah, they've had a driver swap, and just trying to see who's got in the car for them. Yeah, Van Aken's got in the car for them.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You know, they've got in, they've driver swapped as well, but to say, it still seems a little bit early. But you know, just see how they get on now, Tim. See what sort of stint they're going to do on the next one, and see how they go with it. 3 hours 21 remaining. They've got a chance to pull out. They'll unfortunately come out probably behind into the Porsche Cup traffic. So it's going to be an interesting battle for them guys, I think, now.
Yeah, we've seen earlier on where it was the No Luck EM Sports machine really, you know, struggled to spend some raw pace of the Shark Esports Porsche Cup. And yeah, they're going to come, you know, well behind. They've got about 4 Porsche Cups to clear with sort of 40 minutes gone. It's probably a good time to bring you through the standings as things have just slightly cut down on them. However, maybe not, as here come Raceline Sim Sports looking closer than ever over Stage 1 racing sooner. Now, just mention the guys that thank you to Go for the Gap for sponsoring, being one of the sponsors of the race, where you can find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics. You can head over to their Etsy store, and also you can use their discount code, which we will drop into the chat for you. And also you can head over to them on Twitter at GoForTheGapCo.
Yeah, they can use code 10 Total Sim Sport, Tim.
There we go.
There you go.
We'll drop that into the chat for you at a moment. But yeah, wow, this is getting closer and closer, lap by lap, isn't it, James?
Yeah, with Daniel Murph making his moves, as we know he has been doing all the way through. We've got that Porsche. Oh no, Kevin, settle.
It's getting close here.
That's Pat Marker raced in there as well in the Porsche. He's got to kind of move it, because you are, you know, that was a big. Kevin, if it went up the inside, that was going to end in disaster. So he made the right choice to back out, but unfortunately, it just brings Daniel closer, and that's the problem they've got. You know, he's got the Nathan Richardson in front. As you see, Nathan's car with that damage on the left front there. He's going to be wanting to try and clear him as much as possible, Tim. And you know, these guys have really got to be careful. We've still got 3 hours 20 minutes to go, and you are coming into the faster drivers.
You are, and it's just having a bit of a look at it. Still a bit of GC3, still a bit of a way off clearing through some of the Porsche Cups, but especially the pace we've seen from Shark Esports. They've currently got actually only the second fastest lap within Porsche Cup right now. But this is the beauty of multi-class racing. You've got GT3, GT4 and Porsche Cup all side by side, heading down to Gilles Villeneuve chicane as well. They're going to go side by side through it, and this is getting really, really close. That's the Porsche Cup. It's not moving out of the way, but it's just the close pace of the Cup car versus the GT3s. But this is playing into Raceline Sim Sports' hand as just trying to slot through past the GT4 there. That's the 376 machine of JD Sim Racing. And there's, oh, James, there's been an accident somewhere in P2 overall. We'll see if we can bring you what's happened. Here we go.
Parfitt racing.
Now, they're heading through down into the pits. Is there maybe? No. I think it's just maybe Martin has crashed when they've gone into the pits there, because you see Dan Baffy in the background heading to the pits as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, well, we had a bit of an incident, but turns out not.
Yeah, Chris Roberts is he's still there, isn't he? It's somewhat the on the speed side, he's still there, but making his presence known. And Daniel Murphy he's lost 3 seconds over Nathan Richardson just because of that one car, technically, Tim, and he's now got to get on his boots again and try and get back up to him.
Yeah, but then this is the beauty, the magic of sim racing, that the dilemma that it plays in, especially when you've got more closer categories, as you see on the timing tower right now. The pit window has well and truly opened.
I think they've all taken it. I think they've all taken it, Tim. That was absolutely good. I think there was about 5 or 6 cars in the pits at the moment, so the pit exit is going to be very busy as we go down. They're all heading out of the pits now, so it's going to be very interesting to see. Hopefully they can make it all out of that.
We've got second and third in, and fourth, so FTR Esports, Texcent, Prismatic, RPM, Raceline, they're all heading to the pits. However, the Audi of Next Level Racing Brew, that is staying out. That is keeping going. They're looking strong at the sharp end of GT3 right now. You can see they're clear. They're going to come out with a good portion, but interesting one. Shark Esports and also Delta Sport in Porsche Cup, they've picked up a few places from that. The Porsche Cup's aimed to run a little bit longer, but it's going to get tricky for the GT3s, because they're going to come up and not have blue flags to aid them getting past those Porsche Cups.
We've got 8 cars in the pits, Tim. 8 cars currently. That's going to bring them out, coming out to 10th, 11th, 12th. It's going to be a bit of a manic exit. And as you see the Audi there of Next Level Racing, they have it, but they're in now. So these guys have got to get out. Ryan Chevalier from FTR is out. Arctic Racing is out as well.
Now, James, just looking at that, there's roughly about a 1 minute 13 gap. Now, the pit lane transit time, including stopping for the GT3s, is looking roughly about 1 minute and 9 seconds. So based on that does look like Next Level Racing Blues Audi will come back out into the lead, but we'll keep one eye on that one as we just watched the Johnny Elia in the 1110 racing machine. They've had a driver's swap and they're still leading GT3 and that is the Prismatics Motorsport machine ahead of them, but I can see that the Next Level Racing Blue, they are still in the pit. FTR, they are coming round, but looking at the time, I think they're still going to retain that lead at the front of the field.
Yeah, they seem to have they've got the gap, but he needs to get out soon, because these guys are coming down to the chicane, and it's only about 20 odd seconds, if that, down
the exit, James.
He's on the exit now, but I think he's got it clear, Tim, and done.
It's not by much, James. It's only about. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. You're looking at under a second, I think.
Yeah.
It's a gap. You see, FTR Esports Reg is coming around turn 1. Oh no, sorry, it's bigger.
It's Fairplay, yeah, he's 11 seconds, Tim. He managed to get out. It's 11 seconds he cleared the car. So, 26 seconds time and pit stop of 19 with Ryan Chevalier on a 32 seconds. So he's done a much shorter stop there, Tim, to keep that gap.
But obviously, when the Audi was able to run 2 laps longer than some of the competitors, that's probably what's allowed them to able to fuel shorter and retain the lead up at the front of GT3 Pro. But right now, I tell you what's interesting is the Porsche Cups, because Shark Esports and Delta, they're keeping along with one another, but they have got Stage 1 Racing Cena. They're closing down, and but how long can they stay in front of Gavin Halls?
I think we've got Chris Rowlands with an interview coming up as well from Eric Molinetti. So let's bring him in and see how's it going from Texans Racing. Chris.
Hello. We're doing well. You know, we got a little. We're clearly unprepared. The title sponsorship doesn't have our livery loaded, but it's okay. We also entered with the wrong car number, so we had to start in the back. So P15 to P4. We can't be mad at that.
No, it's been a pretty solid start. It's been pretty clean as well. I think we've seen Daniel Muth Raceline coming through pretty cleanly, but we can't forget Calvin's done an equally good job, I think, so far.
Yeah, we've got a couple incident points on us, but I think Calvin's finding his groove right now and turning some nice quick laps, and looking forward to continually moving up the leaderboard.
And it looks like he's got a little bit more space on the track at the moment. How are you finding the traffic so far?
Traffic's been really good so far. I think the 992 Cup car is proving to be a little bit quicker in traffic than we anticipated. So other than that, everyone's been real nice and staying out of our way.
That sounds good. And without wanting you to give away too much of your strategy, when are you planning on getting into the car, Eric?
I should be getting in next.
Excellent. You looking forward to your stint?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have the pace. In testing, we were in the low 28s all the time and 27s at this track temperature, so hoping that we can close that gap.
That's good. And obviously you're in the BMW, you've got a Beamer and you've got a Ferrari and an Audi in front of you. Do you think the different cars within the GTE field is going to make much of a difference, or do you think the balance is pretty similar around this track at the moment?
I think the balance is pretty similar. The Ferrari's able to get the power down really, really well, and the Audi's nimble. But when we were testing the Audi really struggled with the bumps and the curbs here. So got to be careful there in that car, and should allow us to attack in certain parts of the track to give us an advantage.
Well, that's excellent stuff, Eric, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the car a little bit later.
Sounds great, guys. I'll talk to you all later.
Good to hear from guys over at Tech Sense there, and Chris Rowlands just it's them. But, wow, what a drive from them so far. As they mentioned, up 15 places. Absolutely brilliant drive from them. But I tell you what, Raceline, they've just got past Mad Chili. That's for position up into 7th place.
Yeah, these guys can't be mad, Tim. You know, they may have had that quality bad, but look at where they are. They're flying at the moment, and it just goes to show that when we were talking about pole position and where you go out in quality, it's kind of, these guys have thrown it all out the window and it's kind of made it irrelevant, because it just goes to show that in a 4-hour race, you can go from the back to 4th place. Easy.
You can do it. It is possible. We've seen it time and time again, but I tell you what, the interesting thing for me is, there we go, you see the Porsche Cups that are heading in. It's literally, to be fair, it's only the top 2 that are yet to pit. As to say that, there's Shark Esports, they're heading into the pit. And it'd be interesting just to see the Greenleaf Racing Team. They are a little bit farther behind. Obviously, Delta taking to the pits in Porsche Cup the lap before, but there you go. Here comes the Greenleaf Esports Racing Team. So that is now everybody has pitted, and well, roll around the next cycle, hey James, and see how that throws things into the mix. And can we have some, winners and losers out of that? But I mean, you've got to hand it to BSIM. They were definitely a loser out of all that.
They went in incredibly early, and I think we were like 37 minutes. We were a little bit worried for them. They did dive in incredibly early and changed as well, which is unusual.
But so, I mean, it has that early stop I know was a little bit forced for No Luck EM Sport, but they've managed to pick up a few places. They are a bit out of cycle, but you can see them just in the background there, chasing down the BSIM machine.
Yeah,
all it takes, James, is one incident, one safety car, and again, it throws everything up in the air, and that could play where they are out of sync into the No Luck EM Sport machine's hands.
Yeah, Paul Van Loan is going to be interesting. He's had a frustrating stint, to be fair. He's out on his second one now. They'll look at changing drivers over the next one, but it's really hard here, guys, because it's showing that the undercut hasn't worked well for BSIM. They come out, they dropped out of third place, and as you can see at the moment from the timing tower, they're down in 13. But I believe Chris Rowlands has got Jess Martin from Prismatic Racing with him. Chris, over to you.
Oh, we've got Jess Martin, who is team manager for Prismatic Motorsport. So, Jess, it's a pretty good race so far for Emily in the Prismatic Motorsports A. How are you feeling about both your teams?
Feeling absolutely fantastic at the moment. I mean, we've had a few instances in terms of getting out, having a few drivers race. We had a good run in Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. And Emily getting back into the car, she's one of our best drivers without a shadow of a doubt. And she's just remained consistent and clean. And, I'm sitting here watching the live feed for Elise and for Lilac, who will get in the car soon at some point. They're both running incredibly well, considering that this is their first kind of sizable event of any kind for us. So it's been absolutely unreal. Really proud.
It's been good stuff so far. Are you guys finding the traffic all right? Is this so with the sort of new to multi-class and it being GT4 and Porsche Cup as opposed to sort of, I think people think more of prototypes when they think multi-class. How are they finding it with the traffic at the moment so far?
So personally, Emily has been. I just know Emily's great at traffic. I mean, she spent years in the Coke Peak kind of scene and she still has a lot of contacts within that scene, and so she's just so used to dealing with traffic. So she's just been absolutely fantastic. In terms of Emily seems to be handling it. Not Emily. Elise seems to be handling it pretty well. I'm really comfortable, really. They're not finding the traffic too bad, and whenever an incident happens in front of them, they just keep their noses clean and they're just able to preempt. They're playing it safe, but they're doing the right things doing it.
Yeah, I think playing it safe is probably the right thing to do this early into the race. Of course, so it's 4 hours. I know you say Petit Le Mans has been sort of a recent job for you, but in terms of endurance racing, is 4 hours quite a long time for your drivers to be doing? I know obviously they'll be sharing the duties, but is this going to be a new experience for them, the sort of distance and time?
It's definitely for Elise and for Lilac in the B car. Emily, absolutely not. Emily is an absolute road warrior when it comes to running GT racing. So, but definitely the B car is very much a new experience for them.
Oh, good stuff. Do you think so? You're only currently 27 seconds behind Justin, who's in Next Level Racing Blue in the lead. Are you still targeting the win for this race? You think it's still pretty achievable at the moment?
I definitely think it's achievable. At the end of the day, you've got just under 3 hours by the looks of it. So anything can definitely happen. And of all the people I trust to be in the right position, if something is to go wrong, Emily would be the one person I'd have in that position.
That's excellent stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us. Maybe we'll be able to catch up to you a bit later and see how your teams are getting on. And good luck for the rest of the race.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
So as we were just speaking to Jess, the team manager over at Prismatic, we saw on screen as Emily Howe the driver for Prismatic Motorsports there, getting past the 1110's Porsche. But wow, look at how this battle is settling up for 5th overall right now. 4-way battle. And it is so close. But it's playing into Prismatic's hands right now. As they head, just able to get a little bit clear there, James, of the battling pack behind them.
Yeah, these guys are holding each other up, Tim, as well. But it's worth mentioning that with B-Sim, I've just had a steward's announcement. They actually got a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact with Stage 1 Racing Green. So I think that's one of the reasons why their undercut didn't work, because they got that penalty. So anything that they would have gained from it, they lost on the drive-through. So unfortunately for them guys,
if a drive-through though, they would have to take that. They'd have to come through again, because you can't take your pit stop during a drive-through.
No, I wonder if that's the reason why, Tim, we've missed their drive-through, because we had all that chaos.
Maybe it's just not registered within our system. That's
that's what I'm thinking. Is maybe it's not got registered, and that's why they haven't gained as much as we thought they were going to be by taking that early stop. Is the fact that they've driven through, and then why we've had the rush of the pit stops, they've had to do it again, because it was around about 10-15 minutes ago that the announcement got made, which was when the chaos was going on with all the pit stops, Tim. So I think it got missed, but that's why they haven't really made the big gains and sitting down in 19th overall at the moment with Kurt Van Anken.
Right now, wow. Look at how close it's going. So after nearly an hour of racing, and the positions are just about to change as the 1110's machine just losing out to the Porsche of Race Line Sim Sports on their recovery drive. After putting it on pole, they've picked up another place. They're up to 6th. Overall and in class, as we ride on board with Morgan Driscoll from Mad Chili Racing. He's got the best view in the house right now of the action that's unfolding in front of him. For about a second and a half, covering from 5th down to 8th. 4 drivers. At the lead, we've got Prismatic, followed by Raceline. Then it's the AM team of 1110s. Johnny Elia currently on board for them. Then we're Morgan Driscoll for Mad Chili Racing at the back of this tail in the Ferrari. I know that Morgan Driscoll and Johnny Elia have raced quite a bit together. I'd be interested to see how those two get on as they know each other's limitations. We see some proper side-by-side action from these two, but right now, you see just ahead, the Raceline Porsche is really getting away and catching up to the back end of the Prismatic Motorsports BMW that had managed to pull out a little bit of clean air thanks to the battling behind them. Yeah,
I think these guys are obviously, they've seen now. Daniel Murphy's been quick. He took pole. He unfortunately had that spin. So it's interesting to see, but we've got Track Limit Racing there, and by the looks of it, RD Sim Sport. So yeah, I think Track Limit just made the pass on that one there, Tim, as we come down into the chicane. But Daniel Murphy's been quick. He's still in the 127, still the only car that's going to be doing it. Did a 128 last time, which compared to Prismatic Racing 129.1. So I think that move, if I was Prismatic, I would be looking at allowing that through and sitting there. And the same reason that we did earlier. You're quick. I'm going to follow you. Let's pick up, see where we're going, see what we can do with you. Us following you.
Definitely.
But that is me, Tim. I don't know what you do.
We've clicked over the 1 hour completed mark. There are 3 hours left to go. And here's Chris Rowlands with your top of the hour update.
Yes, thanks, Tim. So we'll just sort of go through the action as we've just had in the last hour. So I don't know if you can cast your minds back to an hour ago, because we've had a lot of racing to go on. We had the issues for Big PP Energy just before the start, and it's been sort of plaguing them throughout the race. They've stopped 3 times already. And then, of course, we had Raceline spinning from the lead of the race on lap 2. There was no contact, but Stage 1 Senior had to spin to avoid as well. And we've seen both those teams fighting through the field as we just see Stage 1 going past Prismatic. But yeah, we've had that going through. We've had also the multiple victims coming into the braking zone on the grass on the outside of Jackie Xbox. I think we've had 3, possibly 4 incidents now, but we've been very lucky because all of those drivers who've had those spins, not a single one has collected another driver yet. And of course, we've been speaking as well to a couple of the teams. So you've seen as well, we've had Calvin Dent of Tech Dents. They've been fighting through. They're up to 3rd at the moment. And then we were talking as well to it was Prismatic, and Emily Howe is now down in 9th, but they've still gained a few places. And we'll just quickly run you through sort of the top few in the field. Let's just show this is why Emily's lost a few places. We've just been bigging her up, and a bit of contact on the back there from the number 1. That's from that's 11 tenths. No, it's not. Sorry, that is Raceline, who are now up to 5th themselves. But is there going to be any interest from the stewards from that, you wonder? But we'll just go through the sort of top 3 in each class at the moment. So we've got Justin Nyer driving the Next Level Racing Blue. He's leading the race. He's been pretty comfortable so far. A 12-second gap back to FTR Esports, currently being driven by Ryan Chevalier. And then, as we've just mentioned, the Texent Fitski Motorsport team, driven by Calvin Dent, are in 3rd. They are up 16 places from where they started. And of course, we've got the GT3 AM division as well. Johnny Elia is currently driving the 11 tenths Racing Team Black. They have got a 15-second lead over Zabi Racing Team, who are 2nd in their class, 10th overall in GT3. And then we've got B-Sim Racing, who were, of course, the early leaders and really rapid pace from those guys. They're still in 3rd in class, but of course they've had that drive-through, and they are 13th overall, and they have got a pretty massive 37-second gap to try and claw back over 11 tenths Racing. Of course, let's not forget the Porsche Cup class. It's been led the entire race so far by Gavin Halls in Shark Esports. He's got, as you can see, that's 24 seconds gap on Nicholas Gash in the Delta Sport car. Of course, they weren't able to qualify, so they've come through the field. They're up 7 places. They've only actually, Gavin is the only car they've not overtaken so far. And in 3rd place, we've got Vulcan Sim Racing P Cup, who they're up 3. They started 6th. And they're sort of having a little quiet race of their own at the moment. They've got a good 10 seconds either side of them at the moment. And then let's go and have a look at the GT4 class, which again, that's been led the whole time by Thomas Mocek in JD Sim Racing. And then he is only 4 seconds ahead of Peter Elson in Backmarker Racing Blue. So, you know, far from over in that. I mean, it's far from over in every class, but, you know, there's still plenty going on there. And then 3rd place in GT4 is currently FTR Esports White, being driven by Lee Belcher. But as you can see there, he's right in the middle of a battle with Tyler Langenberg of D-Line Racing Red. And that is where we currently are, 1 hour into this 4 hours of Zolder.
Chris, obviously, where we saw that replay, what happened to Prismatic. Now, since you've been talking, there's been an announcement that the incident involving, which I didn't spot them in it, but clearly they were, Backmarker Racing Blue, obviously we saw Raceline, SimSport, and obviously Prismatic Motorsports A. That incident down at the hairpin is under investigation, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. Obviously, as we mentioned, oh, there we go, this is for the 2nd place. Here comes Texent Calvin Dent into close chicane, and that is moved on over FTR Esports Red, but can they fight back? The answer is not looking promising now, other than a massive send down into Gilles Villeneuve. But right now, Dent is looking so strong. What a drive from him. That's now up 17 places. And let's see how he managed to get the move done. As we mentioned on the run down, and well, the grunt of that BMW. Obviously, when we spoke to Jess from Prismatic, said about the grunt that the straight line speed that the Ferrari had, but BMW looking incredibly strong there, Chris.
Yeah, it's been a good race for Calvin so far, like you say, and I think, however, you look at it, the sort of the previous lap times from those two, they were both lapping in the 130s. Justin Nyer in Next Level Racing Blue, a 128.9, and this has sort of been the story of the race so far for Next Level Racing Blue. Is, you know, they've been quick. They've maybe not been the quickest car on the field, although I say this, they have actually set the 2nd fastest lap time. But because everyone in 2nd and 3rd is fighting, they're just getting further and further away. A 15-second lead in the GT3 class, I mean, it is surmountable. But I think you'd take, after an hour and 5 minutes, if you told the lead car you're 15 seconds ahead of anyone, you'd be biting your arm off for that opportunity. That is a pretty healthy lead to survive. And we've seen it covering the European Sprint Series racing. When a driver can get that lead, it just allows them to tackle traffic with just a little bit more calmness. They're not having to take in too big of a risk, and it sort of leads to you going faster again, as we see a flash there from the #1 car of Raceline Sim Sports. Oh, sorry, that's number 77.
Yeah, it's this where's getting tricky. Obviously, they're going to have the blue flags that allow them to get past the back marker there, but as we head a bit further down the field. But yeah, it's the traffic management side's getting tricky for them. As that was very lucky. It's a bit tricky for Mad Chili Racing with the 11/10 machine ahead of them, coming down into the hairpin, and we've seen a fair few instances down into here as Alaya just running it a bit wide out, kicking up a bit of dirt on the corner exit there, trying to use every little bit of the track and more, trying to escape the clutches of Mad Chili Racing. Can Driscoll just try and close it up, but I don't know about you, Chris, it's just not coming together. As Chris, the incident we mentioned earlier between Prismatic and Raceline and Backmarker Racing Blue, there's been a drive-through penalty for Backmarker Racing Blue for avoidable contact and causing a collision. So there you go, that is how that one's resolved.
And of course, they're currently second in class, so that's going to shake things up a little bit for GT4s. That could drop them back into the battle for third that currently FTR Esports and D Racing are fighting. They're within half a second of each other currently.
Yes, it's right about, what, 1 minute 18, but here we go. So this is an instant here, so let's take a look. That's where, oh wow! Oh no, that was so close for RD Sim Sports. That was the leader at Next Level Racing's Audi. He did squeeze him, but obviously that was passing, coming around to lap them. Now this is, we've got Prismatic Motorsport B, which mentioned about the penalty involvement for the A team, and wow, well to save it, and everyone else did well to have take evasive action there, Chris, behind.
Yep, I think when you have incidents like that, the main thing in endurance racing, there will be no damage to that car. You'll be beating yourself up in the cockpit thinking, oh, I've ruined the race, but really, if you look at it, that's what, 5 or 6 seconds they've lost out on. That's really nothing in endurance racing. Obviously, you'd rather not lose it, but you just need to sort of mentally reset in that cockpit and just get going again, because, you know, Prismatic, Elise is still in 17th place. She's still 6th in class. That's pretty good going with the track limit car just in front. There still plenty of time to go. It's just, this is one of the trickiest things in endurance racing, is that sort of that mental strength to just keep going and keep going. And I mean, you've got to try and just, like I say, mentally reset after each one, because it's inevitable. 4 hours of racing, stuff's going to happen.
It's definitely, and just looking at it, I think we've got Backmarker Racing Blue. That's them taking their penalty. They've just headed to the pits. Just look ahead a little bit now. So what's happened to the Del Sport Porsche Cup here? And Porsche Cup 2 and Porsche 6 has had, a slight bit of contact. It was relatively gentle. They flick it back around, and hopefully that's not going to be too much for them. Well, the Equipment Geek GT3, they've headed into the pit. Stepping into the... that is looking a little bit early, potentially. Yeah, that is quite early. Within GT3. Expect to see those guys in for at least another 15 laps-ish.
Well, they were only stopped for 4 seconds, and it looks like they've stopped again, so something's going on in the pit lane. I believe there's a driver swap there, because Brian Fratian has just got in the car. But like you say, they're out of sync for the pit strategy there, so you wonder if there was perhaps an incident with that car and they're just trying to deal with that at the same time, perhaps.
Well, I'll tell you what, one car that would have to be stopping soon would be, there they go, they've come into the pits. It's the No Look EM Sport machine. Paul Van Loon currently on board that BMW. Now they are on a different strategy because they took a very early pit stop, but that is about right. They've got about another 30 laps. Just to see the Delta Porsches come into the pits as well. However, 11 attempts. Morgan Driscoll for Mad Chili behind them in that Ferrari. Just not able to quite catch up yet, Chris.
No, there is still plenty of time to go, and it can be advantageous if you're running at the same pace as the person in front. Sometimes it's just worth sitting behind them, save that little bit of fuel. It just gives you more options towards the end of the race if you can pit that lap or two later in each stint. And it just allows you to just assess other drivers as well. And also, so 11 tenths are technically in a different class there. I mean, they will get points for both divisions, so it's still in Mad Chili's interest to get past them. But equally, they're not really directly racing them compared to, say, Raceline, who are slightly further ahead up the road.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of looking at that, they were coming around a back marker. I think it's the Virtual Racing Compound Blue with Pete Plasto currently on board for them in Porsche Cup. But look at this battle we've got emerging right now. So that is the Stage 1 Racing Porsche ahead as we were just riding on board with the Track Limit Racing BMW. The Porsche Cup's in the middle of them. That's the 225 machine, which is the Greenleaf Racing car. And well, that BMW for Track Limit Racing, it looks like it's been through the wars quite a bit there, Chris, doesn't it? But clearly, no reduction in pace.
No, I mean, some bodywork damage in these cars is acceptable, especially if it's not in a sort of particularly aerodynamically sensitive position. And I mean, some of the incidents we've seen where it's sort of that incident we saw a couple of laps ago, just putting the power down at the end of Jackie X a little bit too early, where you're hitting the side of the car. If you're going to get damage anywhere, get it on the side of the car. You certainly don't want it on the front or the rear wings, because so much of the straight line speed of these cars is down to that aerodynamic ability they've got. But it's an endurance race. There is going to be some door scraping, especially coming past the other classes in some of the tighter parts of the track. So I think it's almost a bit like with what you'd see in a rugby game. If you're finishing the match or the race with no mud on your vehicle / rugby shirt, then you've not been trying hard enough.
Talking of trying hard enough, they're just looking at it. 11 attempts, they've managed to pull a bit of a gap, and that has allowed Stage 1 Racing Senior Porsche to close up onto the back of Mad Chili Racing's Ferrari. That's that's the Mercedes. That is the Mercedes into the gravel trap there. That's the Sunday driver's machine. Let's see what happens then. That's on the run down to Klein Chicane, and Cole touched the grass. Sent them around. And now that's going to be a long, long wait there, Chris, or maybe just trying to flip the car around, but it's going to be tricky to recover it from there without losing a ton of time.
Yeah, it's a really awkward place and awkward position to finish up in as well, because we've seen some of the incidents into Jackie X at least. They've just had to sort of they can see the drivers coming and they're only just on the grass, so it's not that much car manipulation to get back onto the racing line. Whereas you saw there, sort of almost beached in the middle of the gravel trap, so quite a way to go to get back onto the track, and quite an awkward position that you'd be in once you do. But we've seen almost all the incidents so far have been drivers getting caught out under braking where there's no exit, there's no entry curb on the outside, and just that tiny fraction of wheel onto the grass, and it's causing an absolutely catastrophic incidents for some of these drivers so far. So they'll probably be begging for some of the tracks that have more generous curb allowances on the exit and entry of these tracks.
So we're now joined. So thanks, Chris Rowlands there, bringing us with the update and his usual knowledgeable insights and knowledge. Now, James is back with us after a quick break. I'm sure it was well relieved there, James, and ready fresh. And we're now back into hour two, and a nice little break and sponsor for message for one of our sponsors, even.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, today we are sponsored by SIM3D, enhancing your sim racing experience. Custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All the products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head to www.sim-3d.co.uk To find out more, all the links can be found in the YouTube description on the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel. So there he goes. So how are we getting on then, Tim? What's that, what have I missed?
Nothing too much. Just you know what multi-class racing's like. It's a complete snooze fest. Or no, I like it completely the opposite. So it's all starting to catch up at stage one. They've managed to get past Mad Chili Racing, that for 7th place overall, and they've sort of dropped a little bit. Just trying to catch up now with Johnny Elias at 11 attempts, but right now just looking at the battle for 4th in class and overall. The Arctic Racing BMW with Raceline Sim Sports, who've been on the recovery drive ever since. Actually, just have to say that it looks like Stage 1 Racing Senior. He's just managed to get past 11 attempts. Racing Team, I say I was done. He's come from way back there. Oh, it's a slowing GT4, just upset and unsettled. 11th Racing and just really able to capitalise on that one, James.
Yeah, he took the opportunity, didn't we? It looks like Daniel Murph has got past Arctic as well. So they're up into 4th place on his recovery as well. But he just basically just looked like he did it. But I think this is going to be down into the last chicane. Yeah, well, to be fair, I think it was already done before. Yeah, look, done at the hairpin. So well done, Daniel Murph. You're now in 4th overall on your recovery. That's absolutely incredible. He's still got, I think it's 20 seconds, I think, down to Ryan Chevalier. So that's going to be interesting to see how much Daniel Murph now can climb back up there, close down them 20 seconds, Tim.
It is. And I'll tell you what, the interesting one is TechSense, because so they were around about 17 seconds behind the lead. Now they have closed that gap up slightly, and that's a replay. That's happened for Prismatics Motorsports Team A. It's a buggy Driscoll's connection, not the best. They're just dropping in and out, but here we go. So we've just back to the battle for 14th overall, 4th and 5th in class in GT3 Pro. And, wow, Nivelle for Stage 1 Racing Green is really under a lot of pressure now from that Track Racing BMW.
Yeah, we've also got a steward's announcement of obviously drive-through penalty for no luck EM Sport there for using an extra fast repair. So they used their one and then they used it again. So they've got a drive-through for that one as well. So unfortunately for Paul Van Loon, he used an extra fast repair that's given him a drive-through penalty, which I believe that was possibly what he was on right now as we just cut away from him there.
Okay, so back to Stage 1 Racing Green. And the pressure is really turning up on them. Track Limit Racing really, really closing in and just trying to... Feels like they're just trying to force them into making a mistake right now, James.
Yeah, there wasn't much between them on the last lap, so it's not like we're looking at Ryan Aquilio from Track Limit Racing, who's quicker. They were both in, as we see him there, going past the pickup. GT. Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow!
That's the number 6 there, Garrett Lahr. I think, to be honest, Tim, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a rear left on the grass, because he had moved over, but it looked like he just caught the grass there. He tried to make that move, and I think that sort of almost get out of the way.
Talking of making moves, James, here we go. This is Track Limit. They've managed to get past the Stage 1 Racing Green Porsche, finally, after laps of being tucked up behind them. Now what can they do? It's a long old gap. Next up the road is Stage 1 Racing Junior team. David Van Slambrook currently on board for them. And that is a big old ask. But look at the way in which they're pulling away from the Stage 1 Racing Green Porsche, James. Already nearly a second clear.
Yeah, it's quite a surprise, because overall the best time is from Stage 1 Racing Green. They're on a 1:28.8. Track Limit Racing are on a 1:29.5. So he's quite surprised that obviously they've managed to get on their bike so quick already. So, yeah, well done to them for that one. He's obviously found his extra speed and he's pulling away there from them. So, well done, David Van Slambrook.
Talking of well done, Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports A in that BMW. After earlier bit of contact with the Raceline Sim Sport team, they've really managed to come back through the field right now, and they've hooked themselves up onto the back of this battle between 11 Temps and Mad Chili. What can they do? Can they make their way past? We have Porsche, Ferrari and BMW all in a line. Under a second covering these three. And this is where it's tricky maybe, James, because the 11 Temps racing team doesn't want to lose too much time, but equally knows that these two cars behind them are both within the pro category. And the last thing Mad Chili wants is for Prismatic Motorsports to get past them and they lose a place in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, well, Johnny Olai is leading his class. He's first in class, 7th overall. But the quickest car out of the three is Johnny Olai in 11th Temps Racing. He's on a 1:28.4. Next is Prismatic Racing. And after that is obviously Mad Chili in the middle. So the guys in front are quicker and the guy behind are quicker. As we see there, the Prismatic Racing. So I think is this, yeah, there he goes again. Unfortunately there, Morgan Driscoll's with his unfortunate disappearing on and off the track. But, you know, it's really interesting to see that the fact that the car in front and the car behind are quicker than the car in the middle, but they just can't seem to be making moves at the moment.
Well, right now you see the Cullen Win 11 Temps machine, just Porsche just getting in the middle of them there. And that is going to really, really cost dearly Prismatic. But look, Morgan Driscoll, he is closer than he's ever been so far to that 11 Temps Porsche. Can we see a move sometime soon as we see Prismatic just clearing the Porsche Cup there in the background? And now it's just going to try and close up this gap a bit, but it is getting clearer. And equally also, James, Stage 1 Racing Senior, they are slowly, oh no, there we go, 11 Temps, they are into the pits. That is going to release Mad Chili. What can they do in that Ferrari? This is their chance now, their time to shine and really put in some almost quali style laps. I mean, that is a bit of an early stop from 11 Temps there, James. I mean, we're expecting them for maybe about another 4-5 laps.
Yeah, we were looking at sort of quarter to the hour for them to make their next set of stops, and they've come in. It's almost sort of the same thing as what B-Sim did. They come in early, and unfortunately they got the drive-through, which didn't benefit them. But that's a good 15 minutes, maybe earlier than we expected for their second stop. But we see Morgan Driscoll is definitely under intense pressure from Prismatic Racing.
I'll tell you what, something we didn't expect. Guys up in Tech Sense, Calvin Dead probably on board their BMW right now. And the chunks that they are taking out of Next Level Racing Blues Audi right now. They're currently in the lead. Now, they did have a very comfortable lead. That lead is down to 8 seconds. And bit by bit, Dent is taking chunks. I mean, last time around, he set the best second sector of the race so far. And I think it's surely, I mean, at this sort of rate, James, I would say is probably within the next half an hour, they will be up with that Next Level Racing machine.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Dent was a little bit slower on that last lap, so it's got the gap back out again. I think it's like 8 or 9 seconds. He was unfortunately sort of nearly a second slower on that last lap than the Audi. But it's going to be, as I say, if he can keep it up and if he can keep these lap times, you know, relatively around about the same bit, or even try and take temps out of Justin in front. You know, as you say, within half an hour, I think we're going to be an interesting battle. But we are coming into, it'll be pit window time within that stage as well, Tim, within the next 20 minutes. So, you know, we're going to be looking at pit stops are going to play a major part. And as we saw with Next Level, they managed to get out and get the gap back out to 11 seconds. So it'd be interesting to see what Justin does. But he did take a short stop a lot shorter stop than the guys behind him, Tim. So it'd be interesting to see when he's got to look at pitting.
But a replay coming here. That's Chris Saul. Bumped it across the curves a little bit too much. Oh, wow. Big switch there. Maybe a bit of back mode. Trying to get the car back across. Not enough to cool the safety car. No, he is racing by himself. So, wow, that Porsche came not looking the best. Let's take a look. I think that it's heading to the pits.
Yeah, I think we're worried for Chris Searle there. He'll be able to literally, I suppose, in a way, depending on what his repair time is going to be, and it looks like he's going to have some. I wouldn't take my fast repair. I would use this opportunity now, Tim. I don't know about you, but to grab, if I'm sitting with 10-minute repairs, I would use this opportunity now to get a drink, go to the bathroom and kind of regroup myself for my next 2 hours, 20-minute stint. I think that was probably the sensible thing that I would do, but hey, everybody's different.
So you see, you said about the pit window opening, so Stage 1 Junior, they are in it from Porsche. Arctic Racing are in, so are Stage 1 Senior. Stage 1 teams going hard to work in the pit lane right now. But for me, interesting one to keep an eye on, down in 16th place, is that 11 Thames Racing Team Porsche. Where will they come out in amongst all of this? They were the team in GC3 to blink first, really. They were up in 5th place. But what has Mad Chili been out to do? Being released from behind the Porsche. Have they been able to put some quality style laps in for that Ferrari? Running on low fuel. But look who's looming behind. It's that prismatic BMW. As FTR Esports Red, they're in. Raceline Simac, they're in. Mad Chili, they're in. Everybody's it's all happening now down in the pit lane, James.
Yeah, but you see there with Emily Howe, Prismatic has just pushed through. They're going to be going out if they can pass the cars, which is going to be close, because I think one of them is on as well, as we see Gavin Hall.
Ooh, wow, he's got tapped from behind there. We've got the BMWs coming through there as well, just coming back through. Wow, look at that. He's just struggling like mad. And what has been a dominant performance for the Shark Esports driver. As just all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, has completely flipped on its head for him. Somehow, shows the strength of the, he had up front. He has remained out in front. Oh, wow, Mark Baxter James for 11 tenths, getting incredibly close and up, with the Servo E-Racing Ferrari there. It's going to go to the inside. This has got to be the move done, surely, down into the hairpin. Now, where are they going to come out? I think they've lost a bunch of time, James. Yeah, they have Arctic. I'm just trying to look who they're around. FTR Esports Red. Sorry, Mad Chili was the team they were. The Ferraris is who they're battling with. They're just still in the pits. They're heading out now. Let's keep one eye on 11 temps. You can see they're coming down the pit straight. I think just out the corner of my eye, Mad Chili, they're on the pit exit. There you go. So despite the, being able to run with a lighter car for longer, they've lost bags of time there, James.
Yeah, that wasn't good, and we got traffic in the middle as well. 11 temps definitely made up the benefit of that one. Morgan Driscoll in Mad Chili, it'd be that was a strange one.
He'll be mad with that one, definitely. And as we've got literally high activity happening right now in GT3. Everybody's coming into the pits, but look, it's happened again. Next Level Racing and that Audi, they have gone again, extending their stints, James. And this is surely what it's all about. You can see there's a Texans BMW. They're going to come round to lap second place. There you go, you can see. I know they've come into the pits and Next Level are yet to come in, but this is looking absolutely dominant from Next Level. They
Yeah,
are a
that's-
lap clear of second place. Yes, I know they do need to take a pit stop, but wow, what a performance from Audi today.
Yeah, they seem to be weird. It's a weird one because they seem to be able to extend a very short stop. Do you know? And I don't know how they're managing to do that, but he's obviously.
Well, you
extended
think
it.
as well, with it being a V10, as what's happened to 11-10 race. Whoa, big contact there. No fault of his own, and that was. Wow, that could have been so much bigger.
Poor Colin Wynn there.
The innocent bystander in that all. Let's ride on board with this. It's FTR Esports Black in the Ferrari.
Oh, he didn't brake.
Wow.
He missed that 100 board just before the 100 board. There was no braking from him.
Maybe because they were heading in, just trying to have that extra speed you said about it earlier. As there's our leader, they are in.
It's going to have a massive gap there, Tim. This Arctic Racing is going to go round and unlap themselves then. So, and pretty much most of the field is going to, like the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh are all within an eighth even, and they're coming down the start-finish straight. So they're all going to unlap themselves, but they can now take that longer stop to refuel because they've got that lap gap. You know, and I think this is looking really good for next level racing at the moment.
I'll tell you what, one big loser out of that, I know they did have a driver change, was the TechSense BMW. Molinati's got into the car, taking over from Dent, and that's what's cost them so much time because they were knocking on the door of next level racing's Audi. You know, they were starting to see the car up in the distance. Because that driver change, that means that they've dropped all the way down to 4th place, and definitely work for them to do. But Morgan Driscoll, now Locke's going to fight with a fellow Ferrari driver. It's RPM Racing just ahead of them. After they just lost tons of time. They've lost nearly 10 seconds across the, they came out, obviously, they lost time during the pit stop to 11 temps, and then they got caught up in that traffic, and they've gone from being 3 tenths behind 11 temps racing, and now they're nearly 10 seconds, James.
I don't know. It seems a little bit strange, Tim, the way this is all panned out, because at the moment, first place, it's got literally half a lap from second. These guys have lost a load of time. Daniel Murph seems to have not made a massive difference and has dropped that back down. So there's a lot of different pit times and stationary times. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether it's too fiddly for me to sit here and try and work out, Tim, where they're all going to come out. But I've got a funny feeling that there's a lot of different pit strategies at this moment in time happening.
There is, I mean, after the driver change, that just adds an extra 30 seconds onto the stocks, which is what's cost them.
Yeah, and Daniel Murph, I think.
What's happened to him? That's the Prismatic A BMW ahead, and it's a relatively easy pass there into Lucien Bianchi.
Yeah, that's that sensible pass, isn't it, Tim, that we spoke about from the guys from the Daniel Murph there. Obviously, just
sensible. Ooh, this is looking maybe a little bit messy. It's the 11th attempt. This little pack we've got here, this little gaggle of cars, Porsche, Mercedes. Oh, didn't slow it down enough, and that's going to allow the BMW for Prismatic through. They've managed to get ahead. And also, wow, this is getting really close. They've got people running wide left, right, and centre right now, as they all seem to be tripping up over one another, James.
Yeah, you can see we got different classes on the straight there at the moment, and you know we've still got the Prismatic team there. Roy Mass is in stage 1 racing senior. They're up into 3rd, 4 seconds back from Arctic, who have got Tennessee TechSense behind them with 0.34 seconds. So I think they're currently closest gap at the moment on track, with Daniel Murph coming up, as you can see him in the background there behind the TechSense car. So this is going to be a developing battle, I think, between the three, Tim, within the next lap or so.
So just to bring an update on an incident we saw earlier on where we saw Shark Esports getting hauls in the Porsche Cup. Have that spin that Gilles Villeneuve through contact, the virtual racing compound, red machine, that hat, the number 277. That has received a drive through penalty for avoidable contact. And that's going to give at least Shark Esports driver a bit of breathing space. Currently 20 seconds clear of second place in Porsche Cup, 17th overall. And to be fair, James really mixing it up with the GT3 AM drivers.
Yeah, Gavin Halls, he was consistently quick anyway, wasn't he, in qualifying? So to be fair, he's done really well mixing up in the middle. But can he hold it, Tim? Do you think, or is he almost like the statutory roadblock? Because you know the best times are 1:30. The guys behind an Equipment Geek Racing are on a 1:29. So yeah, is it more?
They are, but it's
do you know what I mean? Like, is it kind of roadblock status? They kind of want to clear him as soon as possible.
But equally, you know, they've got to get past on merit and on pace, because they would have no blue flags as assistants. Just look at back to the battle for third right now between Stage 1 Racing Senior Porsche, TechSense, BMW, and Raceline Sim Sports Porsche, they've caught right up to the back. 2 cars ahead. And now we are looking at a three-way battle over third place. Can we pass one of the GT4s there? This is down to the hairpin.
We've got to let them all go. Got to let them all go.
That's incredibly smart move there from Custis from back marker Racing Blue. However, look, that is the Prismatic Motorsports A BMW, and that is not too far behind either. So this battle for third, James, it's getting hotter and hotter. Let's watch it on board with Emily Howe right now. You can see them all battling ahead. And while they continue to do so, that's just allowing the Prismatic BMW to catch up.
I think Daniel Muff just made a pass on 10 cents. Eric Molinetti going into turn 1 there, Tim. We just saw it at the bottom. Yeah, we saw it on the bottom of the picture, just as literally Emily was trying to battle by the GT4 car. So yeah, that pass was done into turn 1. So that releases Daniel now to get on up to Roy from Stage 1 Racing Senior, and is now 0.34 back. And you can see it. The gap's there on screen, isn't it? You don't need me to tell you how close it is. You can see. Yeah, it's a very little gap, if any gap, if no gap, really.
Yeah, the gap is there is no gap. And it just gets as close as it. But through the curves there at Villeneuve. That's why we ride on board right now with Mass. It's Stage 1 Racing Senior. Look, he's going defensive, and we saw that tactic. Well, there's the Porsche on the outside. Bending it around the outside. James, you said they couldn't make it too wide. Somehow they do. Here comes Raceline Sim Sports on the run down to Jackie Hicks. Can they get the move done? Are they going to be able to hold it around the outside? Stage 1 Racing Senior? No. That is the move done. Raceline Sim Sports, they are through. They are clear, and they are up into third.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible that they held it round the outside. It was TechSense making the move there on Stage 1 Senior.
James,
you know,
it looks like it could lose another place here. It looks like TechSense could, they're trying to get the cut back on them. Can they get the BMWs to generate their drive with that V8 off the corner? Here they come. Looks like this is the move done. And within the space of about 4 corners, Stage 1 Racing Senior have lost 2 places.
Yeah, poor Stage 1 there just got literally eaten by Aaron Molinetti and his BMW. Literally held the inside line a lot better and just got that drive that we were talking about.
He's going back from James. Look. We look back from Howe, and look, they're always bang doors on the run down to Gilles Villeneuve. Here comes the Porsche. They're going to get the inside line. But what can the TechSense BMW do? Stage 1 Racing Senior, they've managed to cut off all the momentum that the TechSense BMW was able to generate. But look, here comes the Prismatic BMW. There's flash of the lights from TechSense over Stage 1 Racing Senior. And this gap, James, it's getting closer and closer. Look, he's not even too far behind him. number 22 Ferrari of FTR Esports Red. And this is what, we thought it might get calmer and a bit, things settle down as the race progressed, but it's just getting hotter and hotter. And now we've got the battle for second between Arctic and Raceline Sim Sports.
Yeah, Daniel Muff again closed the gap right up. We're going to end up with 3 or 4 cars here.
He's closing up more so. Here he comes. That's up the inside, and that's for second place.
That's the move done, I think. He's got round. He got that drive out of turn 1, didn't he? Drive out of turn 1 up the inside of Arctic, and that's the move done there. That puts Daniel Muff now 37 seconds. Tim, 37 seconds now to catch up with Next Level Racing Blue. But as we've seen, he is quick, and he's the only man in a 1:27. So nothing's impossible with 2 hours, 18 minutes to go.
He was also the pole sitter as well. And if anyone could do it, it's Daniel Muff from Raceline Sim Sports. There's just watching the replay. There's the Falcon portion. Wow, that was very, very close on the entrance of it. We were saying about it before the show, James, about how it could be so tricky, and just nearly seeing it unfolding there live for you.
Yeah, it's really bizarre thing though, Tim. When you're sitting here looking at it, you think, okay, so we've got a pit lane entry and a pit lane exit. Can cause us so much drama. We've had crashes there, unfortunately, with Colin Wynn involved and a couple of others, and we nearly had one then. And that's on the entry to a pits. That's not even on the racing line, but it still causes problems just because of the positioning of it.
Right now, we've got the Ferrari versus Ferrari battle of RPM versus Mad Chili. These guys getting close. Morgan Driscoll maybe struggled a little bit today, James, with getting passes done, but wow, look how close he's getting. Wait for the rear bumpers. Nice Ferrari, not looking the best shape.
No.
He just seems to have backed out a little bit. No, that's because RPM have headed to the pits.
Did you see it, Tim?
No,
yeah,
just at the corner. Wow, I caught it.
He got distracted by what was going on, and unfortunately Morgan Driscoll there took the line, which will then give him that 1.5 second slowdown. Watch as he comes into the pits again. We were talking about the exit and entry. He goes there, and just didn't slow down. It was almost like he got that driver's tunnel vision and just followed and carried on, and that will give him probably a 1.5 second slowdown on that one, Tim.
Oh, here we go, James. We've got more action happening up. So that is the Texsense BMW. They've managed to get past Stage 1 Racing, who ran wide, and that is also going to allow Prismatic to close right up onto the back of them. Wow, look at how the defensive almost trying to go 3 wide there. Down into the hairpin. But there's FTR. They've now caught right up onto the back of them. Oh, James, this is getting a really, really interesting battle right now at the sharp end of GT3 Pro.
Yeah, we've got 2 hours, 15 minutes, and these guys are battling like we've got the last 20 minutes remaining. It's crazy. We've got short gaps between 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And obviously, Daniel, we've got obviously Arctic Racing as well. So it's going to be an interesting battle as we come down below that 2 hour, 15 minute mark, Tim.
Well, they need to go for the gap, which is a nice little segue to one of our sponsors for today. Go for the gap, where you can find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics. You can head over to the Etsy store and also follow them at Go for the Gap Co on Twitter. There's a link down below, and also you can use the discount code Total Sim Sport for 10% off motorsport prints. Wow, James.
I think while you were in the middle of that, Tim, there was 1/10 racing. I think it spun at the chicane, if I'm not mistaken, as we see Dan Baffy in the peak up there. Comes down into the chicane, hits the grass, doesn't stop, and round he goes.
Had to throw out the anchor. He was so close to running back in the Texsense BMW there, James.
Yeah, it was almost like a throw the anchor, throw the parachute, and almost chuck the kitchen sink out, Tim.
With the plug in.
To try and stop it going down there. But yeah, that was a little bit. That happened while you was obviously just chatting away. You saw it at the bottom of the screen there. But there we go. Back on board with Roy Mass.
So just to bring you up to date with what's happening down in Porsche Cup and GT4. So Delta Sport, they've managed to get to the lead after the round of pit stops. That is because of a driver change at Shark Esports. Carl Sharkey's got into the car. They're currently second, and third is the Vulcan Sim Sport P Cup team. Then down in GT4, we've got JD Sim Racing. They're currently leading the fight with backmarker Racing Blue, who are 33 seconds behind in second place. We've got the FTR Esports White Machine to round out your top three, but they're a further 15 seconds behind. Pete Boucher currently on board for them. And then GTE AM, we've got 11 temps. GT3 AM. They are currently 11 temps racing. They are in 8th place overall and first in GT3 AM. Then we've got Zabi Racing Team, but what's happened to the
Preston
Sunday
Rooker coming into the
drivers?
chicane, Tim, and bounced and spun. And he literally ate the sausage and unfortunately didn't agree with him and put his back end round. So off he went.
I believe tablets are also available for that sort of thing, James. But so yeah, just back to the battle for 5th place. It's sort of calmed down a little bit, maybe, where it was like a 5 or 6 car battle. But right now, we've got that prismatic BMW in the middle. Ahead is the Stage 1 Racing Senior Porsche of Roy Mass. Then Jackson Larry's managed to capitalise on all of these battles and squabbling and fighting that's been happening in front of him, and has dragged that FTR Esports red Ferrari all the way up to the back of these guys. So come down into Klein Chicane. It's up over the rise through Butte, then down to Gilles Villeneuve. And this is oh wow, a big lunge from Howe on the brakes there. Maybe out braking. Is this going to allow FCR Esports to run on them? They're right tucked up onto the gearbox of the prismatic BMW as they run down now to the hairpin. Is that FTR going to get the inside? It's not.
I thought that was the line given then. Prismatic didn't look like... I was more expecting Emily to be throwing it up the inside to try and keep the line, but the door was there. And I'm quite surprised that Jackson Lowry didn't make that move in the FTR Esports car. It looked like he had that opportunity, and I think it was just a wariness of what was going to happen. I'm not sure, but the gap was there, and I thought he was definitely going to make it.
I thought the move was going to come as well, James, but just maybe just not able to capitalise truly. Maybe getting a little bit unsettled by the prismatic BMW in front. I mean, it's hard to say, you know, but what has allowed from that little skirmish is the Stage 1 Racing Senior Porsche to scamper away and just get a bit of clean air. But equally, James, there's not a massive amount separating third down to 7th. Around about, about 3 seconds covering them all right now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well to note we've got the leader going through traffic, but we have got Daniel Muff in race line coming up into the same sets of traffic as you can see there. But it's going to be interesting to see how these master this traffic, because we know this race line sim sport, you know, we know Daniel's quite aggressive and he likes to get the moves done early and just not really lose much time. But at the same time, we've got Justin in the lead at the moment, and he seems to be battling traffic quite well. So Justin Next Level Racing is looking really promising out in front, and it would just be interesting to see what the guys at Raceline do with 2 hours, 10 minutes left, Tim.
And it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's a big old gap, but that is the difference between the gap is what you'll roughly lose from a driver swap in the pit lane. So when Next Level Racing Blue in the Audi make a pit stop, that will bring Raceline Sim Sports, as it stands at the moment, right up to the back of them. Now they're roughly about a third of the way through their stint. Will Justin Niger be getting out of the car at the next stop? We will find out. Roughly about half an hour's time when the next round of pit stops will be happening, but I mean, that Audi's looked absolutely spectacular on fuel today. It's been absolutely flawless, James. And it's the only one in the field as well. So it's, you know, shining a light for the four rings of Audi today.
Yeah, I think what they've done over the first two stops, Tim, I think is quite impressive. They've had the slowest stops, but they've managed to go the longer. So, you know, they've done really well with their fuel and everything else. So maybe just the track suits the Audi. You know, we did hear from Eric Molinetti earlier, who said the Audi was too twitchy over the curbs and the bumps and stuff. But the guys at Next Level seem to be making it work for them this race. And they've got a 33-second gap. So, you know, they're doing well with what they've got.
Actually, no, look, James, that gap has dropped now. It is below the 30-second mark. So it's going to be really interesting around about the next round of pit stops and what happens. But here we go. We've got the Prismatic B BMW. Lilac Zaya currently on board for them, and not too far behind the Equipment Geek Racing Machine. But this is just, well, heading a bit further up the field to the other Prismatic machine and what that's involved in. Oh, wow, what a sight.
This
Cars everywhere. Oh, wow, the big hop across the curbs from the 360. That's Chris Saul. Chris Saul, Team 6, currently on board, took a massive leap across the curb that launched the car into the air in GT4. And all it would take is one spin, and that could have been a complete disaster for these cars currently battling it out. Wow, James, this is getting really, really tight. So they're just coming past the 1-4 so that's the Track Limit Racing BMW. They're coming past. It just moves to the left-hand side to come past, and he laps. It tucks itself back in. That is the last thing the Prismatic Emily Howell will be wanting right now.
Yeah,
sure she's going to be on the lights to get them out of the way.
Yeah, she would have sat in there cursing the lap boy, because that line was open for her to take as well. And he kind of just comes straight into the middle of the free, sticking what some would say your nose in where it's not needed, sir. And I think it's, you know, I don't know. I would have been on the lights, definitely, on that one.
Look, it's cost them around about the Prismatic BMW team, around about 0.7 of a second there. Just from that, literally from the space of only 2 corners. But oh, here we go. Arctic versus Texas. Texas heads to the inside. Wow, Arctic, they've got to launch it across the curbs. That's going to unsettle them on the run across the rise. As we head back to them, we've got 2 battles happening exactly at the same time right now. But Arctic just managing to keep hold of that. And Texas not able to capitalise, but wow, you can feel there's a pass coming from one of these 2 battles right now, and I'm not too sure which one it's going to come from, James.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we've got the cars coming up inside of us as we go back on board there. Lilac Zaya is going round the outside there as well. Not quite sure if they're going to hold
green,
that.
Isn't it?
Yeah, is that going to be held there? It's going to be a run down into Klein there, Tim.
Somehow, Prismatic managed to hold it run the outside, but here comes the leader. That's P1. He's going to get in the middle of them, and that is exactly what Prismatic Motorsports B want right now, is to have someone in between them, because it's going to allow them to pull a bit of a gap, but they're going to have to yield to the leader. He's going to want to pick their way through, and he's also worried about that Raceline Sim Sports Porsche that is catching them at a rate of knots. That gap down to 25 seconds between the top 2 right now. But there we go. Oh, there we go. That's the Stage 1 Racing Green. Porsche, they have managed to get past Track Limit Racing there.
Yeah, we've also had a from somebody, Backmarker Racing has used a extra fast repair as well, Tim. So unfortunately, that's going to cost them on that one. So yeah, that's not a great move at the moment, is it? We've seen that twice so far through the race.
We have. It's. I think so. What do you do, James? Because it's tricky. Do you take that fast repair? Well, no, contact between the top 3 there. That has allowed Texas to come through. It was the net code, but Arctic sent crashing into the barrier. That car is cramming dangerously there. They're going to be coming into the pits. Let's take a little look how that unfolded, James.
Yeah, it's that down and run onto that hairpin. There was a different form of... Net
wow.
code there. Look at that.
That was a net code and a half.
Yeah, that couldn't have been any more clearer there, and unfortunately that's the result. I'm sure he'll be sitting in the car screaming there that he hit him, but unfortunately, sorry sir, there was no contact at all. It was just pure net code on that one.
Wow, that was incredibly unlucky, and that car is going to have bent steering damage heading to the pits, and it'll be interesting where they come out. But RD Simple, the Ferrari runs incredibly deep there. That's the Servo iRacing team. Andrew Reese currently on board that machine right now, but that has given RD Sim Sports, Rob Sutherland, a massive sigh of relief in that BMW.
Yeah, that was well, the fact that he managed to avoid it, I think Rob Sutherland would have been grateful for anyway, Tim, because that could have been quite easily a different story. But he managed to get out of the throttle and round the car and onto the extra side running. But yeah, it's 2 hours 2 minutes, Tim. It's definitely hotting up at the moment.
It is. It's getting hotter and hotter as the temperature rises. We're currently just about 1:15 local time in Zolder, and as the temperature rises, the mercury rises, so does the action out on track right now. And well, I'm not sure what way this is going to go, James. There's little battles emerging up and down the field right now. As RD Sim Sports chase down the Prismatic Motorsport B BMW.
Yeah, we're seeing little pockets of silly mistakes as well at the moment. A few drivers have ran deep and gone over and taken the lines and stuff. So it's whether or not fatigue and that is settling, really trying to kick in.
I was going to ask you that, James. Is it a bit of fatigue? Some of these drivers have been in the driver's seat for coming up to 2 hours now. We know we've got a few drivers who are going to do the race completely by themselves. I mean, also, I know we've seen pure pace from Raceline Sim Sports Porsche, but look at the gap between them and first place Next Level Racing Blue, who have yet to have a driver change, and that gap is down to 22 seconds, which is less than the cost of a driver change come your pit stop. I mean, is it fatigue, and is that what's causing them to maybe drop off a little bit? Or do you think that's just pure pace from Raceline Sim Sports?
Well, we know Daniel's been quick anyway. He was quick in general, but I don't know if they've been in the car for 2 hours, you're definitely going to lose a certain amount of concentration, a certain amount of fatigue is going to be kicking in, and maybe that's contributing to what the little errors that we wouldn't expect to see that we are seeing. Taking too much curb here at the chicane, running deep down into the hairpin, missing your line on the next chicane. So maybe with 2 hours to go, we are starting to see little bits of fatigue kicking in.
Wow, how close are they getting right now? That's just they negotiate past. That is the 277 Porsche Cup of Virtual Racing Compound Blue. Negotiate way past them, and that's getting proper hairy there for the Prismatic Motorsports B team. So they've got the No Luck EM Sport BMW behind them of Paul Van Loon. And it's closing up slightly, where Prismatic aren't able to quite get away.
Yeah, they've really sort of, unfortunately, Paul Van Loon has had not a lot of luck through this race, unfortunately. That, as the name suggests, they haven't had a massive amounts of luck to drive through earlier on as well. So it's now going to see if he can really now, I'm hoping that obviously in that car we've got Paul with a calm head, because if you haven't got a calm head while you're racing, you end up racing angry, and that just brings a different perspective to your driving. And hopefully it'll be nice and calm as he comes up to the back of the Prismatic Motorsports B team now.
So I think it's about time now we head to another top of the hour report from actually Chris, I think he's had to dash off and sort something else out. So I think it's down to yourself, James.
Yeah, so obviously we've had an interesting hour, Tim, at the moment, haven't we, as well? So it's been a bit up and down with the racing. We've seen a lot of silly mistakes that we didn't really need to be seeing from people throughout this hour. So, you know, we're going to be, I think for the next hour, we're going to be seeing some interesting things. But if we have a look back, we've got settling down within class, but more drama with lapped cars, as we've seen a few times. Drive-throughs for B-Sim, Backmarker Racing Blue, and No Luck Esports. Next Level Racing lapped the whole field, Tim, but we did see, but unfortunately that was obviously up until their pit stops as well, so that obviously released the cars again. Gavin Halls and Shark Esports span in the P-Cup lead, but he managed, because he had such a massive gap, he managed to keep him in front and he was fine. Delta Sports took the lead, having started last, so obviously well done to them, and they're still up in the lead at the moment. Raceline in second are absolutely flying. They're up with Daniel at Raceline Sim Sports, but we have discussed whether or not now they're going to be looking at driver changes and 2 hours in, so that's going to be an interesting one. And obviously the fourth battle between Stage 1 Racing Senior, TechSense, Prismatic A and FTR Esports. And obviously we've just seen a netcode issue going on there as well. So yeah, so it's been a very exciting hour, Tim. So No Luck has just got past Prismatic there as we head over Butte at the top there, and we're coming down into the right and left chicane. There we go. We're going to be going in with Paul Van Loon from No Luck Esports, and then out of the corner, pushing round at the moment, coming down into the hairpin. Unfortunately, the car of Prismatic from Lilac has dropped back a little bit. The gap's just at below 7 seconds as we see Preston Rooker coming down into the chicane. He's down onto the Sunday drivers. He obviously had his little bit of an off earlier on into the chicane where he hit the grass and went round. The Mercedes didn't like it. As we see the leader from Next Level Racing behind him at the moment as well. So he's going to be wanting to clear the traffic because we've got Daniel Muff at Raceline Sim Sports closing us down rapidly as we head out. He's trying to pass the car in front at the moment, being that of Delta Sport in the he's in the GT4. So they're going to be wanting to clear that car as quickly as possible, but he's well in his rights to be there. So it's going to be interesting. As you see, there you go, the job's done. And now he's got to get out the way for the leader going into the chicane. Good job for you, sir. You've managed to hold it on the chicane and down over that curb that unfortunately he did struggle with on the last time, and he did hit the sausage curb and joined his rear joined his front, unfortunately. So there we go. But as you can see, we got Jackson Lowry from FTR Esports Red at this moment in time. He is sitting on track currently in 4th place. So that's going to be an interesting one from him as well. And he's got Eric Molinetti from TechSense in front, Daniel Muff in front of him, and Next Level Racing Blue in front of him. So there you go. So we've got Thomas Mocek there. He is in the lead of the GT4s at the moment. We've got Trevor Anderson in second, Lee Belcher from FTR Esports in third, who actually looks like he's just lost the position to Backmarker Racing Blue. So we're interested to see that. We've got Chris Searle, who's on his 4-hour stint all on his own. So we've got Garrett Lyle, who's finally out of the pits after a 31-minute pit stop. So I'm guessing he used his fast repair. And he's currently 24 laps down. Oh, and he's actually marked as out. So I'm wondering if he's still in the race in January. But so there you go. So Thomas Mocek is nice and clear at the moment. I think he's got a 55-second gap. So well done to him. So if we have a quick run through the standings, we've got Daniel Muff in first, Eric Molinetti second, FTR Esports with Jackson Lowry in third there, Roy Mass fourth, Emily Howe in the Prismatic is in sixth. 1/10 is the leader of the AMS, they're 7th overall. Mad Chili Racing after that, Stage 1 Racing Junior, and we go on after that. Then we go down to FTR Esports, Black and Black 2 from different categories on track at the moment. So there we go. So we're just under the 2-hour mark. We've got 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining on this race. And it's been an absolute belter of a race. We've had races people making moves as if they had been, as if it's the last 20 minutes, guys. And it's been literally really quite insane, the amount of intense level of racing that we've had. You know, and I think in chat now, if you are sat in chat, you are listening and watching, you know, let's put out some love for the drivers that we're supporting here. You know, we got Twitch chat at 306. I want to see it overtake a Morgan again. I think that was a long time ago, but we were, you know, maybe we'll see what we do in the back end. And Colin, which was the Colin win incident, unfortunately going into the chicane as well. So let us know, guys, if you are in chat at the moment, let us know who you're backing out of the classes. As you can see, we've got Next Level Racing in the lead in pros, 11 temps in AM at the moment. Delta Sport in the GT4 and Lee Belcher currently as well. Delta Sport in the P Cup and Lee Belcher in the GT4 are current leaders of their classes. So yeah, absolutely incredible there. From we got Benjamin from Greenleaf Racing currently in 4th at this moment. And with Greenleaf have commented earlier in chat that they've had a pretty uneventful race. So that's why we're down with them. But I believe we're welcoming my co-commentator for the day, Tim Cox. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. Quick comfort break and back to the action here. And I see it's starting to hop again a little bit as well. Got a few nice little battles emerging, and 11 attempts there into the pits from P8.
Yeah, they were obviously first in class going on, obviously into their pit stop at the moment. So that's going to be an interesting one to see where they come out. Unfortunately, they're dropped down into 3rd in class now. They could be losing another position as well. So as we see there's somebody else heading into the pits, but we're on board with Paul Van Loan, who is behind the Rob Sutherland at the moment from RD Sim Sports, Tim.
That was the 2nd place in class B Sim Racing GT3 AM car that was just on board with us. They headed to the pits. Now, 11 attempts, they have managed to come out in front of them, so they've held on to that 1st place in class, but be interesting to see what B Sim can do as the pit window in GT3 is opening. But this no luck EM Sports BMW, James. They didn't have much no luck towards the start of the race, but they've been quietly picking their way back through the field. Obviously, they toppled all the way down to the back, and you know, had a little bit of trouble getting through the Porsche Cup cars, but they've slowly, you know, come the way back through, and they're up into 17th place. Not quite where they would have been hoping to be coming into the race.
Wow.
But, you know, they've been just slowly picking off the GC3s as they go.
Well, unfortunately, Tim, reading the steward's announcement at the moment, there's an incident involving No Luck and Servant Racing Team. 2nd warning for No Luck for avoidable contact. Drive-through given for their 2nd warning. So that's going to be interesting to see. Unfortunately, then No Luck just continues. I'm going to see whether or not they come in and when they're going to come in to be looking at taking out. But that was just basically not long ago from the stewards there. So yeah, so I'm expecting them to come through within the next couple of laps. I would have thought, Tim.
I would have thought so as well. And right now we've got the Prismatic B team. Had a reasonable afternoon. I know we were speaking to Jess, team manager. I was speaking to her Archie before the race. She's really looking forward to seeing how these ladies got on today. And they're really flying the flag for, you know, the Prismatic team.
Yeah, they've had a steady race, haven't they, all the way through? You know, even their A team have been steady. You know, they haven't got involved with silly mistakes. They've been known on the track. They've done their passes when they need to, and they've done their defense when they need to, but they haven't really put up much of a fight if they know that there's no point. So, you know, you've got 6th overall as well is their A team currently. So, you know, I think at the end of the day that they've done well. They've kept their nose clean, and I think that's benefited from where they are position-wise at the moment, Tim.
I think they have. Well, there's something happened between Rob Sutherland and Paul Van Loan. We'll see if we can bring
I think
that
Van
on
Loan's
to-
drive through, Tim, for his penalty.
Oh, yes, it will be. Sorry, yes. Sorry, apologies about that one.
Yeah, I think that's them just taking their drive through at the moment, because obviously they got the
Yes,
drive
yeah.
through from second avoidable contact. So yeah, so they're on their penalty at the moment.
So we just look to the battle that's emerging with sort of e-racing teams, Ferrari and the Prismatics Motorsport BMW. And that rear wheel on that Ferrari, not looking in the best of shape, but as you were saying before, James, the contacts, you know, they're able to, you know, this GT3 is able to carry a bit of damage and really seems to affect the performance of them too much.
No, and I think that's one of the things with these cars. You can have a wing like that, and we've seen this plenty of time in endurance racing where wings have been 90-degree angles and not really affected the drivers. But I think the Ferraris have been more in the wars today, because if you look back through some of the Ferraris, I think it was Mad Chili have got some really damage as well. And I think it was Lucas Provenick from Zabi Racing. I think his rear end of his Ferrari is not looking too comfortable either. But
James,
it's not really affecting them. But as you say,
James, here we go. We've got the pit window in GT3 that is really opening now. So we've got second place Raceline Simsports there in Stage 1 Racing Senior and Junior. Let's see Porsches there in Kevin Van der Waal and Kevin Winter. They're in, and so are FTR Esports Red. Now, for me, James, that really interesting one is Raceline Simsport versus Next Level Racing Blue. What is going to happen?
Well,
Next Level Racing, they do have a well, they've got a driver change in the bag in terms of time, but not quite really. Can we see Raceline Simsports come out after the round and the pit stops back to where they started this race in first?
I think we're expecting a driver change from Raceline. I think Daniel Murphy's been going now for 2 hours, almost under, so I'm expecting him to change out the car as the same with Next Level Racing. So it'll be interesting to see what the situation is at the moment as we go through. We've still got the Raceline now is coming back onto the track, so he's coming up through turn 4. I don't think the Next Level Racing's good. These guys are going in, Tim, and I think they've been notoriously for dragging out the stints, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done in terms of, you know, fuel consumption. Despite the Audi R8 having a 5-litre V10 on board, compared to the rest of the field being V8s and then obviously the flat 6 in the Porsche, you'd think it would have consumed the most fuel, having the largest displacement and the largest amount of cylinders, but somehow this Audi is being the most frugal of them all on fuel right now. So 10 cents there in Prismatic Motorsports 8. They're into the pits as well, so Track Limit and RD Sim Sports. It's all BMWs in the pit lane right now. What will happen though? When the Next Level Racing Blue Audi pits, where will it come out? We'll find out. And just how long, James? Can they drag this out? They're heading down to the last corner, down towards Jackie X.
I would take it now. I would go in now. The reason I would go in now is second is only going round first corner.
Wow, they haven't, James. They're going round again. That Audi's, yet again, dragging out the length of the pit stops.
Can we do the SIM3D, please?
Yeah, so we've got a break, guys, in the action at the moment. Don't forget today's race is sponsored by SIM3D, enhancing your sim racing experience. Custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All the products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. So head to www.simracing-3d.co.uk to find out more. All links can be found in the Total Sim Sport YouTube description below. So much love to them for today's sponsor. Next Level Racing, Tim. I've got to be looking soon.
You'd think so, but this Audi just seems to... somehow they just seem to be able to extend their stops. And I mean, looking at it roughly now, I would say they've got to be due in this time based on how far they've managed to extend their stints versus the rest of the field in GT3. And I think this is surely got to be it for them now when they're coming in. Just a bit of a weave across the track there. And no, they go again. Yet again, extending it by another further lap. They head out onto lap 90 now of Zolder. We've got Texas there in. Now, James, let's fast forward this. I know we've got 1 hour 43 left of the race. Fast forward it a bit further on. This rate, I don't think it's going to quite amount to one less stop, but that last stint is surely going to be more of a splash and dash in comparison to their competitors.
But has that thrown them out, Tim? Because you would have hoped they would have fuel saved enough to basically not have to do that initial last stop, which we all expect people to do. But the splash and dash was something we discussed that would not be good. They yes, they've got a minute 13, but depending on what they do now, we're expecting their driver change as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with this. Oh, no!
That's the prismatic motorsport beaten. Now, here's B-Sim Racing. That is them getting past Zabi, and that is for position. That's past server. Wow, they go side by side here. I'm not sure which way this is gonna go, and somehow maybe they're just gonna get it past. Yes, but now they're gonna go side by side on the run down to Klein Chicane. And that Ferrari using all that straight line speed advantage and able to pull clear. And oh wow, just shutting the door on the second part of the chicane there. And there's the recovery. Prismatic BMW. And let's take a look how that happened to them. Dan's clean. Is it going to be a big bump across the curbs? There it is. Just trying to...
No, gotta go. Should have gone the other way.
Easily done though, isn't it, James?
Yeah, that would have been a turn left, spin it on the grass. Unfortunately for Lila, they come back across the track. Lucky to get away with coming back across the track, to be honest, because that could have turned out a lot worse there for her. So, and then obviously we've got a re-entry where we're trying to keep it straight. There you go. So, and she's on her way safely. So well done.
Right. Let's just check in with the Manchely versus Prismatic battle. This is over 7th overall. It is over 6th in class. Of course, we've got that 11 Temps Racing Porsche that is absolutely dominating GT3 AM right now. And they are, oh, there's the leader. The Audi has just come into the pits of Next Level Racing. And that was getting close there. Now, let's take a little look. Where will they come out, James? They've got, looking at it, they are 1 minute 13 clear of Raceline, who had another driver change at the last pit stop.
Well, we've got second at the moment. He's going into Klein. He's going into Klein, then heading out up the hill, over the hill, I should say, of Butte. So there he'll be very shortly. We're expecting a driver change, aren't we?
There you go, there it is.
Yeah, there is. Simon Van Dijk's been taken over. So now Daniel's really got to get on his bike here to try and get this driver change done so they can't benefit as much as possible. Tim, it's going to be interesting. Over to you.
Look, what's happened to RD Sim Sports BMW? And, on the grass, and wow, that was incredibly close there. Came charging into Klein Chicane there. And able to rotate around and not lose too much time there.
Can we go back to Daniel Muff a minute? Because he's coming around the last chicane as they've got the Audi in the pits, Tim.
They have. This is going to be a bit of a foot race on pit exit. That Audi, I think, is still stationary.
Yeah, it's going to be done.
It is. That is for the lead. Raceline Simsports, it's taken them the bulk of the race after falling so early on down to pretty much the back of the field, have now returned to the top. And they've got that Porsche back out in front. They are 12 seconds clear of the Audi of Next Level Racing Blue. With Simon Van Dijk on board now. Let's see what he can do. Can he take the fight? Daniel move. And it's going to be tight. It's going to be interesting, this. And I'm not sure, James, how this is going to unfold. I'm really not sure.
No, I think just looking back through, Tim, you know, the difference obviously with the driver change, we knew this was coming, didn't we? We predicted that this driver change was going to cause Next Level Racing an issue because we knew they were going to be there or thereabouts with Daniel Muff, but I don't think we expected a 12-second gap. But then that's no different to what Next Level did on the first round of pit stops that they pulled out over Raceline. So I suppose it's roles reversed on the driver swaps there, Tim.
It's... I mean, can Van Dijk take some time out of the absolutely dominant Raceline Simsports? We will find out. We've got just under an hour and 40 left. Well over halfway distance right now. So just take you through your order. So Raceline Simsports, as we mentioned, they are back at the top of the pack in the lead here at Zolder. They've got the Audi of the Next Level Racing Blue. They're in second. Then it's FTR Esports Red Ferrari. They are in third. And then in GT3 AM, we've got the 11 Temps Racing Team. They've got their portion. It's also 6th overall. Then it's Stage 1 Racing Green. Another portioned, actually a 1, 2, 3 for portion GT3 AM because it's B-Sim Racing. It's last two are in 12th and 13th overall. Then heading down into Porsche Cup, we've got Delta Sports. After what's been an absolute dominant display so far from Shark Esports, but Carl Shark is trying to take some time out of Delta. And then in third, we've got Vulcan Simsport. And in GT4, it's been quite a quiet affair down there. They've really, they've sort of stayed the same sort of distance away from one another. We've got FTR Esports White in the lead in GT4, followed by D-Line Racing, and then JD Sim Racing in third. Well, I think it's... I mean, last time around, James, just in comparison, the Audi of Next Level Racing went 5 laps, well, pitted 5 laps later than what the Raceline Simsports Porsche did. It's going to be really interesting to see how that one plays out, but talking of playing out, they're back at it again. It's 11 Temps versus Prismatic versus Stage 1. Senior, and wow, they're all coming up, showing contact there between Stage 1 Racing and Prismatic, and the Prismatics, wow, nearly spun around, just saw it off camera. And then I think that might have been the B in Pro-Am.
Yeah, that was the sister car there they come up to the back of, and unfortunately just outbraked and saw both of them, and unfortunately took the B1 out.
I'm not sure how.
No, not took it out. I think missed his braking there.
Yeah, we're all starting to trip over one another right now, and it's again starting to hot up here at Zolder. Wow! But somehow these three drivers have all merged through it and still right on top of one another.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a crazy though. I don't know, obviously, we're obviously not in the car, so the pressure would have got into it. I don't know if they were expecting Prismatic B, who's having a big weave on there as they saw him at the corner. That was well held. But these guys have been back at it now. We've obviously got Mark Baxter Jones up there as well. Cars involved, Prismatic is Stage 1. It's all been a little bit crazy.
RD Simsport and that white BMW just running a bit wide. They're just coming in on the back of this 3-car train, but right now, Stage 1 Racing Senior, they are looking really close, and they've got well, just slotting it up the inside there. That is past Servum iRacing's Ferrari. Who are, I think they're locked in their own battle there, James, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're in with RD there. So I think this is our guys around coming through the mix there from obviously Prismatic A and Stage 1 Racing. So I think even though they were kind of involved with the battle, they weren't directly involved with it, Tim. And I think they were just sort of sat there. But yeah.
What have we got here? So this is FTR Esport, the leader in GT4, taking it across the curves and maybe a little bit of a tap to assist them on their way round there. Now, they have got still a decent 15-second buffer over second, so they have emerged, still in the lead somehow, after pointing the wrong direction down at Klein Chicane. Now, Van Loan for No Look EM Sports. He's just managed to get past Zabi Racing Team's Ferrari.
I think that was after his drive-through as well, Tim.
It is, isn't it?
So it's going to be interesting to see what Van Loan could do. Is Van Loan solo through this race? Do we know he's been in the car a very long time?
I believe that is one of our solo drivers, James. We're talking, 4 hours of race plus then qualifying and practice before, so you're looking at more of a 5 to 6 hour stint in the car. And but having said that, James, the American has been picking his way through the field, as we said earlier, up to 14th overall. And I know they're still 11th in class, but they have been slowly clearing the way through their GT3 AM rivals.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing with these guys as well. They have got the speed, they just haven't had that luck. Was that a big puff of smoke? I think that was Stage 1 Racing there from Kevin DeVinter. Was that in the junior team? Yeah, number 73, Kevin DeVinter.
Oh, it was senior. Wow, just getting tagged across the, just cut across the front that was back marker blue there.
Yeah, that wasn't good. I don't know. That was a little bit too soon, I think. I think we get an on the front camera shot. That would be an interesting one to see. But yeah,
definitely, especially from the GT4's perspective. I mean, maybe just trying to stay in contact, as you can see. RD Simsport on the lights, they've gone to the inside, and that is going to be the move done. James, you said about earlier in the show about people not being able to get too wide, and then somehow they were all making moves out there, but look at just what's happening behind them. So that is the No Look car just coming through.
I think that's the third or fourth move we've seen at that chicane.
I think it is, isn't it? We've seen that
happen, sorry.
Plenty of instances. See Ferrari's looking a little bit worse for wear in the background there. The BMW's just come through. There's wow, here we go. Up the inside. RD Simsport's not going to be wanting that. They've got the Servum iRacing Ferrari not far behind them. Wow, and No Look EM Sports, Van Loan on the lights there, not impressed. Where he's coming through to lap them.
Yeah, they're not for position, so I'm not quite sure why they're battling. But they've got Zabi Racing there, as you see the flash of the blue BMW. But I'm not quite sure why Tim, as you know, we've had some very confusing incidents in multi-class anyway. But I'm not quite sure why the RD Simsport was.
I think that it was just where they've got the Servum Ferrari not too far behind them, and they were just so desperate not to lose time and get backed up into them, and that's what caused those guys to sort of trip up over one another. But heading up to to the Porsche, sorry, Marks Baxter Jones, so 11 Temps Racing is now under attack from the Prismatics Motorsport A BMW. Only half a second covering these two.
There was 2 tenths difference between the last lap time with the prismatic of Emily Howe there being quicker. So I think, Tim, within the next half a lap, I think we're going to see this battle very much hot up as well. So it's starting again. Still, we're in that 1 hour 30 minutes, and we've got these little pockets again of battles around the track. So they're going to be interesting to see how they pan out with this time left, Tim.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting, isn't it? And if I'm honest, James, I'm not sure how this could pan out, because you know, we've seen people be able to get onto the back of other drivers, but not necessarily be able to capitalise. And you know, they seem to hit that about 3 tenths buffer and struggle to get the move done, or you know, find the traction to be able to get alongside. And you know, such has been such a strong defence of, you know, so many of the drivers when they've been in front.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's like it's been said before, though, Tim, is that catching is one thing, passing is something completely different. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the thing there as well. That it's just, you know, catching is great, but you've got to be able to get that speed and carry on. And we're seeing it here that, you know, Emily's been caught up behind the 11 Temps Racing team, and they've been there a lap now, and it has not really made any indents apart from that 0.6 buffer that seems to be stuck with.
Well, Jane, we've got that incident we saw earlier with the sister car of Prismatic Motorsport, the Team B car. Now, we saw that incident down into the hairpin involving them and the Stage 1 Racing Senior Porsche. Now, the Porsche has incurred a drive-through penalty for that contact, which sent the BMW Prismatic Motorsport B spinning.
Yeah,
so that is going to hurt. It's going to hurt the Stage 1 team. I mean,
yes.
They've just come into the pits. So I think that's them taking that penalty.
A penalty, yeah. It's also a very thing about the Prismatic B. You know, we saw the spin, didn't we? And then the back across the track and then up the left-hand side. They've also been given a warning for an unsafe rejoin, but I think that's a little bit harsh, I think. But there you go. Not a lot they could have done to
maybe
get
that
back
was
on
just
the track.
Where they obviously, you know, cut back across the track. I mean, especially with Zolder, you know, these shorter circuits, it's this sort of stage of the race. It's, you know, well, this sort of time length, you know, it's you're going to have cars, you know, pretty much across the whole of the track, and it just makes it really, really tricky to, you know, be able to. Oh, here comes Driscoll. That's up the inside.
Happy on that one, I think, Tim.
It is. Well, it's not quite done yet, though. It's on the Greenleaf Porsche Cup. And just, you're saying, James, just struggling to get their way past right now. But that is for lapping rather than position.
Yeah, but that is also one of the beat-up Ferraris in the on the track, unfortunately, for Mad Chili Racing there. Yeah,
We've seen with Driscoll today, though. He has struggled with you know, being able to get past this. He's there, you know, his raw pace is good, but you know, when it comes to getting the move done, he has struggled maybe a little.
Yeah.
But having said that, that is for a back, you know, against the back marker. Which should have, you know, they should be probably letting him through maybe at this sort of stage, but yeah, it's hard to tell.
This is one of these interesting conversations we generally have, Tim, when we're talking about our opinions on racing, isn't it? When we say, like, you know, they should be really making it a lot more simpler for them to go past, I've got to be honest. But again, if Morgan's carrying damage, it's a bit of a...
What's happened here, though, James? It's D-line. Oh, wow!
No!
Contact with the Sunday drivers. Mercedes just turned in. Didn't expect to see it there.
No.
And they've headed to the pits. Let's see what happened. This is the end of the start.
Damage on it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's got to be damage.
No, just
goes off track, and then I wouldn't be surprised if he gets towed back.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing. That was it. Yeah, I think that would be interestingly by the stewards there, I think, on that one. I would definitely be calling to look at that, but there you go. So we've still got Mark Baxter-Jones in 6th place, Tim, currently, and leader of AM still.
A really strong performance from the 11th Temps racing team today in the Porsche. However, not far behind them is that Prismatic Motorsports, a BMW. However, they have got that Porsche Cup in the middle of them, and talking of Porsche Cup, that window is definitely open. Top 3 are into the pits, so Shark Esport, Greenleaf and Vulcan Sim Racing. Now on the lap prior, FTR Esports had taken to the pits in Porsche Cup. So where will they come out until, sorry, Delta Sports were the other team that had pitted as well. So just to see where they will come out after that. Should expect to see Delta resume the lead in Porsche Cup very shortly.
I think they're actually come out side by side, I believe. First place though of Carl Sharkey is just literally up the road there. So we've got second in the middle. They're going round up to Klein. Second's not far behind them, which I believe should be coming into shot now. The yellow car there, 269, and Tavares is now. So basically we're in with a sort of 4-second window from peak up first all the way back down to third, Tim.
It is now the Delta Sport machine that has stopped an extra time compared to its competitors. So we expect to see the Vulcan Sim Racing Porsche. See on the screen now with the black and yellow livery, VSR on the side. See, as you mentioned, the Shark Esports Porsche Cup not too far ahead.
It's there as you go around the hairpin, but this is obviously
large amount of smoke there, James.
Yeah, somebody
maybe when dust being kicked up.
Yeah, there was one at the last chicane as well. There was a bunch of smoke going across the screen, so I think somebody's had gone across the gravel there, but they're coming in for that stuff.
Now what's happened to this Stage 1 Racing Green Porsche, all lunging up the inside there and getting it horribly wrong. And that is
a stop in the middle of the track.
The Texsense BMW just had to slam on the anchors there to avoid hitting the spinning Stage 1 Racing Green Porsche. And that could have been it all over for Texsense. But somehow managing to avoid it there, James. Wow. As we've got a big cluster of traffic, shall we say.
That's not going to work.
So
we've got 11 Temps and Prismatic there, and that. Oh, I thought that was going to be an interesting one for Mark Baxter-Jones coming into that chicane. He looked like he was going to get held up.
Yeah, it was the D-Line Racing Porsche GT4 that was just in the middle of that there. Now, that is Sean Esports at the front of this train. They will be due to stop. However, 11 Temps getting the move done on the inside into the hairpin. Now, what can the Prismatics BMW do? Surely, if the Shark team, Esports team, are going to come into the pits, they are going to get maybe a little bit tripped up and slowed down by 11 Temps. But no, they've carried on round again.
I think, Tim, they actually took their stop at the same time as Vulcan, and that left Tavares coming round. I think, remember, he was coming round the outside of turn 1, and as they were coming out up through 3 and 4. So I think they've already stopped.
Oh, yeah, they have. Sorry,
yeah,
it's
they've
because
already
the Delta
stopped.
Sport machine stopped again. That's why. So apologies for my...
That's all right. The incident earlier, Tim, with Backmarker Racing Blue and Stage 1 Racing Senior. Remember, that was at the stage... That was at turn 1 where they obviously they come across the track. Well, there's actually no further actions, but the stewards have said both cars could have taken measures to avoid the contact. And currently we've got the Sunday drivers and the D-Line Racing Red incident at the chicane. That's currently under investigation as well. So we've got obviously, it's going to be interesting to see what they come out with on that one.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting is this, Porsche Cup have been relatively spread out for most of the race, but then all of a sudden, the top three have all come together. About 1.5 seconds covering your top three right now in Porsche Cup. You can see them. That is the BMW in the middle of the no luck machine.
No,
And
they've not had luck.
the last thing they want is for that to be interrupting the flow of this little battle that's happening right now. But then equally as well, you're trying to clear through back markers. Last thing you want is to get tied up in a two-way battle's bad enough. A three-way battle, it's even worse. But they're going to go to the inside and head down through into turn one. The Vulcan Sim Racing guys are just looking to just follow them through, stay up behind them as the BMW of No Lucky M Sport attacks and tries to get past the Shark Esports Porsche Cup, but looks like they're going to clear them a more convenient place.
Yeah, coming out of turn 3 exit, wasn't it? Turn 3-4 exit.
James, let's look behind. Look, we've got Vulcan versus Delta on the run down to Klein Chicane. Who's going to come out on top? Delta are on the outside. They've managed to get the move round. Wow, round the outside. Got to the apex first. The Frenchman, Taraves. What a move from him. And let's see how it unfolded.
As he comes on the right-hand side, down into that chicane, Tim. And unfortunately, it looks like he's just carried more speed than Eckhoven there. And let him have that job, I think. He got it done. But we've got the Sunday drivers.
Hold on, James, the BMW of the No Luck team, that was running incredibly slowly there. It was on the left-hand side of your screen to the right-hand side of the grass. So it's they've headed to the pits. Something has happened there, and I'm not sure what has happened there. As yeah, I'm not sure because it's not showing up as any sort of accident. Well, let's take a little look at what's happened. That's them slowing down. So maybe it's
fuel.
Is it fuel? There's no damage to that BMW M4. It's the only thing, surely it can be.
Possible there, yeah, but we've got the final decision from the Sunday drivers in the D-Line Racing Red incident at the chicane. 30-second stop and hold for Sunday drivers for avoidable contact. Car 169 was never going to make the overtake. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's what the stewards come back with. And it's a stop and hold for 30 seconds for Sunday drivers.
I'll see it. Good to hear from you all watching in chat, as always. And big thank you to our sponsors for the race. Go for the Gap. Find the very best F1 motorsport art and graphics. Head over to the Etsy store and use the code 10TotalSimSport for 10% off motorsport prints. Also, give them a nice follow on Twitter by searching for them at Go for the Gap. Go, as we've got going for the Gap is the Delta Sport car, as this is really getting close now in Porsche Cup. And Shark Esports having to defend hard. They're going to be on the outside, but that is going to allow them to be on the inside for turn 2 as they hang it round the outside there of turn 1. Now they're going to have the inside line for both corners. But look, Delta, they're going to get the run off the corner, and that has left Shark Esports vulnerable. Here come Vulcan Sim Racing. Can they now take another place off Shark Esports? Can they get the move done? We ride on board with them right now on the run down to Klein Chicane.
Yeah, as you see, he's tucked up right behind him there, and again, he got an okay run coming out of turn 4, leading up to Klein, and Delta just got a better run coming up turn 2 there to take the inside of Sharky. And once you've kind of done that, the move's already done, because it's really kind of hard for them to come back at him. But as you can see, Sharky is not giving up there. They are really pushing on, dropping Eckhoven a little bit, only by half a second. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this develops over the next lap or so.
So they're coming round to lap the Virtual Racing Compound Blue Porsche Cup. That is Chris Roberts currently on board. You can see that just at the front of your shot right now. But how is this going to unfold? It's the closest that the battle has ever been within Porsche Cup. Let's have 3 drivers at this stage of the race right on top of each other. At 2 hours and 45 minutes to be separated by under 2 seconds, the top 3. So we've had the no look EM Sports. They've headed to the pits again after a lengthy pit stop for the last one. Not too short. Their day just seems to be going from bad to worse for Paul Van Loon.
Very much no luck this unfortunate this day. Yeah, a bit of a shame. We've jumped back on board with Raceline Sim Sports. Daniel Muff. It's been in the car a long time, Tim.
He has got teammates, but they have swapped only for a brief stint, and then Daniel Muff got back in the car again. But the interesting one is that as such as his strength, Simon Van Dijk for Next Level Racing Blue and the Audi behind them has not really had an answer for them. Has not been able to close up at all. They're just clean hold of their field saving strategy and trying to go as long as possible and just hope the race can come back to them later into the race, and when they, just have to fuel shorter in their last stop to gain themselves a whole bunch of time. It's the only thing they've got now to hope to try and take the race victory.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that they're not more up there, to be fair, Tim. They did that bunch of fuel saving and put them into a really good position. We knew the driver swap was going to cost them. We did call it earlier in the race, but I think nobody kind of expected that, to pull out that 25-second gap. But we'll have to see how this materialises and see where they are on strategy and stuff after, I think, as we come, just under 1 hour, 15 minutes remaining, Tim.
So, this is, interesting as Delta Sport in Porsche Cup, they've managed to get really ahead of Shark Esports and Vulcan Sim Racing in 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Got the couple of cars about to come through. And it's interesting how the field always seems to sort itself out. And, they've only got, I think, it's FTR Esports Blacker bit further down the road behind these guys, but other than that, that's they're all pretty much, the whole field is pretty much sorted out into their relative categories. But right now, RPM and Stage 1 Junior are starting to get all over the back of each other and clambering for position. This is for 9th in class and overall. Stage 1 Racing Junior up 12 places so far today as we ride on board with Richardson for RPM Racing. The Ferrari are getting up close and personal with the gearbox of that Porsche right now.
Yeah, it's got severe damage. Well, not severe damage. It's got damage on the left-hand side as we're looking at it. Again, but I don't think Nathan Richardson's RPM Racing Ferrari, again, they seem to be the the Ferraris that have taken the most damage throughout this race. So it'd be interesting we get a look at Nathan's car from a distance, because there is a few little scratches and dents unless they've taken some repairs. So
to be fair, James, I think there's not a lot of people who've got a completely clean car. No. There's a fair few scrapes and dinks if you see the Mercedes come through there with a skew front bumper, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the pace of any of them too much. The only thing that seems to be slowing down is just as the track is getting warmer is going on, just gone past 2 o'clock local time here at Zolder. Wow. With these guys closest on battle on track right now. Kevin DeVinter for Stage 1 Racing Junior, who you ride on board with right now. RPM Racing, Nathan Richardson's Ferrari right behind them.
Yeah, not looking too tidy.
But
but at the end of the day, they've been going now for, just under 3 hours, isn't it? So, they've done well, as we've seen Nathan Richardson have a bit of a disappearing act there, but he's come back on track. But it's definitely going to be an interesting 1 hour, 9 minutes. And as I say, if you are in chat, if you're in YouTube or Twitch, please hit the follow button, turn on the bells and notifications in YouTube. It'd be much appreciated for us to keep up to date for more of our TSS action that we bring to you on a weekly basis. It's interesting to see in AMS, Tim, current leader in AMS.
Yeah, it's B-Sim again.
Yeah, I
They've just
noticed that after
quietly
their rally, plodded away.
clawed their way back up. I mean, obviously the 11 temps Porsche that's just behind, I say just behind them, 4 seconds down the road, have lost out around the last couple of pit stops, but they have been running longer. They are slightly out of sync right now.
And that was
their
driver...
pit stop about 4 laps ago, James. Obviously,
yeah, that was a driver swap as well, I think, because we had Mark Baxter-Jones, I believe, in the 11th, 10th racing.
We did, yeah. Johnny Elias
got Johnny Elia
back in there for them. So I think that little battle between first and second, B-Sim and 11 Temps Black, isn't going to sort itself out until the last stint of the race. So within the last half an hour, will we truly see what's going to pan out in GT3 AM? But this battle right now between Sage 1 Junior and RPM, they're getting closer. It's getting close, inch by inch. They're slowly clawing the way onto the back of that Porsche and trying to apply the pressure to Kevin De Winter at Stage 1 Racing Junior.
Yeah, Kevin De Winter's still got Nathan Richardson closed up at the hairpin. They're going to be they're going to be hit up through the gears, Tim, coming down into the chicane at the moment. So they're going to be the fastest people. They're full throttle coming down into the chicane. Be interested to see their lines they take. Yeah, Kevin De Winter just holds it there for a Stage 1 Racing Junior with Nathan Richardson. As you can see, Tim, tucked right up behind, coming down the straight into turn 1.
I think this is, the Ferrari known for its straight line speed in GT3. As well, he's going to go for it a bit earlier. I was going to say maybe on the run down to Klein chicane, but having a good look into turn 2 there. It's a Sternbach, and this is, wow, not sure how this is going to all pan out. They're now on the run down. They've got the Arctic Racing BMW ahead of them. That's going to allow the Porsche to get a bit of slipstream. As Richardson looks to the inside there, just making De Winter look in his mirrors, trying to put him off, make him look elsewhere, make him miss an apex. Make him miss his braking point. Just anything to distract the Porsche driver right now.
I think the distraction is that we keep losing Nathan Richardson there. Keeps having a blink at the moment as they head down in to their hairpin. And there's the move, Tim.
It's going to be done. But oh no, it's not quite over yet, James.
No.
Here comes the Porsche. Fighting back. They're going to get the inside line on the run down to Jackie X. But can they get it done? Let's find out. No, they've not been able to pull luck onside, but no, they've got a brilliant traction with a slight contact between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Well held from the both of them. But RPM are ahead and able, after that slight contact, to pull a little bit of a gap and prevent Stage 1 Racing Junior from fighting back.
Yeah, they're heading down to turn 1. I think the move looked done. I think Nathan did that really quite cleanly. Seemed to have slowed him up on the last chicane coming out there. They didn't really seem to get away cleanly out of that chicane, did RPM. But he's managed to hold on to it as
I think there was a slight bit of contact, James, between the two cars mid-chicane. And that's what just caused Kevin De Winter to not, to kill off his momentum and not be able to fight back on the run down to turn 1. But this is going to be really interesting now. What can Richardson for RPM do with that Ferrari? Can he pull away from the Stage 1 Racing Junior Porsche? Well, the answer to that is now, yes.
He's got a second, Tim. He's got a second gap already, 1.11. He's well on his fight down to Arctic Racing.
Chunks out of him right now. Now, car 66, which is the FTR Esports Black 2 machine. That's the Ferrari in GT3 Pro. They're languishing down in 26, not had the best day, and obviously last in GT3 Pro. They have got a drive-through penalty for using too many fast repairs, and Servum E-Racing team in GT3 AM, they've got the same penalty. Both of them have got drive-through penalties.
Yeah, they
Wow.
both got it for using too many fast repairs there, unfortunately. So that's going to cost both of them teams. So yeah, that's an unfortunate error.
Well, worth mentioning, the pit window is opening. So Stage 1 Racing Senior and Mad Chili, they are into the pits from GT3 Pro. But the interesting one is Arctic. So Samuel Lamont currently on board for them in the BMW, already taken their pit stop, headed out. They are 6th. What damage? And we've got Raceline, the leader. They are into the pits as well as we just watch the battle for second place in Porsche Cup right now. Shark Esports versus Vulcan Sim Racing. These guys have been pretty close for the last few laps. Can Vulcan close up and get the move done?
Where was that left Delta? Delta's now cleared off 7 seconds down the road, haven't they, Tim, as well? So Delta, after being in a battle with these two here, they literally sort of got on their bikes, and Kevin Tavares has really made a move forward to try and take these gaps, that gap that they once had, back out again. So be interesting to see these guys fighting, or unfortunately letting the Delta Sport car get away now.
And it's really scampering away. He's pretty much checked out and headed right into the distance and away from these two, as we've got everyone pretty much heading to the pits, it seems, in GT3s. So, Stage 1 Junior, they're in. So are FTR Esports as well. Looks like Raceline, they're going for a bit of a longer stop. It'll be interesting to see whether there's a driver swap happening there. Looks like, well, I think it must be tyres, I think, probably, actually, from looking at it.
Depends how many stints they've done on them, doesn't it? Depends on how hard they've been. They've been going nearly coming up 3 hours, as we had at 1 minute 2 at the last hour to go.
No.
So it's interesting to see, but I think Daniel's still in the car. I think he's like a one-man machine today, Tim.
He sent the bulk of the stints for them,
yeah,
definitely.
I think he must be on the 2 hour plus 2 hour mark. I think somebody did come in. I can't remember who, unfortunately, took over, because every time I've looked up at the timing tower, I've just had Daniel's name on the car. So I think he's like a bit of a machine. Oh, Daniel today. So
I mean, it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, Next Level Racing Blue. When did they pit? They ran on average about 4 to 5. Well, they ran 5 laps longer than Raceline Sim Sports compared to the last round of pit stops. Obviously, that accumulation of extending stints by 1 or 2 laps over their competitors. But right now, let's check in on this battle that just won't go away. The battle for second in class in Porsche Cup, Vulcan Sim Racing versus Shark Esports. And right now, Carl Sharky is really providing a bit of a defensive masterclass, clearing through the traffic. And that is the P1. Next Level Racing Audi from GT3 tucked behind them, and look, this is played right into Shark Esports' hands. They've got that is the JD Sim Sports in GT4. That's P1 in that class. David Contos on board, and look, they've got boxed in by the Audi, and this is played right into Shark Esports' hands. VSR, they are tucked. They've not even been able to clear past the JD Sim Sports GT4 right now, and look at the gap of what that has created between those two cars. It is allowed Shark Esports to pull around about 2 seconds clear of Vulcan Sim Racing.
Yeah, that definitely did not do Vulcan Sim Racing any help there, but it is obviously multi-class bridge. Oh, Nathan
wow!
Nicholson. That entrance again. Oh,
yeah,
man.
again.
I wonder if that was intentional into the pits, Tim.
I know you pre-warned us coming into the race about that pit entry change, but wow, yet again, it's proving to be the case as we see RD Simsport heading out there, and we've got Texans. They are into the pit. So are obviously RPM. We've seen their Prismatic Motorsports beat. They are in. Only 2 cars as we head into the last hour. Yet to pit in GT3 are Prismatic A and Next Level Racing. And
They're in now,
we're
Tim.
going to be joined by Chris Rowlands for his update with an hour to go.
Well, hello again, gents. That's been a very eventful hour of racing we've just had. For those of you who've just joined us or joined recently, the last hour we've seen pretty epic battles, in particular through the GT3 and Porsche Cup field, and amongst that, the battle for the top three in Porsche Cup. We're seeing the sort of tail end of that battle now, but Delta Sport, Shark Esports and Vulcan Sim Racing have been really fighting out between the three of them, and as you can see, Delta Sport have been the eventual winners out of that. They weren't in the lead about half an hour ago. It was Shark Esports who were looking pretty comfortable. Of course, in the GT3 field as well, Next Level Racing Blue, they were overtaken by Raceline Sim Sports, although of course you can see Raceline have just taken their pit stop, so they're now slightly out of sync there. But Daniel Muth has been absolutely hammering that Raceline round the track, repeatedly getting purple sectors. Before the last set of pit stops, he was a good 20 seconds or so ahead of Next Level Racing Blue, and they did only get ahead of them thanks to the driver change that Next Level Racing took place. But I think with the pace they had, we probably would have seen an on-track overtake had that not occurred. A lot of these battles have been influenced by the traffic. We've seen Prismatic B unfortunately getting punted off earlier. It did look a little bit like a netcode, and we've had quite a few of those netcode contacts throughout the race. And of course, unfortunately as well for Servam, who Michael Poole driving for them, he did get black flagged, although I believe they are now going back out again. No, Andrew Rees is currently driver swapped into the car. They may be black flagged though. It's very unfortunately down to a hardware failure for his VR headset for Michael Poole, so that is incredibly unfortunate, but I guess it's just one of those things that sim racers have to deal with that perhaps real life racers don't have to, but it's kind of equivalent. It's our version of a hardware for, a mechanical failure in the car. So they've had quite a strong race up until that point. That's unfortunate for them, but we can just have a quick run through the sort of top three in each class. So yeah, as we've said, it's currently Next Level Racing Blue are top of the GT3 Pro field, with Raceline Sim Sports in second, but they will almost certainly inherit that lead with the next round of pit stops for the Audi, who are of course pitting slightly later each round. FTR Esports Red are currently in third, with Ryan Chevalier driving that car. And then if we were to look into GT3 AM, we've got Johnny Elia in the 11/10 Racing Team Black, who is 7th overall and first in class. Locke Lamol is the B-Sim driver who is currently in second, with having just got into the pits. Zabi Racing Team with Lucas Provaznik are third. And I don't believe Stage 1 Racing Green will overtake them unless it is a particularly long stop. We've just gone through Porsche Cup, of course. We've got Delta Sport first, Shark Esports second, Vulcan Sim Racing third, and those guys still pretty close together on track. And Greenleaf Racing as well, they're not to be ignored. They are still within fighting distance in the Porsche Cup, so it's anyone's race there still. But if we go and have a look at GT4s, as David Contos just comes past a car off track there, JD Sim Racing, they've led pretty much the whole race. This has been pretty comfortable for them. They're about half a lap ahead now of FTR Esports White. Lee Belcher driving the Porsche in second there, with Backmarker Racing Blue, who've had quite an eventful race. They've been in the wars quite a bit. Peter Elson currently driving that car, and they are in third. And that's the top three for our four classes today, as Next Level Racing Blue have indeed come into the pits.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Chris, for that hour update as we're into 55 minutes remaining. And what an absolute epic battle it has been all the way through this race, Tim, isn't it?
Yep, I think Tim might just be going for a comfort break, so I'll be Tim for a second, although I certainly cannot replace the man. He is an absolute legend in the commentary booth. James, you must be getting pretty exhausted, because it's almost harder to commentate because so much is going on than it must be to race in this at the moment.
Yeah, there's been so much happening. We're coming into this very different area of 55 minutes as we got Stage 1 Racing and RPM. They're coming down now as we see Azabi Racing now, I believe, having a little bit of a spin in the background, but he's managed to keep it on track, which was always good. So there you go. They're coming down out of the hairpin. It has been a bit manic, but then again, we've seen this recently with a lot of endurances races, Chris, that they seem to be a lot manic throughout the whole time period, rather than just having a 20-minute at the end, 3 hours of just car following, and then a 20-minute at the end again. Do you know what I mean? We're kind of seeing it all the way through this time.
Yes, I suppose it's kind of the nature of it being a reasonably short track. I mean, for GT cars to be lapping in 90 seconds, it's going to be not the longest of tracks. You can see on the track map now, everyone is actually quite spread out. There's not a huge amount of congestion, but for those of you who've been with us throughout the race, in particular the last hour and a half, you are seeing these bunches form, and we saw it earlier when Prismatic B got hit off the track. Sometimes when there's sort of 7 or 8 cars in all 4 classes all together, so there's a big battle going on here.
Yeah, as they go down into the chicane at Stage 1 Racing, making the move there. RPM Racing with Nathan did go very defensive, going up into the chicane section, but he pulled out onto the right-hand side and basically went to take the racing line. I don't know if he was still expecting Stage 1 to make the move that he did do, Tim, Chris, sorry, and he's obviously got through on that one. So well done to them as they're heading down now, out of there, down into the hairpin section. But again, that's the sort of thing that Nathan sort of blocked him all the way out there, Chris, and then basically made a move to the right to take the racing line. And Stage 1 just kind of went, well, thanks very much, I'm through.
Yep, I think sometimes there's a bit of a misconception with GT and tin top cars that just because they can take that little bit of contact compared to open wheel cars doesn't necessarily mean you should be fighting every battle tooth and nail. I think it's so much more sensible for Nathan there in the RPM car just to you know, maybe don't let Stage 1 through, but certainly don't harass him too much as he makes that move, because it's so much worse for him to lose one position than it would be to get absolutely mullered and be out of the race, which is what can sometimes happen. You know, you don't want to be taking these unnecessary risks. 4 hours is a long time to be driving. So I think the drivers who could drive quickly without taking risks are the ones that are being rewarded. So Daniel Muth, for example, in Raceline.
Yeah, he's obviously back out in front at the moment, 18 seconds gap to Next Level Racing Blue. But there is a warning for RD Simsport for avoidable contact and squeezing the car off track, given a drive-through for their second warning. So that was RD Simsport and temps, 11 temps Racing Black RD Simsport there for a drive-through for their second warning for basically squeezing a car off track. Now we're still following Nathan Richardson. He's pushing up the back of Kevin DeWild. He's trying to close that gap back up after obviously the overtake. You know, they're not very different on, I think they're 8 tenths of difference with Kevin DeWild on the lap time. He's just done a 1:29.91, where Nathan has just done a 1:30.77, Chris. But as you can see, that really hasn't amounted to much going around this lap as they're closing right up on the back of each other, going past the last chicane.
No, and of course there will be the eternal frustration in multi-class of you'll maybe get that gap if you can get that gap, and then just one bad interaction with traffic. As you can see, what's 700ths of a second between the lap times there. They're pretty close together. One other thing, guys, those of you watching us at the moment, put in the chat who you think driver of the day or team of the day could be. We'll be putting a poll up a bit later that you can vote on. So just give us an idea of who you think deserves to be driver of the day, and you can vote on that poll a little bit later.
Oh, I know who I have in mind for mine, Chris. I don't know who you've got.
Us.
Us. You can't select us as driver of the day. We haven't driven anything.
Certainly commentators of the day.
Yeah, well, being the only ones here, Chris, I think that's a given.
Details.
I don't know about you, gents, but for me, it's a four-way battle between Raceline Simsports, obviously, of that what has been a biblical recovery drive. It's early on in the race, you know, start of hour 1, all the way down the back of the field, now back up into first. Equally, you got 10 cents Motorsport in that BMW at 14 places. Then you've got Stage 1 Racing Junior up 11. Delta up 12 in Porsche Cup. I think it's going to be a bit of a three-way battle between those guys.
See, I wouldn't go there, Tim. I wouldn't go. I would go with Daniel Muffer at Raceline, but just out of pure consistency, I would also be looking at Emily Howe from Prismatic Motorsports A. Hasn't been involved in much, plodding away up 9 places, doing a thing as she's been driving around. I would look as an option. That would be a safe bet as well for Emily Howe as well. I think that she's done well throughout the race.
Definitely. There's been some cracking drives. I don't know about yourself, Chris. What your thoughts are?
I mean, there's a lot to choose from. I think it speaks to the quality of the driving here that we only have one confirmed retirement at the moment, which is Garrett Lara of Big PP Energy, who had that very unfortunate incident just before the start of the race, and he was going to be driving on his own. So I suppose if you are going to have to retire, do it and you're driving on your own. You want it to happen early so that you've not had 3.5 hours of your life. Really trying hard for no reward. As a Server Me Racing, it does look like they're going back out on track with Michael Paul in the car, but they are many laps down at the back of GT3 AM, so they'll want to finish. If they can finish within 90% of the laps of the lead of their class, they will still get points.
I think.
Yeah, I think coming up now as we go with Nathan Richardson, obviously he's been having this on-off battle, Tim, all the way with Stage 1 Racing Senior, haven't they? They've been on and off throughout the race. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the next 48 minutes pans out.
Just looking at some of the battles we've got, after just over 3 hours racing coming into the last hour, and I know we hyped up very much early on about race director, potential for safety cars, and like Chris was saying, it's we haven't had one yet.
No,
we've gone 3 hours and 12 minutes just coming up into the race, and we still haven't seen one. And
Justin Michaela has been into the commentator's contact box, and he has been saying so there's been a few issues with drivers have felt like they've been getting incident points when the other driver in the incident hasn't been, and the way that the race director works, it sort of needs to see the incident for both cars. So a lot of these incidents that we would otherwise expect to trigger the race director safety cars, because it's only affecting one of the two cars in the incident, it's not actually triggered the race director. On top of which, they have deliberately, for the first race of the season, they've set it to be a little bit more lenient, because what they didn't want to have happen was safety cars, the movie, happen for basically 4 hours. And they're going to look at reviewing it. Personally, I don't think we've needed the safety car a huge amount tonight. The racing has been pretty clean by and large, considering this is, I think most people would agree, Zolder is a very difficult circuit to ask multi-class drivers to come to for round one of a championship, but it just speaks to the talent of the drivers that everyone's kept it pretty clean and fast.
I think that's the thing, isn't it, Tim, at the moment? We've stayed relatively clean throughout this. I haven't really seen an incident in need of a safety car. I don't know about you, Tim, but I haven't sat here and watched the race and seen one.
I was about to say exactly the same, James. It's we've not really, there's not been any stage where we've had the track blocked or someone stuck in a unrecoverable position. I think it's going to be a little bit different maybe as we head later into the season, as what's happening here. We've got a replay of the Prismatics Motorsport B.
It's got a slow exit there coming out of 4, Tim, didn't she?
Yeah, that is the...
I wonder where it's going to leave.
Let's have a little look. It's going through Klein Chicane, and that... No... Here we go. Maybe down into Gilles Villeneuve. That no luck. EM Sport BMW, and really, really close from then now. But just obviously mentioning about safety cars. So next round of the season, we head to Red Bull. I think that's going to be a really interesting. Yet another short circuit. Always great for action. Then round 3 is coming from Spa, but I think these two are going to be the next two interesting ones in terms of where we're probably going to see some safety cars. So for round 4, we head to Belle Isle, a street circuit. If you have an incident, it's normally a big one, with the walls being, obviously, nature of street circuit. They are right next to the edge of the track. I think we could potentially see one there. And then we head for round 6, round 5 and round 6. That is a double header of 2.5 hour races from Charlotte Roval. And of course, you've got that, tricky sort of section through the first three corners where the track is very, very tight. And I think that could quite possibly see the safety cars being summoned.
Yeah, I think they use this as part of the off-road circuit, doesn't it? That iRacing use at Charlotte. I believe they use the over round to the left and that round the corner, the right-hander. So I'll have to see. I'll try and have a look back and see at both track maps and see if we're using part of what they class as the dirt circuit when they do these. When they do the, I think it's the RTX, isn't it? The off-road series in iRacing, Tim.
Yes. Yeah, the Rallycross series, it's they use the sort of that section of the infield for
the beginning, don't they, of the RTX one? Yeah, and then.
But right now we've got Tencent versus Prismatic, BMW versus BMW. Calvin Dent is back in the car for Tencent. And we've seen some really strong drives from Dent so far this race. And he's going to be applying the pressure to Emily Howe, who, you were saying earlier, James, has put in some really, really strong performance. And I know Jess, their team manager for both of the Prismatic cars, was singing Emily's praises early on. And it's going to be interesting to see how she gets on. But this is looking really, really close. Dent is tucked right up behind the back of right now.
We are actually going to be able to talk to Jess Martin, team manager of Prismatic. So I'll just hopefully we can get her into the commentary box. Hello, Jess. We're just following Prismatic A at the moment. You must be pretty happy, particularly with the position of A. But I would say your B team drivers have been driving pretty well and just been a bit unlucky with incidents so far. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, the incident earlier in the race, third to last corner, was a bit of an unlucky one, especially with just being caught up in the back and just really having nowhere to go. Obviously, letting their sister car through, but it's kind of a bit of an awkward one. But I'd say outside of that, they've driven absolutely phenomenally. We're on track at the moment to have points for both cars, which I couldn't have dreamed of coming into this race.
Yeah, it's been really good. Emily at the moment is doing a very good job of defending from Calvin Dent, who's been one of the quickest drivers on the track so far. But that's not to discount Emily's pace either. So we look like we're going to have a move here. It looks like Calvin's just. Oh no, I think that's Emily going past the lap car. Apologies, but you backing Emily to keep Calvin behind her?
I can imagine so. Now, admittedly, the one thing I will say is probably she is on older tyres compared to Calvin. I'm not 100% sure how old, but she is going to do everything she can to hold the position. And I can tell you what, she's absolutely going mental right now.
Are there any particular parts of the track you'd say she's stronger at? Which, obviously, we don't want to give Calvin too much strategy advice if he's listening. But where would you back Emily to be strongest on?
Personally, I think she's definitely quite strong through the chicane. I've noticed she can definitely she seems to hold up quite well, and she's got a really good defensive line going through there. So I'm very I definitely put a lot on her to see how well she succeeds here.
For Emily, then, how's Elise feeling currently in the B team car? As you said earlier, this is their first endurance race in the B team, and they're doing pretty well so far. How's she feeling?
I think she's feeling really good. She took a few laps to kind of get really into it after the pit stop and the change from Lilac, but yeah, she's been really happy and she's felt really comfortable, and we're hoping that with a few penalties ahead of us, plus obviously a good pace that we're setting, that we can continue gaining positions in the AM category.
That's excellent to hear, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Brilliant. Lovely to speak to you guys again.
Cheers.
Well, interesting what Jess was saying there about the tyres maybe being a bit aged. I did spot that Prismatic A, Emily Howe, the front, just heading into Gilles Villeneuve chicane, the car seemed to have a bit of a twitch, but at the front end, where it was clearly just those tyres started to age a little bit. But right now, Howe is really, really holding Dent at bay.
No, she's doing really well. A bit raggedy going through that part of the chicane as they head coming down into the hairpin section. If she can hold the line, I would be more looking now to keep Dent at the back. I'd be looking to more take the inside line, just to let him know that's what I'm going to do. You know, because at the end of the day, you kind of want to keep him, like we saw earlier, Tim, in the beginning of the race. I think it was the Arctic car. Position the car, didn't they, in a way that I think it was Nathan at the time from RPM Racing didn't really know what to do. And I think Emily, I would be looking at doing the same thing if I was Emily at the moment.
It's going to be really interesting how this one plays out now. Chris,
it looks like we've got another interview lined up for you guys. We've got Colin Wynn, and we're going to bring Colin Wynn in now from 11 Tenths Racing. Colin, it's going pretty well for you guys today, I'd say. That's fair enough to say.
Well, the black team is, yeah. The red team, unfortunately, have been disqualified. So hopefully the black team can do well. But yeah, the red team is no more at the moment. Not for today.
Oh, sorry. I was looking on the driver list and saw you as part of blacks. So
well,
yeah,
that was for last
having a good
season.
race. Yeah. But Johnny's having a good race so far.
Johnny's having a great race. Mark's having a great race. They're doing really well. So they're top of the AMs at the moment. So good luck to them. They push on and do get to the end. Unlike our red team.
How were you guys finding it up until the black flag? How are you finding the race today and the traffic in particular?
Yeah, the traffic's been fine actually. Most of the drivers in the GT3 are respectful. You get one or two that aren't, but most of them are respectful. We've had a couple of punts from behind. We've had a netcode issue, but apart from that, everybody's waiting for you to go around the corner and taking you on the straight. So yeah, very respectful racing.
That's good to hear. Were you particularly nervous about Zolder? Because I know for myself, it's a track I find quite difficult to drive as a single class car. And obviously yourself, you're very experienced in the Radicals, which is single class. But were you particularly worried about Zolder, or it's been all right for you, really?
Zolder's been okay actually. I've never driven it until about 10 days ago, but it's one of those tracks that, once you've spent a few hours on it, you really do love it. It's great. It's a really, really good circuit.
Yeah, and I can imagine as well in the shiny new Porsche Cup car, it must have been quite pleasant to drive while you were allowed to drive it.
Well, yeah, I'd rather drive the Radical, as you're fully aware. But
see if anyone else notices just suddenly a mini prototype car on the track. Yeah. I'm sure they might be okay with it.
Yeah, I have to have a word with FTR, see if we can have a Radical endurance.
So what's the mentality going to be? Just sort of reset and get ready for Red Bull Ring next time out, perhaps?
Well, it was a lesson. I mean, at the end of the day, we had a drive-through penalty, and Muggins here went straight in and stopped. And that's not how you do a drive-through penalty. So obviously, once I went back out, we came back in to do the drive-through and drove all the way out, and then got the wonderful black and white flag. So,
well, you're not
we
the
know
first
for next
to do
time,
it, and I'm sure you won't be the last person to do it in endurance racing.
No, exactly.
Are you guys sticking around to cheer on the black team, or
Absolutely.
Is it early night now?
No, absolutely cheering on. There's no I in team.
Right, it was lovely to hear from you, Colin, and good luck to the black team, and good luck to you guys for next round.
No problem. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Wow.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, as well, as we come into the last 36 minutes and 10 seconds. Today's race is sponsored by SIM3D. Enhancing your sim race experience, custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All the products are made to order, designed by sim racers, guys, for sim racers. Head to www.sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. All links can be found in the YouTube description on the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel. There you go, definitely worth checking them out there. Tim, 35 minutes to go. We're on with Paul Van Loon, who, as we know, has had no luck. It's been a very eventful race, hasn't he, at this moment in time? But he's still plodding along, Tim, and I think that's got to be deserving an honourable mention.
Yeah, definitely deserving of an honourable mention. Obviously, you saw it during the interview with Colin Wynn. To a sense, managing to get past Howe after that massive sort of tank slapper, really, coming round sort of out of Gilles Villeneuve. And, well, absolutely impeccably held, but then ruthless a cabo, but there you go, that is a move. No, look, getting past Equipment Geek Racing, that for 16th place overall, doesn't affect the relative categories too much. Obviously, no, look, being a pro team, an equipment geek, being an AM team. Now, next sort of target up the road is a further minute up the road. So that's going to take a lot of effort within the last 35 minutes to try and get that move done. But as we've seen, absolutely anything is possible. Now, we've also got, just to sort of bring you up to date with the standings overall. So, obviously, Raceline Sim Sports, they are winning at the moment in GT3 Pro. Then we've got the Audi of Next Level Racing Blue in second. Then we've got FTR Esports and the Ferrari. They are third. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 of GT3 Pro right now. Then heading down to GT3 AM. Currently, it's B-Sim Racing in the Porsche, followed by another Porsche. It's 11 Tenths Racing Black. Now, these two teams are on very different pit strategies, so this is going to be fascinating as we come into the last half hour. See how this one pans out. And then, third place in GT3 Pro, it's the Ferrari of Zabi Racing Team. And heading down to Porsche Cup, it's currently Vulcan Sim Racing, who are out in front at the moment. They're yet to stop. And then it is Delta Sports, followed currently by FTR Esports Black, who are currently in the pits, but I'm sure we'll see Shark Esports heading past them very soon while they're in the pits. Then we've got in GT4 currently JD Sim Racing. They are out in front by nearly a minute over Backmarker Racing Blue, who are currently second in class. However, they are being hunted down. You can see him in the camera shot there. It is FTR Esports Whites. And just coming up to half an hour left. Only 7 tenths separating these two. All it takes. It's wow, just getting incredibly close. This is the Next Level Racing Audi from GT3 Pro. Just slotting it in between them. Have separated these two out. You see the speed difference there between the two GT categories. We just have number 7 come back through there. That of Mad Chili Racing. Morgan Driscoll currently on board that Ferrari right now, but that's allowed Backmarker Racing Blue just to eke out a few tenths over FTR Esports. I think for me, one of the interesting ones that's emerging is actually a Porsche Cup versus GT3 AM. We've got Prismatic B. And they have got Vulcan Sim Racing from Porsche Cup, only 7 tenths behind them. GT3 AM versus Porsche Cup. Obviously, pit strategy is playing a little part of this battle right now. But it's interesting to see.
Yeah, it is wise worth as well, Tim. We got drive-through penalties for both Virtual Racing Compound Blue and the big one out of all of this is Delta Sport, who have also been using too many fast repairs, dear sir. So they unfortunately have got a drive-through penalty. Now, interestingly, what's come out of the interview with Colin Wynn we've had earlier is a member of this team has been actually called to race control because they would like to find out how they were disqualified, because I'm not entirely sure if the stewards are aware they have been. But basically a member of the team has been asked to go to race control as they would like to find out how they were DQ'd. So that's interesting. We
have got a poll. You've obviously probably seen it. It's been up a little while, but we do have a poll in the chat. It's all we've got going here. It's Prismatic A hard onto the brakes. Wow, that's incredibly close. They bang doors, push wide there through Shield Villeneuve. That the 148 machine of Track Limit Racing.
Tim, that's not for position, is it?
It's not, but we've seen it time and time again here at Total Sim Sport in all the races we've covered. Sometimes these things happen where different, there's cars coming around to, lap other cars, and sometimes it's just the nature of the beast within multi-class. You end up with contact. Especially if they're locked in a fight with someone else that you're trying to lap, and it is tricky. It is so tricky. yeah.
I love the diplomacy, Tim, because we've been here so many times when me and you have sat here having a 10-minute debate on whether or not at that moment in time does that car need to be in that position, and it's caused issues. And we've seen it before where 20 minutes to go we've had a backmarker completely take out somebody, but I don't know if that car needs to be there, Tim. I'm sorry, I'm going to reiterate it.
Here we go.
It shouldn't be there, Tim. It shouldn't be there.
So we're currently watching the Greenleaf Racing Porsche Cup car. They've got, you see the Sunday drivers, GT3 AM Mercedes just tucked up behind them. That is for position on track. That battle currently happening over 22nd overall. And that is getting incredibly close.
So we might be able to have an interview now with Eric Molinatti from Texent Pitsky Motorsport. So we'll just see if Eric is able to come and talk to us. Eric, hello, are you there?
I am here.
Hello, so you must be reasonably happy with how the day's gone. You're in 4th place at the moment in GT3s. It's been quite an active race for your team today. You've been involved in quite a lot of stuff that's gone on.
Yeah. I mean, Stewart's had to make a tough call on netcode, and kind of netcode giveth and netcode taketh away. So just one of those racing incidences that couldn't avoid, and got a drive-through from it, and now trying to make up that time that we lost in the drive-through. So we're chasing down P3. We're about 1 to 2 seconds faster a lap, but I don't know if we'll have enough time.
It looks like it is going to be very close between you and FTR Esports Red. It's about 15-16 seconds at the moment, and you guys have, I believe, got the 2nd fastest lap of the race. So again, it must feel quite good to know you've got that pace, but equally quite frustrating that you've not been able to convert it into a fight for the win.
Yeah, I mean, having to start from dead last and then having the penalty, it definitely was things against us, but that's racing, and we're pushing hard and trying to finish good.
Is it a little bit scary to look at the pace that Raceline have had today? Because they started in the lead and they span off, and they've managed to come all the way through sort of alongside you at one point. So again, we're almost looking at a race for the win there at one point, but their pace has been pretty terrifying, I would say.
I don't think so. I mean, we kind of got it, or actually I was invited into this like maybe a day and a half ago. So I just started, my first laps were turned on Zolder last night. So I think,
sorry.
Yeah, so I think going to other tracks on the schedule, I think we'll have a lot more pace, and so I think we'll be able to fight for the championship with them.
So is that your first ever laps of Zolder that you did, or just your first laps of Zolder in this car with this team?
First ever. I bought the track like a day and a half ago.
That really puts into context just how impressive your guys' driving is. How's Calvin getting on? How's Calvin feeling?
He's doing fantastic. He is putting in some fantastic and very consistent laps right now. He's also kind of just getting used to the M4 as we made a last-minute switch to it on Thursday. So I think our pace can only get better throughout the season.
It's good to hear. So you normally drive a different GT3 then?
I don't. I drive the M4, but I think he was driving the Audi and possibly the Mercedes. So we made the last-minute call to go to the M4 because we believe that over the course of the season, it was going to be the most consistent car across all tracks.
I think that, to me, that seems like a reasonably wise call. Have you enjoyed driving the BMW so far?
Yeah, I think it's a great car. As long as you can figure out how to get it rotated in mid-corner, you can be really, really quick with it.
That's good to hear. And you're not too worried about the guys behind you. I think Prismatic are they're about 6 or 7 seconds down the road, I think, at the moment. So you're not too worried about them. Because, of course, Emily Howe has got good pace as well.
Yeah, I think she made a couple of mistakes because we're now a 14-second gap. So, but while I'm saying that, Calvin's also gotten P3's gap down to 14 seconds. So it's not over yet.
Yeah, we've got to look forwards, I suppose, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully you can provide us with some excellent battling towards the end, and hopefully we can see you fighting for the win next time out.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
All right.
Now, interesting one while you were talking there, Chris, to Eric Malatti from Texans. Raceline Sim Sports, they've popped into the pits. They've done a splash and dash clearly to fuel themselves to get them home. That has brought them down to second place. Next Level Racing Blue in the Audi, they are back out in front. Just shy of 10 seconds clear clearly all those extended stints now starting to pay dividends for them.
I still don't know, Tim, if they've managed to save enough. I'm still wary that they've still got to stop. I've just got this inkling that about 5 minutes to go, we're going to see Simon Van Dijk diving into the pits for a quick splash and dash, because I just don't know if they would have saved enough over that period of time.
James, I've got some good news for you. You've only got 24 minutes left to wait and find out and see how that one turns out, that storyline. But yeah, there's also got, I'll tell you what, there's some interesting plot lines emerging as well. So we've got Arctic Racing. After what has been a sort of a strong middle stint from them, sort of rise as high as second place. They're now currently behind Stage 1 Racing Junior's Porsche. Right on board with Simon Lamont right now of Arctic Racing. You can see the Porsche just ahead. 7/10 is all that gap is right now. And this one's getting closer and closer as we ride on board now with Slambrook. It's coming to clear through a bit of traffic. And this is Lamont's time. This is his time to pounce. It's time to strike. If he's got any chance of getting that Arctic Racing BMW ahead of the Stage 1 Junior Porsche.
Tim, I'm sat here and used my quick calculator brain that I still have running 3 hours, 40 minutes into this race. And being that race line stopped on lap, I think it was 130, was it 138 or something? I think it was.
Well, yes, 140 it was actually. Yeah, there you go.
Simon Van Dijk stopped 12 laps earlier at the last pit stop. Now, doing the maths of obviously the laps via the lap times, the fact that Daniel Muffer stopped now and it was 12 laps later, the next level have stopped, you are looking at about 23 and a half minutes of fuel in that next level racing blue car. So it's possible they might just survive. Might.
As I mentioned, James, not long now until the end of the race, and we'll be able to find out to see how that one unfolds. Now, B-Sim, they've clearly had to pop in for a top up on fuel as well. They are in the pits, and that's costing them a bit dearly now as you see them. They're behind RPM Racing currently. So they're just heading out of the pits, and also Stage 1 Racing Junior. Looking at it, James, it is around about, these cars are going to have to stop. And like you say, it's going to be nip and tuck for that next level racing Porsche. Sorry, Audi.
Yeah.
And whether, can they stay up? Can they make it to the end?
It's going to be very close. But I will also refer to at the moment, Track Limit Racing and the Prismatic Racing, the Prismatic Motorsports A incident. Do you know where Prismatic got... pushed off the edged out the grass. Well, it was called, the team manager had called for a Stewart investigation, and basically Track Limit Racing, for avoidable contact, have been given a drive-through penalty. So I'm guessing that obviously the Stewarts felt that there was no need for Track Limit Racing to limit the progress of Prismatic Motorsport throughout the last 20 minutes of the race.
Lovely pun there, James. Well done.
Thank
So
you.
late into the race with so much of our vocal cords used currently.
Trying to be as diplomatic as possible with 20 minutes to go. But we got there, Tim, and with 20 minutes, the race is hotting up. Seeing now, I think we're going to start seeing the splash and dashes if we're going to be coming in. And I am on edge to see if Next Level can make it to the end.
It's going to be interesting. So need to say a big thank you to one of our two sponsors for tonight. Go for the Gap on the very best F1 motorsport art and graphics. Head over to their Etsy store and use the code 10TotalSimSport for 10% off motorsport prints. Also follow them on Twitter at GoForTheGapCo. All links can be found in the description down below on the YouTube channel. But right now, the closest battle on track is the Stage 1 Racing Junior versus Arctic Racing. And yo-yoing with the traffic, isn't it, James?
Yeah, it is. And obviously the car in the middle is obviously the car that's got a drive-through. So, you know, we're looking at maybe possibly that they will serve that at the moment. But just referring to the poll in YouTube, a massive surprise, to be honest, Tim. At the moment, Delta Sport are on 47% of the votes. Raceline are on 41 and TechSense are on 12. So currently Delta Sport there, P-Cup leaders currently as well. And obviously, yeah, they have got the vote in chat for Team of the Day.
Oh, it's just gone
it's
equal.
equal.
As you said about it, James, someone else has dropped in a vote. And that has made it an equal tie at the moment. 44% each for Delta Sport and Raceline. So Colin Winterman in the chat. Come on, 11 Temps Black. Well, how are they getting on right now? They are 8th overall. They are first in class still. And they're looking... Johnny Eli currently on board for them right now in their Porsche 911 GT3. Looking good as we just on board with Delta at the moment. Leading Porsche Cup. Only 18 minutes left to go. We've got Stage 1 Junior. They are in the pits, and so are also Track Limit. They are obviously, the latter obviously taking that penalty.
I wonder if that's Track Limit's taking a penalty, aren't they?
Look at this gap at the front though, James. It's down to 4.5 seconds. Don't you move. For Raceline Sim Sports, a man on a mission right now. Driving the wheels off that Porsche 911 GT3. 18 minutes. Assuming that Next Level Racing Audi don't have to stop again. 18 minutes to close down a 4.7 second gap.
Thing to notice, Tim, is in the last lap, he took 1 second out of him.
Wow.
1 second. So it's interesting. I'll keep an eye on the track times for this lap, as they're going to be coming round shortly. We should have Next Level Racing times in very shortly. They're just crossing the line, I believe. So we'll see what that comes through at. That was a 1:29.09. And Raceline did a 1:29.58. So they were quicker on that one. So there must have been traffic holding up Simon Van Dijk there, as he just pops in with a 1:29.09. 17 minutes remaining.
So, Texans, they are into the pits from 3rd place. A few splash and dash starting to happen now. Zabi Race Team equaling, they've brought their Ferrari in. Last minute top up of the power liquid. Well, I'm not sure. This is getting really, really close. Raceline, I mean, Chris, I know you're a bit of a master of the strategy, and it feels like they're running out of time a bit now, Raceline Sim Sports. I mean, it's that gap, it is coming down, but I'm not sure it's coming down quick enough.
Well, it's not, but I think Next Level are surely going to have to be fuel saving if they are planning on trying to make it to the end. The way I'm looking at it is that they last pitted on lap 121 and it's now lap 146. Their stints have been around 31, 32 laps before now. Obviously, we've got 16 minutes left plus whatever lap is left over from that. So if they're going to make it to the end, they're going to have to be very gentle with that car, which makes it harder to deal with traffic, which will cut more time out of it. And obviously, if it comes to a battle at the end, what you don't want to do is push too hard and run out of fuel, because you'll lose to every single person who finishes on the lead lap, which, to be fair, looks like it's only going to be down to 5th. But they're currently in 1st, and a pit stop will see them 2nd, because I can't see Prismatic and FTR. Well, FTR have now pitted, but Prismatic will surely need to pit as well. So if Next Level do go into the pits for that small splash and dash, basically they're just protecting off 2nd. If I were them, I would run as long as I can and try and keep that lead, and as soon as Raceline go past, pit then, assuming that you can't make it to the end. But of course, we don't have access to their fuel levels, so we don't know what's actually going on. But while you've got me, I think it's worth saying that Prismatic have definitely been the best supported team in chat today. We've had Kari Palson, and I believe earlier we had Judith Cooper, both saying that they were giving shout-outs to Prismatic, and I'm sure we had some earlier in the day. But of course, don't forget to vote for who our driver of the day is, or team of the day, because it's still, there's one vote in it. Your vote could make all the difference.
I think at the moment we've got Delta Sport on 46, Sim Sport 40, and TechSense on 16. As we come into the last 14 minutes, Tim, are we going to put our heads on the chopping block?
James,
come on,
it's multi-class racing. We have seen so many times here at Total Sim Sports that anything can happen, anything will happen. I mean, you can see right now from that camera angle just how tightly compacted the field is. There's, you know, you see from the track map in the top right screen, there's roughly about 5 packs of cars, 5 gaggles of cars, you know, moving around together. And I mean, just going back to the whole, you know, next level racing, Audi, fuel saving. Chris, I know you're a bit of a master of the slipstream from your endeavours in Formula Renault 3.5. I mean, do you think they utilise it? Also, we see Prismatic A. They've headed to the pits for a bit of a splash and dash to get themselves home. Chris, how much fuel saving do you think they can do? And do you think they're actually maybe enjoying sitting in this traffic just from where they're not having to punch a hole in the air and use more fuel?
Well, I've not got a racer's instinct. I don't enjoy overtaking people. It's too stressful. I love the fuel saving, but it's more of a marginal gains thing as we go to a replay of Michael Poole.
Look, the serve he's had a maybe a little bit of a challenging corner. There's wear on tyres, plus a light car, creating a little bit of a lighter rear end. The Ferrari 488.
Michael is using VR as well, and 4 hours of VR racing.
Wow. Big tank slapper there. The connection with the barrier. Hopefully that has not bent the steering so late into the race. We've only got just under 13 minutes left, and he's headed to the pits, and right at the depth.
That was a tank slapper and a half, and that poor Ferrari got even more damage than it looked like it was carrying already there, Tim, as we've seen throughout the race. The Ferraris have had a bit of a rough time as we watch Nathan Richardson.
RBM, this is past position, isn't it? Look, up the inside of Stage 1 Racing Junior into Turn 2.
And is he going to get Delta up in front just to try and clear him? Yeah, using the Porsche as much as he can to try and block in Stage 1 there. Took the inside line and the Porsche stayed, and that's it. The job done. So good work for him.
That's how we know Nathan's a better driver than me, because I would still be sat behind fuel saving. You do need to overtake at some point, and that's what he's done.
Just keeping one eye at the gap. Out at the front of GT3 Pro. 3 seconds is all it is down to now, with under 12 minutes to go. That clock is ticking down.
No, he's in. He's in, Tim.
He's in.
Yeah.
The leader is in. So, James, you called it right. Covering off that second place. Raceline Sim Sports, there they go. Through to take the victory as we approach the 10-minute mark.
I was going to say 10 minutes, yeah? Take the lead, Tim, not the victory. He's taking
the
lead.
I mean, surely, it's looking very close to it now. I pray that I have not put the curse of the commentator on Raceline right now. It's hopefully is let's have a look at what happened to Matt Chili, and wow, it's been Ferrari and Deccan corner dramas right now late into the race. Morgan Driscoll just collectively putting things back together and heading off down the track, and hasn't cost them too dearly.
I think it's next level have come right out in second. They've managed to get ahead of Delta Sport and retain into that front. So they didn't come out behind them, which was travelling well, but they then managed to stay ahead of FTR Esports on the pit stops. So FTR coming around the first corner, while obviously next level going up it through Klein Chicane. So they've stayed ahead of the gaggle of cars behind them, which was a nice little gap finder for them, and wouldn't have held him up at all, to be honest, Tim.
Belgium Ninja, good to hear from you in the chat. Team Arctic, let's have a little look how they're getting on right now. They are 6th place in GT3 Pro and obviously overall in the BMW. You've got Samuel Lemon currently on board for them right now. But as you mentioned, maybe, they were not had the... Well, the mid-race was much better than what their latter stages of the race has been for them, but they've got to be happy with 6th place, I think. So,
to be fair though, Tim, they've had Simon Lemon doing obviously his best times at 1:28.4. People in front have been doing 1:28.20s, 1:28.22s. So the guys in front are very quick, and I think, to be fair to Arctic, they've done really well to get 6th place with what the standard that's been in front of them at the moment.
Definitely. Is
that in front of Simon Lemon there? That's an AM car, isn't it? That's got no bonnet. Am I looking at that correctly?
Correct. It has no bonnet.
It hasn't got. This goes up.
That's clearly
Kyle Mungle from Equipment Geek Racing, isn't it?
That is the one indeed, and clearly going for a bit of weight saving towards the end of the race there to get it home, but won't be aiding the aerodynamic efficiencies of that Porsche, but doesn't seem to be affecting him too much right now. And maybe just fancying a different view rather than the black bonnet to have a little look at the cooling system. Of course, no engine in the front of that Porsche. It's obviously notorious for being in the boot.
Well, it looks good though. It's a different way of approaching the end of the race, Tim.
It is. It's this one last part for the engineers to pack away at the end of the race.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't need to worry about parts on the cars like this, do we? Equipment Geek Racing's got you covered. Just take them off.
Definitely.
Done. Yeah.
Definitely.
There you go. 7 minutes. 7 minutes to go, and the commentators are randomly talking about bonnets and packing parts into trucks. But yeah, it's 3 hours, 50 minutes and 53 minutes, Tim. Come on. It's been a very exciting, interesting race. And this young gentleman there has been absolutely amazing. Daniel Muff there, as we see him go past Matthew Dorrington for Shark Esports. Absolutely incredible. An absolute machine. And to be fair to him, Tim, he's been exceptionally quick, hasn't he?
I don't think anyone can doubt that in the slightest, really. And it's been a mesmerising drive from him, as you were saying earlier, Chris. Looked down and out at the start of the race. Fell all the way down to the back of the grid. Didn't let it phase him at all. Between him and Eric, they've dragged that car all the way up to the front of the field, and I think they're completely on merit. But as we come into the last just under 7 minutes, look at what's happening down in Porsche Cup right now. 2nd place, that is not definite. Vulcan Sim Racing, they've got the Shark Esports Porsche Cup. There's Matthew Dorrington. He's currently on board for him this first time in the car today. Just hunting down Vulcan Sim Racing, and they're lapping roughly about the same, but it's the traffic that's allowing them to, extend the gap and then close it up, and that gap is down to under half a second now. Could we see a bit of drama here late into the race in Porsche Cup? We haven't got long to find out, have we, gents?
No, 6 minutes ago, we love a bit of drama at the end of an endurance race because everybody's tired. Everybody wants to get the job done. They can all see the cars in front of them, and they want to push and push and push to try and make the overtake.
But Jason, maybe this is the beauty of having Matthew Dorrington in the car right now. Obviously, it's come late to the race, as it were. Look at that gap. It's down to 1/10 now. This is getting tight. Vulcan, they've gone to the outside to try and defend it. Is he going to get it? He's going to have to take it around the outside. He's outbraked himself. He's outbraked himself. And that has allowed Shark Esports. They've gone to the gravel. And with 5 minutes left to go. Drama in Porsche Cup. For 2nd place, Shark Esports applying the pressure. Matthew Dorrington into the car for the last few stints. Let's relive it. On board with Dorrington right now for Shark Esports. Just forced the Vulcan Porsche into outbraking himself.
And that's such a shame for Eckhoven as well. He's been so consistent throughout this race. Coming down to the last 4 minutes, he definitely went into that turn 2 hole. He was never, ever going to stop that, unfortunately. And it's just dropped him down into third. And Matthew Dorrington, as you can say, he's on his way now up to second place with 4.5 minutes to go.
And now, treated to another tight battle into the latter stages of the race. After 3 hours and 55 minutes. Texans, they are looming on the back of FTR Esports Red. BMW versus Ferrari. This is going to be close. This could go anyway. We've seen such strong pace from Dent so far for Texans. But don't discredit Chevalier for FTR Esports. Seen so many strong drives from Chevalier here on Total Sim Sports. I wouldn't discredit him, but that gap, look, it's closing. Dent, currently a man on the mission, really getting up into the gearbox of that Ferrari. Visibly quicker through Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Could we see another change position? This for a place on the podium in GT3 Pro and overall. This one's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely as they head down into the chicane. Now, right before the start-finish rate into Jackie Hick, and Dent's not going to be slow. And we've seen from Brian Chevalier previously, you know,
see him on the lights there, just trying to clear the back marker out of the way. You know, let them know it's coming. Let them know that they're fighting for position. That's the track limit. BMW ahead of them.
Yeah, that's
right now.
Hopefully, Tim, it will allow him to clear a bit more of a sensible position. But he's left it. They're coming down into Klein at the moment, and I believe he's still sitting in front. Yeah, there he is.
Wow. Using all of the tracks some more. Look, they're going defensive. They've gone to the left-hand side of the track. Here comes Dent. Hard onto the brakes. Down into the Klein chicane. Who can get there first? Who can hit? Contact! Big contact! That is the FTR. They've gone wide. Dent just forces that BMW home to get that place on the podium. And somehow they managed to get, look, he's got a brilliant run in the BMW. As we see from the chopper cam, just gets his nose slightly ahead, just bounces across the curbs, and oh no! Chevalier's gonna feel aggrieved there.
Oh yes, he is on that one, and I think, to be fair, it's going to be a close call if the stewards look at that. Whether or not they'll make a decision now or whether or not they'll make a decision after the race. But I think there will be some form of... well, he's going to protest, isn't he, Tim? 1 minute 45 to go and he gets knocked off the track. Of course he's going to be making a point of it.
There's already been announcements in this stewards booth. And that incident is going to be investigated after the race. So... as much as we might be able to give you some classified results post-race, it might not all be over yet for FTR Esports. But already they're starting they're leaving themselves rumble, because all of a sudden that is back to right up into Prismatic, I believe. Gap closing up. It's getting really close for them, and the nervous times ahead for those guys.
I think we've got less than a minute, bar one lap, haven't we? I think we've got a minute and a lap.
We have
some of these, yeah. And I think at the end of the day, Prismatic has done really well. And I believe there's an issue, Tim.
There is. The pole is, well, it was dead equal, and at the depth.
Not.
Someone's voted and has pushed Raceline SimSport ahead 45% to 14%. So Texan, they're down on 14%, so it's going to take a lot for them to recover in the votes. Get your votes in now. We have not got long left of the race. We are down within the last minute. And looking at it, I think we're going to have possibly one more lap. I'm just trying to check in with where the leaders are now. I say the leader is for Raceline SimSport. He's down at the hairpin.
6 seconds left on time. I think this is...
might be it then.
This might be it, I think.
Find out very, very shortly. But what a
Let's
drive
go.
it has been from Raceline Sim Sports.
Yeah,
It's
let's
all
go.
over so early on. And
But
now,
this is the thing, Tim,
Yep,
isn't
this
it?
is the checkered flag.
here we go.
There we go.
Your winner at round 1 of the FTR League is Raceline Sim Sport in GT Pro and overall. And it's looking like Next Level Racing Blue in the Audi will come home in second place. But what a drive from your winner, Raceline. Absolutely spectacular from those guys.
Yeah,
Just wait
definitely
for-
well deserved there, Tim, wasn't it? Daniel Muffles has been an absolute
incredibly.
machine. Got out, I think, for one stint, I believe, and then we got back in again, and he's done pretty much 3 out of the 4, if not actually, 3 out of the 4 stints.
Here comes the Audi. They've secured second for Next Level Racing. It's going to look like Texans. They are going to come home in third, bar any major issues. Here they come through.
yeah.
Jackie X had to come across the line. They're going to take third place on the within class and overall.
Well, that's obviously
FTR
gonna
Esports
be-
though, only 2 seconds behind. 1 to 2 seconds behind.
But they're provisional, aren't they?
That is
For the
well worth
instant-
mentioning, James.
Yeah,
That
they're
incident will be
investigated.
investigated after the race. Now, wow, what a race! As we wait for the last few drivers to cross the line, we've had Elia, GT3M. What a drive for 11 Temps Racing. Again, they have been monumental today. They take the win in GT3 Delta Sport. They've taken the win down in Porsche Cup. And JD Sim Racing, wow, what a drive from them. Taking the victory in GT4 as we wait for the last few drivers to come across the line. There comes the Stage 1 Racing Senior, Jean Roy Mass on board, giving it a nice little flick of the car and a few celebratory donuts across the start-finish line there. Celebrate what's been 4 hours of absolutely epic racing here on Total Sim Sports.
Yeah, I'd just like to put as well that in the steward's announcement, a member from TechSense and FTR Red have been asked to report to race control. So this may be resolved quicker than the after the race. So I'll keep an eye on that channel and see what we get.
Definitely. So, to take you through your standings for in GT3 Pro, Raceline Sim Sports are your victors for Porsche. Then Next Level Racing Blue for Audi. And then TechSense for BMW. 3 different manufacturers on the podium here in GT3 Pro. Then we've got FTR Esports Red, although that could change. They could find themselves. Be interesting to see how that one goes on. Then it's Prismatics Motorsports A in BMW. Then Arctic Racing, Stage 1 Racing Senior, RPM Racing at 8th. Mad Chili Racing 9th. Stage 1 Racing Junior at 10th. No Luck EM Sports are 11th. And FTR Esports Black round out the field in GT3 Pro. Then it's on to GT3 11 Temps Racing. What a drive from them. 11 coming home to take the victory. Then it's B-Sim Racing. Take second place. Zabi Racing Team. Round out the podium in GT3 Then it's Stage 1 Racing Green for Porsche. Track Limit Racing. Prismatic B for BMW. Equipment Geek Racing. Sunday Drivers from Lone Mercedes in the field. RD Sim Sport. And then Curvum E Racing round out the field in GT3 On to Porsche Cup. It's Delta Sport taking the victory, followed by Shark Esports in second place, just grabbing it towards the end. And then it's Vulcan Sim Sport. They'll be disappointed with that one. Looked really close towards the end between themselves and Shark Esports. The Greenleaf Racing come home in 4th. FTR Esports Black are 5th. Virtual Racing Compound Red are 6th. Blue are 7th. And then 11 Temps Racing Team Red, obviously after their disqualification, come home in 8th place and lastly in Porsche Cup. On to the GT4s. And your race victor is JD Sim Racing, followed by Back Marker Racing Blue, FTR Esports White, round out the podium GT4. Then it's D-Line Racing Red, Sewell Team 6, and then our only retiree, BigPPNRG.com Racing. Wow, so much to unpack from this race. What has been an absolutely epic afternoon, day of racing. But I think, James, we need to speak to our race victor for Raceline Sim Sports. It's Daniel Muff. Welcome to the commentary booth. Wow, what an absolutely epic race. He's not sure he's
Daniel.
Yeah, hey guys.
Oh, there you go.
There we
got
go.
you in the end. What an amazing race. And when we saw you, obviously, spin out and right down the back of the field at the start of the race, what was sort of going through your mind?
Yeah, quite embarrassing. Just cold tires. I tried to take it a bit more easy, but they still catched me. Yeah, I was like really frustrated.
We just watched, bit by bit, you slowly picked your way through the field. I mean, you cleared the GT4s and then the Porsche Cups in what felt like record time, really.
Yeah, I was just trying to take it a bit more easy and make sure that I'm not causing any issues for the other guys. And yeah, slowly worked my way up.
I mean, obviously, just going into sort of like the last 20 minutes of the race, obviously, you had to make that splash and dash on lap 140. Obviously, you had the Audi of Next Level Racing ahead of you at that stage. Were you sort of quietly confident that they'd need to stop for fuel again at that stage?
To be honest, I wasn't sure. I noticed that they saved quite a lot of fuel, and yeah, because I'm driving alone, I don't really have a lot of ability to see what the other guy's doing, because I'm mostly focusing on my own race. So yeah, that's a bit of a disadvantage driving alone. But yeah, I was like trying everything just in case they had enough fuel to like push every second, and yeah, fortunately they had to pit, so wasn't that much of an issue for me.
Obviously, Raceline Sim Sports obviously took the championship victory last season. Great way to start the season off with a win. Next round, we head to Red Bull Ring. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, it will be interesting. Last season we had quite a lot of guys who were really competitive, and yeah, they kicked my butt. So it will be interesting to see how it goes this time.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you next time out at Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So, James, who have you got lined up to talk to? No, I'm not sure. That's not sure where James. There we go. We'll grab our belief.
I am here. Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I lost you.
So no.
We've got Johnny alive for yourself.
Hi, John. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
You must have enjoyed that one, surely.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Unexpected, really. Yeah, really good fun.
Did you find being sort of consistent to as much as you physically can helping you out throughout the race on that one?
Yeah, that was the key. Strike from the start. That was the absolute key. Yeah, and we gained quite a lot of incident points throughout the race, and yeah, we're worrying a little bit towards the end. But yeah, we sort of slowed it down a little bit towards the end and pitted early just to be safe, because we was pretty sure that there was going to be no safety car towards the end. So gambled a little bit, but yeah, it all paid off.
Yeah, pretty sure. Well, you were more sure than we were, because we just never knew when they were going to come out, to be honest. We didn't know. But what are you looking forward towards the Red Bull next? Obviously, next time out, are you going to be getting the practice in early, or are you going to be sort of giving yourselves a couple of days and then getting back at it again?
Yeah. So fortunately, we race in another league as well, which is at the same venue. So we're going to be doing a lot of practice, although it's in the 992 Cup car. So Gonna have to keep switching cars. So that's going to be a bit interesting. So we're definitely going to be getting a lot of laps around there in the next few weeks.
Well, to be fair, they say practice makes perfect. So next time out, you're going to be storming it and be at the front of the GT3s altogether, yeah?
Yeah, well, that's the plan. Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. That's the best plan to have, Johnny. So thank you so much for today. Congratulations
No,
on the
thank you.
win. And we'll see you next time out in the Red Bull Ring.
Awesome. See you then.
See ya.
So, Chris, I understand you've got Kevin Tavers lined up from Delta Sport to have a chat with.
Yeah, so we've got Kevin with us from Delta Sport, who've won Porsche Cup. First of all, congratulations, Kevin, to you and the team. Bit of a redemption story today, because obviously you got your disqualification from qualifying for the technical infringement, and you've come back and you've managed to win the race, so that must be feeling pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it is. First of all, thank you. And yeah, my teammate made a mistake. I told him to read the the info about the race, but but yeah, he thought that it was his turn to go on the racetrack, and he didn't know that was a GT4 qualifying, and I was not at home at that moment, so I couldn't just tell him to wait. And when I came, I just saw on the Discord that we were banned from the quali, so it was a nice start. But we were quite confident with our pace. So yeah, I took the start, and honestly, racing was really good with all the people on the racetrack respecting blue flags and so on. So I really enjoyed it, and it was quite tough to catch up P1. And then when he took the wheel, he spun. I think you saw that on the live stream. So yeah, it was quite difficult. At the end, we had a drive-through for too many fast repair, which we honestly didn't check. I mean, the box was checked automatically, and we didn't think about like unchecked it. But yeah, nice race. It was really cool evening. So
Yeah, I think we saw a few people got caught out by the fast repair issue, which hopefully will be. I think it will be sorted for next race. But you must have been. It sounds like you're pretty confident in the pace you had, but the pace that Shark Esports in particular had in the first half of the race, so you must be especially pleased that you've managed to catch them, considering the pace they were showing as well.
The team Shark team, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the driver. I was using JRT, which is a software with all the iRating and so on, and I saw he was 2.8. I was like, yeah, that's fine, and he was showing great pace, so I had trouble to catch him. I was a little bit more consistent, but yeah, sometimes he was scoring some high 30s, so yeah, his pace was good, and.
Yeah. He's a Porsche instructor in real life in the Middle East. So he knows how to drive a Porsche car.
Exactly. You know what? I was curious about him. So I took my phone. I went to Instagram and I typed his name and I saw he was race instructor. So I was like, all right, that explains it all.
Must feel especially sweet to be able to beat him at Zolder tonight then.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good, honestly. And we didn't have a lot of practice. I mean, we just made a small practice session today, an open lobby, like in the afternoon. So we tweaked a little bit the setup that was provided, and yeah, we were quite confident. But yeah, with all the traffic, with the black flag we had, and the ban from the qualifying, yeah, it was a little bit more difficult. But
well, congratulations, and we'll see you next time, hopefully at Red Bull Ring for another fantastic race.
Sure, I hope. I'm hoping for. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Now, James, I understand you've got David Contos from JD Sim Racing winners in GT4 lined up for a chat.
David, welcome in.
Yeah.
Hiya, how are you?
You all right?
Yeah, you got to be feeling good about yourselves at the moment.
Oh yeah, definitely.
How was it from your side of things? Your race was good. How did you feel, guys? How did you guys feel within the car, and what you did right and what you did wrong?
The race was very tough. It doesn't seem like that because we were in a P1 from the start to the we finished P1, but the race was very difficult. the half of maybe the old grid can easily finish the first. There was a little confusion on the start with the GT4 class because it's obviously rolling start, and then some of our boys were thinking it's a flying start, so they were going on a green line and we didn't go on, obviously, so they had to back up a wee bit, and then obviously there's the last chicane, and then the P2 was on the outside, and I was very disappointed. Big net code, and then they obviously spun, and then they spun, and then we hit them on the wheel, and they broken the wheel. They have to tow the car and then repair. So there was the one team just out of the grid. But after that, we were just going fast as we can. We didn't manage to save the fuel. So there was a teams they managed the fuel, and they didn't go for the splash and dash on the end. So we have to go a couple laps before the end. We have to just go refuel the 4 liters. So we were kind of hoping that they do us for the P1. So we were lucky have a advantage in that, and then we managed to stay there and just hold on, and then bringing home in the P1.
Well, that's the most important thing, isn't it? At the end of the day, David, is obviously finishing in that P1 position, and you guys seem to have got it right throughout the race. You know, are you looking forward to the next time out in the Red Bull?
Oh, definitely. You know, I like the Red Bull. My teammates like the Red Bulls. You know, it's gonna be very fun. It's easy to make a mistake there, like everywhere, and then it's very competitive, and we like it. So, like half of a race, maybe three-quarter of a race, we didn't know how we're gonna be because the different teams go different strategy, obviously. So we were counting every second, and then with faster class like GT3 and then Porsche Cup, you know, where there's a traffic, you know, you can easily lose couple seconds in the one lap, and then you are just like hoping it's not gonna be short at the end of the race. But you know, yeah, we're looking forward for the next race.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations today, and we'll look forward to seeing you out in the Red Bull wing.
Thank you. Looking forward for us. Cheers.
Take care. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Now, there has been an announcement that obviously that incident we saw late on into the race between Texans and FTR Esports Red, that has been deemed no further action. So the standings, as we saw them, they stand. Wow, that's a interesting twist to the plot here, and definitely all to play for heading into the next round. Well, Chris, James, what a race, and incredibly filled full of action, drama, plot twists all the way right to the end, and just picking up on the driver day poll. So the victors were a Raceline Sim Sport, the race victors, that absolutely mesmeric drive from the back to the front in GT3, taking 45% of the point. Then Porsche Cup, Delta Sports, they took 42% with Texans. Fitzy taking third place in the driver of the day poll. And now, Chris, I understand you've got James Rivet, a member of the FTR League organisation, waiting for a chat with you.
Yep, we can bring James in. James, congratulations on what is a very well-received race, looking at what the drivers are all saying in the drivers' lounge. Are you exhausted after managing that race?
First of all, thank you. Yeah, it's always nice to be appreciated when generally you're the one who gives out bad news. Yeah, sorry, I forgot the second part of the question. I'm so tired.
Are you exhausted?
Yes. There you go. Ask the question. Yes. I just want to say now quickly, thank you very much to Alex and Nick who helped me in the in race control as volunteer stewards today. It wouldn't. Honestly, I'm tired even with them helping, and it's been exciting. Had a few disagreements with a few drivers on a couple of points, but in the end, we all respect each other, and it's all for the goal of making this race run smoothly. But yes, it's tiring.
Yeah, I think that respect has been pretty clear on the track. I think considering it's quite a difficult combo class-wise and track-wise, and yet we saw very few incidents between the classes. So obviously there's always going to be a few crashes. That's inevitable. It's racing, but it seems to be you've got quite a good, respectful but hard racing bunch of drivers here.
Most definitely. I think that the community that's joined us understand that the racing is going to be hard, especially at tracks like this. I mean, we chose this track as it's the one-off event we did before we started season 1. So we'll go back to the home of it, and we knew it's a troublesome track in some ways, but the drivers are up to the job of keeping it fairly safe and racing respectfully, which most of them did. In fact, well, all of them did. Just had to put them on a few naughty step a few times for certain things.
Yeah, and it seems like they've mostly coped with, the inevitable things always get missed or something happens. So with the fast repair thing that happened, so them having extra fast repairs available, a few teams seem to have been caught out by it, but they all seem to have reacted to it with reasonable humility, which is must be quite a relief, and it's quite nice to see because that's not always the case in every league that we will follow or broadcast.
Most definitely. So obviously the fast repair was as an error of the staff setting up the server. But we did address it with the drivers, and thankfully, no, all of them agreed to it. It's fine. And then the ones that did get given the penalty, obviously, whilst they weren't happy, they were given the penalty. They understood why, and they took it on the chin, didn't complain, and got on with it. Whether it's their software they were using alongside iRacing that might have reticked the fast repair or not for them is unfortunate, but obviously it's beyond my control, and unfortunately I have to apply the rules fairly to everyone, regardless they meant to or not. To
yeah, that is exactly the way it has to be. I'm glad that most of them have seen that. Are you gutted or happy that we didn't get to see the race director safety car at all today?
I'm gutted personally because as much as it adds a lot more workload onto me, I do like seeing it and seeing how it changes the race. We've seen teams, particularly at Bathurst last season, I think it was 11 temps, I forget which one of the 11 temps cars, but they came from being a lap down to actually win one of the Bathurst races, not due to the fact that safety cars, they worked hard for it, but it certainly helped them change their strategy up to get back on there. So it would have been nice to see some more teams have a fighting chance to get back on the lead by using some clever tactics. But hopefully the rounds in the future we'll see it come out. It's just it just under the threshold to trigger it, just enough times underneath the threshold just not to trigger the safety car.
That's good to hear. Just to make Richard Cawthorne happy, you also tired from decorating your new house?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I literally an hour before the session opened, got back home after trying to decorate a new home, and because we're currently at my in-laws, so jump back from there. Change clothes, jump on, talk to everyone, get updated what's going on, type out quickly a driver's briefing, type out the whole instant form because I hadn't had a chance during the week. Yeah, it's been maybe work very fast, but no, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. I do enjoy it.
Well, thank you for coming into the booth. We'll let you rest up and get ready for Red Bull Ring in 2 weeks' time, which should be an excellent race.
Yep, and it should be busy again, as we found out last season. So, I should be busy again. Thank you very much. Thank you for broadcasting, guys. You did a brilliant job.
Cheers. Thank you.
So, James, I understand you've got Calvin Dent, league sponsor, and Texan Motorsport BMW driver, waiting for a chat with yourself.
Yeah.
Let's
we'll just drop him into the waiting room. Calvin, welcome in.
How are we doing, guys? You all right?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
I'm hot, sweaty, and tired.
Okay.
To say the least.
Well, that's a way to open up the line. I wasn't expecting that when I asked the question. So you guys obviously sponsor the event. Tell us a bit about yourselves.
Yeah, so I run SIM3D. Makes a couple of various sim racing accessories and bits. It's all sort of the main product tends to be like the pedal rumble kits, wind sims and stuff like that. It's kind of exploded over the last week actually. A popular YouTuber's done a review and it's literally exploded, and yeah, things have been pretty crazy this week. I literally started practicing for this race yesterday.
Okay, so if we go to your race, how did your race go? You were absolutely flying, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Raceline were quicker than us all day long. You know, they were flying. I think it was only one guy that did it as well. Like, fair play to that guy. He was well on it. I thought my pace was pretty good considering I don't really drive GT3s. I'm not normally that quick in them. And last night I was a second slower. It was this morning. I found the pace. I thought the race went fairly well from my end. I got bogged down behind a couple of cars. It was really hard to overtake. And there was I forget her name. There was a lady that I just couldn't get past. I think we had a little bit damage, and I just couldn't get the acceleration out of the corners. I just
Prismatic Racing.
Yeah, she was quick. I mean, I had the pace on her, but coming out of the corners, it just couldn't. It was just she just pulled away from me, and I got lucky that she made a bit of a mistake and touched the grass. And then obviously there was that incident right at the end. That it sucks to get P3 like that. That sucks. I don't want to get a position like that. You know, the stewards agreed with me that it was a racing incident, but yeah, it's never nice when it's like that. You know, I always want to battle and have proper racing.
Yeah, that was unfortunate with FTR. You know, we did wonder when we saw the incident after the race, and then they made the decision, you know, before the actual race. To be fair, before obviously we finished and everything else, I was expecting a little bit more like an announcement tomorrow or something like that. You know, but do you feel it's fair though that they've come back out and said it was a racing incident, or did they give you the option, you know, in the voice chat to deal with it? How did that process work for you guys?
So we both had an opportunity. So the stewards basically said their piece on it, and their opinion, and then we both sort of had an opportunity to discuss it ourselves. I think it's a fair decision. I mean, if you go by the rule book, if I have a fair overlap, which according to the rules is my front tires in line with his rear tires, which is a really the ruling on that's always difficult with an overlap because it changes from series to series. So I looked that up before the start of the race. Then I have a right to the line if I have that overlap. Unfortunately, I think he kind of understeered a little bit across the chicane, and I had nowhere to go but over the curb. I was kind of forced into that position. It just bounced the car out a little bit. They kind of argued that it wasn't a corner that you overtake on, which if I was anybody else, I'd possibly agree with because it's not really a corner you'd want to be side by side through. But you know, I was pushing hard. I wasn't going to back out of that situation, and I think, you know, I even if I'd got on the brakes, that contact was going to happen because by the time I realised kind of what I had to do, it was too late. Even if I, you know, bounced over the curb, I would have hit him regardless.
Yeah, that's a shame, unfortunately. So we're going to be rounding out very shortly. We're obviously moving on to the Red Bull Ring. So Calvin, tell us, where can we find yourselves at SIM3D?
So you can find my products at my website, www.sim-3d.co.uk. You can also find me on Etsy and eBay.
There you go. And the details are on the screen now, guys, for you as well. Please check out SIM3D. They've been absolutely incredible for us today, and amazing to have you guys in partnered up with us. So absolutely amazing. Calvin, we look forward to seeing you at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't think the car will be as strong though.
Oh, it's multi-class, so you never know.
I'm going to make race car excuses before the race begins.
Well, that's always the best way. It's like the fisherman's tail, isn't it? You know, the fisherman's 12 foot and it was only 6 inches. But I'm sure you will do absolutely amazing, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Nice one. Thank you very much.
No worries. You take care.
Thanks, guys.
So, obviously, Calvin sent that from TechSense and also one of our sponsors, SIM3D. Big thanks to our other sponsor, Go for the Gap. Find the very best F1, motorsport art, and graphics. Over to the Etsy store and use code 10TOTALSIMSPORT for 10% off motorsport prints. You also follow them on Twitter where they are at GoForTheGapCo. Wow. what a race it's been. We've had drama right down to the last few minutes. James, I'll come to you first. You've got one word. I know that's sometimes challenging for yourself, as you're a bit of a wordsmith. Go for it. To describe today, one word.
Exhilarating.
Chris, what about yourself?
Fantastic.
There we go. I'm going to go for drama. And wow, it's been absolutely thank you to everyone involved, dramas, so the drivers, the stewards. We'll look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time where we head to the Red Bull Ring. Don't forget to hit the subscribe and give us a nice thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. And give us a follow if you're watching over on Twitch. From myself, James, Chris, and producer Sean, thank you.
Thank you.
Right.